Very good morning and welcome to our live stream viewers here from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway in Perth, Western Australia. We're just about ready for our last of our qualifying sessions to hit the track. Currently down in the dummy grid are our time challenge competitors, and also joining me in commentary again this morning, a big welcome to Mr. Rob Haggerty.
Yeah, good morning, Vaughan. Good morning, everybody out there on the live feed as well, and looking forward to a really great day here of motorsport at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
A big day coming up with XL Cup, Formula V, Formula Ford. We've got HQ Holdens, and then our WA muscle cars, street cars, sports sedans, and we've got improved production and production cars joined together as well, and of course the magnificent Holden HQs, 14 of our Holden HQs here this weekend, and then we're going to round it out with our time challenge. They will be our last event on the program today. Currently at the moment it's 16 degrees. We have had a few light rain showers come over the circuit earlier this morning, but the good news for the next hour and a half at least, it looks like we've got dry conditions, although it's fairly dark down there in the southwest, Rob.
Yeah, but it's a fairly high cloud and very light looking cloud as well, so I don't think we're going to be too troubled with that. And as we mentioned earlier on in our commentary just to the track, is that we've gotten down to within 2 seconds of a lap record in our improved production, so the circuit's definitely come to the drivers, and I think we're going to see some reasonable lap times as the day progresses.
They certainly are, and of course we welcome Bond Hire to the coverage this weekend as well, and they for anything, anywhere and any time. That is Bond Hire. When you need dependable equipment for your civil construction, your traffic management or events across Western Australia, Bond Hire delivers. Bond Hire, proud supporters of round 4 of the WA Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2026.
Yeah, from weekend warriors to major infrastructure programs and projects, Bond Hire is the name. WA Trust for quality, reliability and service. So check out Bond Hire, and thanks Bond Hire very much for supporting our race meeting this weekend.
Yeah, got a great little display happening down in the paddock area as well with the VMS and a couple of their hire vehicles and delivery vehicles down on display. So thanks very much for Bond Hire for jumping on board this weekend. Round 4 brought to you by Bond Hire.
Yeah, we've got the time challenge on circuit at the moment, also known as regularity across the nation. And this is a great little category to get involved in. Not outright racing, as we've spoken about before, but they're out there now trying to work out what sort of a lap time that they want to set for the entire rest of the day, which is a little bit difficult in these sort of conditions, because the circuit, although it is getting there, it's still not 100%. And if it stays dry for the rest of the day, they're going to get a bit quicker as the day goes on, and it might just pollute the lap time that they nominate.
Yeah, it's a real roll of the dice stuff out there. You go and set a decent lap out in a dry track, and then for race number 2 or 3 later on today it may rain. So what do? Do you take a couple of seconds off your time that you set on a dry track and stay with that for the rest of the day? Of course, I don't know whether they have changed the rules, but once your time was locked in, you are locked in for the day.
You generally nowadays, it seems that they have changed the rules since the old days when we first started doing time challenge Vaughan. I think these days between each race meeting, each event, you can duck up and change your lap time as the day progresses, which makes it fair, because when you've got changeable weather conditions, it does make it pretty difficult to work out what your lap time's going to be. As we watch car number 5, that's Lane Van Smollen out there in the Toyota GT86, making his way down through turn 6 as we speak, and that's a very pretty little car and nicely presented. And it'll be good and interesting to see what sort of lap times Lane can do in that car today, because they're a very, very quick little car straight out of the box of those Toyota GT86s.
Because he was running a Kia Stinger for a while, which was another beautifully prepared little car as well.
Yep.
Very quick.
Yeah, absolutely, very, very quick as we watch the Ford Focus go across the line. I think that might be Madison Galton, who's won a couple of events this year in that car, and good to see that we've got some females out there in most of the categories actually racing this weekend, but certainly Madison out there in car 24, and she's a bright spark and bright person to be looking at for a future here in motorsport in Western Australia, because she seems to have her head screwed on well and truly correctly.
Just having a look at Stanker in car number 11. He'll be one to keep your eye on today. And of course, Jamie Scott, car number 51, a little sky blue and white, I think it's a Mark II Escort. He's very competitive in time challenge, and I think these conditions will suit his little Escort.
Yeah, I think so. He's won more trophies in time challenge here in Western Australia than I think I've had hot dinners. So he's done very, very well over the years. We watched that beautiful 67 Mustang hard fastback going up through turn 4, car number 53, which is not on...
Costa.
Yeah, it's not on my... oh, yes, it is there right at the top, Michael Costa. And that's an absolutely gorgeous car, is that Mustang.
The Shelby replica by the look of it.
Yeah, yep.
As he ducks down the inside, I think that was a Volkswagen in front of him. We're starting to spread out, which is good. This gives them the best opportunity to put in a regular lap. You've got to do it time and time again, and of course they will get penalised for going faster, and they will also get penalised for going slower, but the penalty is not as much if you go slower. But everybody looking for those elusive snake eyes, the 0-0, and very, very difficult to achieve. Grant Johnson has achieved a few of those over his time in time challenge over the years.
Thomas Stunker was the guy in the Volkswagen that was in front of Michael Costa there on the other side of the circuit.
And he's going to be up there as well. He is very competitive as well. He's in the Volkswagen, did you say?
He is indeed. And the other Volkswagen that's out there is another really competitive guy, and that's Peter Towie. And he's in the Golf wagon that's out on the circuit somewhere as well. So he's another guy who's taken out the outright spoils in quite a few of these events over the last couple of seasons.
The fastest man out there on the track, although it doesn't really matter, it is Hutchinson in car number 35. He is the fastest man out there with a 69.4.
Yeah, he's not on my sheet, but nonetheless, that's a very good time, a 69.4 in these conditions, in these types of cars. As we watch the cars still coming around, they've still got around about 4.5 minutes on track for their qualifying session before we see the first of our racing events for the afternoon for today. And watching car number 88 as well. And car 88 is Joe Douglas, and he's out there in a Subaru BRZ. And Joe Douglas has done very, very well over the last
he's won a few trophies.
Well. He has indeed. So he's another guy who knows his way around the circuit, and that's not a Subaru BRZ. That is a 370 Nissan.
That'd be Peter Callow.
Yeah, I think it is actually.
188?
Yeah, it must be 188 because 88's here is Joseph Douglas, but I think he's only got 88 on the door of the car, so just out there to confuse us.
Adam Guerrero out there in the Subaru WRX. Lane Van Smalen, as we said, in that Toyota GT86. So a wide variety of cars. Not too many V8s out there besides that beautiful Shelby replica, the Mustang. We've got a Porsche out there, which is great.
Yeah, that's Guelphy out there in the 944 Turbo Porsche, Michael Guelphy. So that's great to see him out there in that car. That's a pretty little car, isn't it? That was such a lovely little car, those 944s, particularly with the turbo on the side of them.
It's the only model of Porsche that came out with an engine up the front where it's meant to be. And the 944, it's a very competitive car. Of course, Jim Richards was a master in any Porsche, but he did exceptionally well when he was driving a 944.
He did indeed, although the 928 did come out with an engine in the front as well as the 924, which was the same body shell as what the 944 was anyway, more or less. But it's 944 with the turbo on the side was an absolute rocket. Beautiful cars. And 968s were also a front engine car, and they came out, they were very popular in pre-production car racing throughout Australia in the late 1980s, early 1990s with the 968 Porsches. And they're fairly rare nowadays and worth a fair bit of coin.
Bucks.
Yeah. Watching the AU Falcon heading down car number 63, and that's Peter Dybel in that car, and we've seen Peter Dybel up here over many, many seasons as well. He used to race in Formula V for a long, long time, and good to see he's out there in that car that's liveried very similar to what the Pertec cars that Marcus Ambrose raced for Stone Brothers Racing many, many seasons ago in Supercar.
Because he doubles with that car as well. He also races in saloon car racing as well. So that is a full-on race car, but we said it time and time again, you don't need a full-on race car to do this particular category of racing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. It's a very easy test as far as your license is concerned, and safety equipment, fire extinguisher, be covered from head to toe, of course helmet, gloves, and that's pretty much it. You're able to rock and roll. You don't need a roll cage, and you just get out there, try and be consistent, and who knows, you may go home with a trophy at the end of the day.
Yeah, and it's so much fun. It really is so much fun. I mean, it's the closest thing to outright racing that you're going to be able to do for that sort of money and effort. And it really is a really good little category. So not that lap times matter, as you mentioned earlier, but Costa now in car 53, and that is that beautiful fastback Mustang. He's jumped to the top of the tree now with a 68.6, and he's just in front of Michael Goofy in car number 44. That's the Porsche 944. And then we're back to Hutchinson in car 35 and Joe Douglas in car 88, which is the Subaru BRZ. And I think that might be him just crossing the line now.
We're down to 60 seconds remaining in this one, and then we will be going straight into our opening here for round number 4, brought to you by Bond Hire here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. A big day, some 7 different categories racing. There's something for everybody coming up after our official opening.
Jamie Scott on the screen at the moment in car 51. That's the Mark II Escort that we mentioned earlier, and multiple Western Australian champion for his category in this time challenge series. So he's looking to make another impact in season 2026, and makes his way down into turn number 6 as we speak. So it's winding down at the moment, only 26 seconds left in this now. We've got Costa from Goofy, and then back to Hutchinson, Douglas, Zoccoli, and then we've got Callow, Stanza, Van Small, Matty Galton, Pete Dybel, and then we're back to Dickens, which is a new name in car number 8. I haven't seen his name up here before. James Dickens, he's out there in the BRZ as well. And then we're back to Jamie Scott and Malkin at the back of the field as it stands. So these guys have had a pretty good run, no red flags or much in the way of yellow flags. So they've well and truly been able to see what the track conditions are like, and hopefully they'll set some times which will be very competitive for them later in the day.
Well, it does look like we have a completely dry racetrack for race number 1 coming up very shortly here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. So it's cleaned up and cleared out. The weather looks like it's going to be overcast and a bit cloudy for the rest of the day. That wind's still icy cold. It's about 16 degrees out there for the people here at the venue. And we've had a couple of showers through the night. So we started off this morning with a very green racetrack, and as we saw during our qualifying periods, they were pretty much all interrupted somehow by either cars going off. And unfortunately for our Formula Fords, we had 3 of those guys go off. Our Retrovision XL drivers didn't even get around the first lap before we had a car off down there in turn number 6. So weather conditions and track conditions have certainly improved markedly in the last hour or so. So looking forward to a very fast day, an action-packed day coming your way here at MotorMall Raceway, Wanneroo Raceway. We'll be back very shortly with the official opening and race number 1.
Morning.
Good morning, everybody. Whether you're here at the venue or joining us on our Turn 7 Media live stream, welcome to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway for round 4 of the 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Racing Championships, brought to you by Bond Hire. Anything, anywhere, anytime, that is Bond Hire. Would you please be upstanding and remove your headwear for the Australian National Anthem? It's been a wet and windy night, but here this morning we're expecting 18 degrees and the chance of some showers to continue throughout the day. We start with a very green racetrack this morning, but as we've just been saying in commentary, it is starting to come good. The clouds cover is still there, lowering the UV on the racetrack. The racetrack is starting to dry out. We have got a huge field of racing coming your way today. 7 different categories, including the XL Cup, the Formula Vs and Formula Fords, Holden HQs, the combined category of sports cars, street cars, sports sedans and muscle cars, and then we continue with this huge program of production and improved production cars, and then we round it all out with the tin tops. Time challenge. Vaughan Brewer up here in commentary, and alongside me is the walking, talking, local, national and international encyclopedia of all things motorsport, Mr. Rob Haggerty.
Yeah, good morning, Brian. Good morning, everybody. Gee, I tell you what, I'm getting brighter and sharper every single race meeting, aren't I? It's amazing how much you think that I know about the sport. I'm reasonably good with the local motorsport. I'm not too bad with the national motorsport. I'm not too good with the international motorsport, Vaughan. So thanks for throwing that in. But nonetheless, looking forward to a great day of motorsport here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. And we're going to start off with a big bang, and that's our Retrovision Hyundai XLs, which are on the grid at the moment and about to head out onto the circuit, and they had a fairly polluted qualifying session earlier this morning, Vaughan.
Yes, they did, mate. Unfortunately, one vehicle ended up down there in the sand, and that was on the first lap after leaving the dummy grid, so not even around to the start-finish line for the first occasion. And as usual, the rain has thrown up a few differences, and the normal guys that we see up towards the front are going to come from the back of the pack. So as we look, we're going to have a look at Panizza, first-time pole position for this guy in car number 9, and alongside him on the front row, Zane Rhodes. But look how far Ambrosio is right the way down the field there, and there's some other people as well with Alex Hills, Noah Byrne, Harry Burns, Dean Hill. He's going to find himself starting out of the 3rd or 4th row as well. Yeah,
another guy who's well and truly way back in the field, and that's Chase Wildman, who's been improving with every race meeting in XLs this year so far. He's a newcomer this year to the series, and he's going to have to come from the back as well.
Of course, the XL Cup brought to you by Retrovision. Let's throw to our ad break for Retrovision.
At Retrovision, we're putting on a show when it comes to saving you money. Because at Retrovision, we have more ways to save on all the electrical stuff you love. We not only price match with our lowest price guarantee, but there's also no buyer regret with our 60-day price promise. Even better, RAC members save an extra 5% off every single day. It's like every day's a sale at Retrovision. So why shop anywhere else?
Excel Cup Racing is brought to you by Retrovision, Vulcan Panel and Paint, Motec Mechanical, dash simulators and events, and Excel Garage.
There's a decent sized field, Rob, about 20 cars here for our Retrovision XL Cup.
Yeah, these guys always turn it on as far as entries go. They turn it on in every way that you can be turned on for motorsport, to be honest, is this category. And here's our grid now up there with Panizza on pole position from Zane Rhodes in second. Back to Tristan Clamp on the inside of second row. Next to him is Colmar, and then we've got Clark, Hill and Burns. And then we're back to Byrne, Hills, Alex Hill, and then Millington and McGrath, Ambrosio, Walzak, Hasty, Shane Burns, and then we're back to Martin, Xavier, Ward, Wildman and O'Brien, and that's the way the grid lines up for the first of our XL Cup for Retrovision this weekend.
Let's see how fast Wildman can get going. He's right down the back there on the last row.
Yeah, of course he fell off into the sand trap on the exit of turn 6.
And away we go, and it's a good even start from Panizza and Zane Rhodes. They're going side by side. They're already up into third gear at the moment, and they're still going side by side. Zane Rhodes looking for an outside pass down there in turn number 1. I don't think he's going to be able to do it with Panizza hanging on only just by half a car length as they exit turn number 2. They're side by side up through the right-hander for the first time over the bus stop, and it's Zane Rhodes that takes over control into turn number 4.
Yeah, hardly surprised really. He's the man in form in 2026, that's absolutely for sure. Leading the state championship at the moment by a mile after having come in second last year in the state championship. So he's taken the lead very, very early on in this event as they head over the top of the hill for the first time and down into turn number 6. We're on board with car number 77, and that's Chase Wildman coming from the back of the grid. So that's a great car to have been on board with as he goes on the inside of somebody there and gets right into the tail of another car halfway through turn 6, and back to outside view now on our cameras as the cars make their way over the top of the hill for the first time, and it's now a good lead to Zane Rhodes as they head down to turn 7 for the first time.
Yeah, that's Walzak in the 94 for Forge, and yeah, we saw that camera car right into the boot lid there as they exited turn number 6. Well, there's one off, and that looks like Steve McGregor in the Napa Autos car. That's car number 2.
That looks like a red flag. Looks like a safety car as well to me, because that's right on line down there in the braking area into turn 7. So they'll definitely throw out a safety car for that if you can't get it out of there. And I suggest that he is buried, probably elbow deep down there.
Yeah.
So any moment now we're going to see those yellow flags and the SC boards come out. But Zane Rhodes at the moment has a 0.3 of a second lead over Panizza. Back to Tristan Clamp and Dean Hill, then back to Michael Clark, and there's that safety car that we mentioned.
And they're starting to move forward, as we saw Carlos Ambrosio already up into P8, Colmar into 9, and Alex Hills into 10. But Dean Hills has also moved up in car number 53. And unfortunately, therefore, Steve McGregor in the Napa Autos car just locked it up and went straight in. And once you get in the sand on a front-wheel drive car on a wet day like today, you're pretty much down and dusted.
Yeah, I think on that, in that particular part of the sand trap down there, I don't think it matters which end of the car's got the drive. I think you're going to be well and truly bogged down there. And we've already got our hard-working safety WS Sporting Car Club official crash crew down there on the inside of the corner waiting to drag that car back out onto the circuit, so hopefully we won't have a safety car session for too long.
Over 12 and a half minutes on this one, so this was actually an 18-minute plus 1 lap race. So luckily for these guys, it's an extended race for our Retrovision XL Cup drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. So as they stand at the moment going across the line, those gaps between the cars don't really matter now. But what does matter is that Zane Rhodes, our current state championship leader, in car 73, well and truly out the front of the field.
So yeah, the XL Cup, 18 minutes for race number 1, 18 minutes for race number 2. And it looks like they're only having 2 races today. So an extended race time being allocated for our Retrovision XL Cup drivers.
Yeah, so 2 longer races rather than 3 medium length races for the weekend for the XLs. So that's going to make a little bit of a change for their format for this weekend.
And that'll also assist people like Carlos Ambrosio, who started midfield and is already up into P8, the current state champion for XL Cup.
Yeah, and we mentioned Chase Wildman as well, starting from the back of the grid. He's up to 13th now, so he's going to hope he's going to get a good slingshot at the end of this safety car session so that he can get a couple of more places fairly quickly, as we've got our duck patrol sitting on the fence down there spectating, and they're enjoying their day out. Now the sun's come out as well, and they've got a shadow for the first time in the day.
Yeah, it's good to see the sun after yesterday, and of course through the night as well. Some pretty heavy falls around the metropolitan area recorded overnight. And there's that car of Wildman as we jump back on board again. This is what the driver sees as he's trying to keep some temperature into those tyres. But looking at the racetrack, Rob, just coming down the hill there on the dry line, on the inside there, it's still a little bit wet.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, the whole circuit's not dry. It's pretty much starting to get dry on line, but it's still some wet patches on the outside. We're about to go to a replay of the start, and that's going to be something great to watch, particularly if we get to see the move from Zane Rhodes on the exit of turn 1 on the replay as well. That's something that is going to be really worth looking for, hanging on the outside there.
Yep.
So here comes the replay now.
And this will be great. That was side by side off the line, as you can see. That's Rhodes in the 73 on the right-hand side of the screen. And they tilted in, and it was Pernizza tried to hang on, and he toe-to-toe with Zane Rhodes. Got to the entry, the breaking point of turn number 4, and Zane Rhodes just left that braking that half a car length a bit later than Pernizza and was able to sneak up the inside. But look at this big gaggle of cars as they headed up through the bus stop area and into turn 4.
Yeah, and that's not hard. That's not easy to do, hanging on the outside of turn 1 there. It's a very, very long way around that hairpin corner. And to be able to come out the other side more or less side by side and then drag race them up through the S's and into turn 4, very, very good effort from Zane Rhodes, and he's really showing his talent as the leader of this championship at the moment.
Steve
and Steve McGregor really locked up there in turn 6 and out into the boonies there on the outside of the circuit where he got bogged. So we're back to live vision now. We've almost got the car out of the sand trap down there in turn 6. It's at the back of on the back of one of the tow cars. And hopefully, not this lap, but the next lap after this, hopefully we'll get back to racing conditions.
That was really standing on the brake pedal, wasn't it? That was a huge amount of smoke that came off those front tyres.
Yeah, he's going to have a fair bit of wobble in that car from both the flat spot that he's put on those tyres as well as all the sand that are going to be inside the rims as well. So he's going to be feeling that back through the steering wheel as he heads out there around the track. He's going to hopefully jump on the brakes a couple of times offline and get a bit of the sand out of that as well. But he's going to have to get a little bit of a wriggle on to get onto the back of this field.
Oh, no, he's looped it again down in turn number 1.
Yeah, he's having a real day out, isn't he?
So possibly something not correct with that car up the front end there.
Of course, very experienced as Steve McGregor these days as well, several seasons in XL racing. So unusual to see him having those sorts of offs.
And many years of go-karting before he decided to go circuit racing up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway as well. So that really puts him at a disadvantage now, because I would say they're going to let this group go next time down the hill.
Yeah, I think so. He had an opportunity to maybe get a bit closer to the back of the field than what he's going to be able to do. Here's this camera angle in the S's as well as they come into turn 4. Great angle there as they come over the top of a fair old bump there at the top of the last S before you head into turn 4, hard on the brakes and into turn 4. So that's a great little shot there that they've got. So looking forward to seeing some good vision out of that camera throughout the day.
It's a very deceiving part of the racetrack over there at the bus stop there, isn't it? From, where we're looking down onto the circuit, you don't actually appreciate the rise. And also the TV cameras, they do take the rise and fall out of racetracks. You see that at Bathurst. If you've ever walked Bathurst, it's like a 45-degree incline in some of those.
Coming out of the cutting, and also the great dive coming out of Forest Elbow as well.
Straight down.
Much more severe it looks on the track. But up there at turn 3 and turn 4, there's a big crest there at the top, just at the top of the last S, and then it drops back away again before the braking into turn 4. And as you said, it doesn't look like that on the cameras, but it's actually quite a spectacular part of the track as we watch the field now starting to come onto the pit straight to resume this race. And look at this, really doing a great job as car number 73 as he crosses the line to complete his 5th lap. and out there with still 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go in this event.
And a very good morning all the way over there in Wisconsin in the United States. Taylor tuning in on our live stream, and also from other people all the way around Australia, including people over there in Queensland. So welcome aboard. Hope you're enjoying the Turn 7 media coverage of the West Australian Sporting Car Club Round 4 of our Racing Championships for 2026, brought to you today by Bond Hire.
Harry Burns trying all that he can to get around Michael Clark going into turn 4 that time, hanging on the outside, but in the end the inside line did Clark a favour and managed to get him back in front of Burns. But that's where the battle was heading into turn 4, and that lap back on board with car 77 at the moment, and he's right on the tail of a couple of cars in front of him. Can't quite make out who they are. I think that's car 23. It's Millington as well, so in car 23, but right on his tail. And car 94 just in front of him is Walzak. So coming over the top of the hill and trying to make his way forward is Wildman, who started pretty much on the back of the grid. He's got Dean Hill, I think that might be behind him. In car number 9, I can't quite make out who that is.
No, Dean Hill's up here in 5th place at the moment, coming under attack by Burns in the 3, and car number 7 is under investigation. That is Alex Hill for a breach of safety car procedure. So there could be a penalty coming up for car number 7.
I did notice a couple of cars when the safety car boards first came out up there in turn 4, looking like they were having a bit of a juggle between their positions and not sure whereabouts they were meant to fit into the lines. So could be that's causing him a problem. But look at Zane Rhodes. He's skipped out now to a 0.95 second lead, and he's got Tristan Clamp in car 13 behind him, who's under a lot of fire now from Clark, as Clark looks for an inside line as they head down into turn 6. Is he going to be able to make that move stick? And just looking there now, and I think he may have actually gotten down the inside of Clamp into turn 6.
Think so there. Oh, side by side and contact down there in turn 6 as one car off and into the Armco. Oh no, he's just
missed
pulled
the Armco,
up short.
Yeah,
that's 9. That's Panizza. So he's come out of 6 and made contact with another car and veered off to driver's right, and very lucky not to hit the Armco.
Yeah, that was really willing, wasn't it? As they come onto the pit straight once more. This battle for second place between Clamp and also Panizza. Not Panizza now, sorry. It's Clamp and Hill. Clamp and Clark, I'm sorry. They go across the line very, very close to each other. Fastest lap of the race is 72.7 on that last lap for Zane Rhodes, our race leader, now to a 1.6 second lead. Then we're back to Ambrosio, who's managed to make his way up towards the front of the field, as you expect for our current state champion. Back to Harry Burns, Dean Hill, Noah Byrne and Colmer in 8.
Yeah, good battle for what would be 4th place, with 5 cars contesting that, including Dean Hills in that group. But yeah, definitely 3 groups of cars now, with Zane Rhodes leading the field by 1.6 seconds as they head up and over the top of the blind right-hander at the top of the hill. It's the 2 Burns cars, and they are being harassed big time now by Colmer, and Alex Hills is in there as well.
Yeah, a bit of fresh air in front of Wildman now, who's managed to make his way up into position 10. So he's got a little bit of air to close down between himself and then Alex Hill in car number 7 in front of him, as we watch the cars come back into sight over the top of the hill, and some good side-by-side action there back for that 4th position place, as you mentioned earlier. 2 cars side-by-side, or 2 groups side-by-side.
Down the inside, Dean Hills having a very, very big look down there, and just about stuck his nose in and then decided to pull out. There's his car number 11, and that's Noah Byrne. He's ducking from left to right all over the place. It looks like one's very, very sideways all the way through turn number 1. He just kept his foot into the gas, and that is the 2nd place driver of Clark in the 28. But look, now we've got Tristan Clamp really starting to get on the back of 28 into turn number 4.
Yeah, and these guys need to work themselves together in the last 2.5 minutes of this event and see if they can't get onto the tail of Clamp and make it a battle for second place as they make their way back over the top of the hill and down the old pit straight. Looks like Michael Clark's well and truly got that second place under control at the moment, but there's no way they're going to be able to catch up to the back of our current state championship leader, and that's Zane Rhodes in car 73 at the front of the field now with a 2.2 second lead.
Yeah, doing it well. Driving away from the field now is Zane Rhodes, but this battle for second place between Clark and Clamp, that's going to come down to turn number 7, and we'll wait and see whether Clamp is going to throw one down the inside here. He closes up to the back of Clark, but he just won't be able to do it on this occasion, and they all getting through turn number 7 now, and they're starting to get a bit of distance between themselves. There's a bit of a battle on towards the back of the field here as they come across the line.
Good bit of defensive driving from Clark there. He just feigns the drivers right there coming down to turn 7 and just well and truly gave Tristan Clamp the impression that he wasn't going to be intimidated down there, but they're side by side now as they come over the top of the bus stop with Michael Clark on the outside. He's going to end up taking the long way around turn 4, and I think we might see Tristan Clamp almost being able to get down the inside here and back into second position.
Bit of contact there.
Yeah, still side by side, and now the inside line belongs to Clark, and he's going to swing across now and take that second position back away again, but Clamp still hanging on the outside of there. He's going to get his teeth rattled on that sawtooth curb on the extra turn 5, side by side down into turn 6 with Michael Clark on the inside, and I think Clark's going to eventually get the better of Clamp. Oh, have a look at this big move.
Contact.
Yeah, big move down there, and I think that might be by car 3 of Harry Burns. I think that might be Harry Burns. No, it's not. It's our current state champion of Carlos Ambrosio, who went well and truly underneath all of them, and Burns now starting to get on the back of Clark as they come over the top of the hill, and side by side with Clark now is Harry Burns on the outside as they make their way down with Dean Hills just behind him on the inside. Michael Clark hanging on the outside there. That was a great move by Clark there, managing to get back around the outside of Burns, but very wide was Clamp on the exit of that. That'll take the attention of the Clark, of course, there on the outside of turn 7 as he comes down to try to get down the inside of Burns. Not able to do it.
Not able to do it, but this is where the action is now for second place. There's a good 6 cars. There's somebody's missed a gear there.
Burns.
No.
Is it? I think that might be... no, it's not. That's Tristan Clamp.
Yeah,
so Tristan Clamp slowed down there at the S's there, and that's really unfortunate for him. He was having a great run. So into second position now is Burns in car number 3, back to Michael Clark, and then Ambrosio. Should be Dean Hill back there in 5th place from Byrne and Colmer, and then Shane Burns in car 333. Wildman's still stuck back there in 11th place.
No further action for car number 7. So that's good news for that team. So no further action. We just saw a view there of Steve McGregor. Somebody's run very, very wide. It's car
Clark.
28, and that is Clark, very wide off the circuit, and it looks like there's been a big brake lock-up on the entry into turn number 6 as well, while we were watching Clark recover from that. Just about out near the Hall Pack tyres there.
So there you go. Is that a double wave yellow that's over the other side of the circuit there at the moment by the looks? So that was Hills, I think.
Could be somebody off over there because there was a big cloud of smoke in the background.
Yeah, they were saying quite a few of them starting to go the wrong side of the turn 7 curb down there as well. They don't want to do that too often. But we've got a completely different complex now for second position with Harry Burns in second position just in front of Carlos Ambrosio, Dean Hill and Noah Byrne. Round out your top 5 at the moment.
And they've got last lap.
6 seconds to be able to get onto the back of the leader. So I don't think there's going to be any challenge to Zane Rhodes out the front of this field.
Here's our onboard camera again in car number 77 of Chase Wildman. He's got 4 cars in front of him, and there it is. The 94 has gone off down there. Walzak. He's gone off. Car number 94 is showing up as Mason Walzak, but I don't think that is it.
Yeah, well, 94 is definitely on our list as Walzak, but we'll see what happens.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, we will, but they're just going to leave that under a double wave yellow, which is a good move. And I've got a few cars that are actually being passed down there as well, which is a little bit worrisome at the moment. But here's our race leader onto the pit straight for the final time. He'll receive the checkered flag to take yet another victory in 2026 in the Retrovision XL Cup, and that's going to be just in front of a really great battle throughout the race for second place. It's going to be taken by Harry Burns from Carlos Ambrosio, Dean Hill and Noah Burns, and then back to car number 88, which is the Colmer car. And then behind car number 88, we're going to have Shane Burns and then O'Brien. Alex Hills finishing in 9th place from car number 10 of Ward.
Well, as usual, our Retrovision XL Cup drivers putting on an outstanding race there to kick off a huge day of racing coming up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Got our Formula Vs already down in the dummy grid. They'll be next to go, and then following the Formula Vs we'll have more open wheel action with the Formula Fords, as we see our official results on the screen with Zane Rhodes taking the win from Harry Burns and Carlos Ambrosio, and Dean Hill up there into 4th with Noah Byrne finishing in 5th place. And that was great to see. The cream really did rise to the top during that race.
Yeah, it certainly did. And And it's going to be very interesting now the track's dried out and we've got a more representative sort of like idea of where the cars are sitting as far as speed for the day goes, as to how the second race is going to unfold. Of course, over 18 minutes again later in the day, but it's going to be Rhodes and Burns on pole position on front row, and then from Ambrosio and Hill behind them. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how they go later in the day.
And they've got another 18-minute plus 1 lap race coming up later on this afternoon, so hopefully the weather conditions will be in favour of a yellow flag and safety car free race.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we're looking forward to later in the day.
Just having a look at their lap times there, a 1:12.5. I think the lap record is into the 11s, so they're not doing too badly compared to, they were the first race out on the circuit this morning.
Yeah, I think the conditions out there are really, really good. Once the track dries out completely, I think we're going to be seeing some really good lap times later in the day, provided we're given the opportunity to see that and there's no more rain as the day progresses.
Well, we do have 2 recoveries taking place at the moment, one over there at turn 3 and another one down at turn number 6. And we're just about ready to go to an interview very shortly in the paddock area with our roving reporters for Turn 7 Media and the West Australian Sporting Car Club in Jamie and Demelza. And here she is, right on cue. Good morning, Demelza.
I'm always on time, that's right. We are here for round 4 in the paddock, thanks to Bonds Hire, and we do have the winner of that last race, Zane Rhodes, with us. Zane, you had quite a lead with that. How are you feeling after that?
I'm pretty happy I didn't mess up the start. Usually, I do tend to mess up my starts, but good luck first couple of corners battle, and then they decided to battle on, and I managed to get a gap, and just stayed consistent the rest of the race, and just kept it a bit safe because you can still lock hell easy. Still a few damp areas, but yeah, super happy.
We did see the track clear up quite significantly compared to qualifying. How did you find the track and the car?
Can always tweak the car. There's always room to make it faster. Track will only get better from here. And yeah, I don't know, probably make a few changes. Why not?
You're going into the next few races leading the pack. There was quite significant competition behind you. How are you feeling with the pack today?
Well, as long as everyone gives each other room, I'm sure we'll all be fine. But yeah, I'd be keen for some battles and some good racing. But yeah.
Fantastic. And finally, is there anyone you'd like to thank and support?
Massive rap to Dad and my sponsors on the car. Went over East 3 times this year. Probably wouldn't have done it without them. So massive thank you to them for this whole year. Awesome.
Fantastic. Well, good luck for the remainder of today.
Thank you.
That's it from us here in the paddock. That was the Retrovision XL Cup. We've got more racing coming up very shortly, but now we've got some words from our sponsors.
Home Chef. Great tasting chef-prepared meals. Healthy, delicious and nutritious. That's the Home Chef promise. Home Chef. Real food. Delicious, nutritious, delivered.
Formula V Racing is brought to you by Home Chef, Litech Systems, BM Graphics Promotions, Everyday Heroes Occupational Therapy, Giant Mandurah, DMC Air Conditioning, and Designer Blinds.
Our Formula V sitting down there in the dummy grid, not too long to go, and they will get the release and head out onto the grid. And as per usual, look at the veteran sitting up there on pole position, Rod Lisson in the Ball and Sabre. And, of course, Borland's celebrating 40 years of race car manufacturing this year, with Jason Fowler alongside him. Then Ken Wyatt, who came from nowhere in the closing minutes of qualifying. He'll sit alongside Dave Campbell. Then we have Isaac Scarey and Mackenzie Gow. Amy Hollis and Jonathan Scarey round out our top 6. And it's great to see the silver cars, Rob, up there with the gold category.
Yeah, that's what happens when you've got a wet track, is that the horsepower doesn't matter quite so much, and it really allows the field to see some changes here and there in the grid. But now that it's dry, I think you'll see the 1600s back on top well and truly.
Yeah, just having a look out the back of the commentary spot, and there is a very dark cloud heading right over to the circuit, unfortunately, at the moment. So fingers crossed it's going to miss us. It looks like it's only going to affect the southern side of the circuit. So down there at 7 and 6, and maybe the S's over there at turn 4 and 5. We'll have to wait and see what happens. A good sized field. I think there was around 21 cars coming off a round of the National Championship here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway at our last race meeting. And as the cars have now been released from pit lane, as we said, Rod Lisson on pole position, and this guy has done many laps around this circuit.
He certainly has, and just looking at the Bureau of Meteorology app, it looks like those clouds that are coming over are dissipating. The rain that's in them is actually dissipating to just be very light as it comes over. So hopefully that's not going to affect us greatly. But yeah, it is quite a black cloud, isn't it?
Certainly is, and yeah, hopefully it'll be quick, sharp, and we can get on. We've just got to a dry race situation for race number 1 of round number 4 for the 2026 West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships. And it'll be unfortunate if it rains now, ready for these guys and girls.
Yeah, just as the cars without roofs come out, that'd be really lovely for them.
Well, they've probably set their cars up for a wet weather track too. Sorry, they've gone for a dry setup. And yeah, if it rains, it's going to really throw the cat amongst the pigeons.
Well, if that is the case, then anybody who's kept their wet setup from practice in there is going to be smiling, but I don't think anyone would have done that. But yeah, this is going to be very interesting with the first 2 rows, with some real hard charges with Lisson and Fowler off the front and Wyatt and Campbell behind them. And it's going to be interesting to see how long Isaac Scary can stay there in car 44 back in 5th place. But I suspect that he might be going backwards a little bit in the first couple of laps of this race before he holds through as one of the quickest 1200cc cars.
I see one of our top runners standing over there in the pit lane with Dave Casely, of course, watching his wife is Samantha having a run, and she's done very well since getting behind the wheels of these cars. She's right down there with Bruce Welsh, so this will be a great race between Samantha and Bruce Welsh coming up. They're down towards the back of the field, but as we've seen so many times, this group, they never break apart from each other. There's always somebody to race with.
There is indeed. All the way through the field, there's always great dicing, and it's always absolutely magnificent category to watch. But yeah, really great to see so many women in this category, and still more coming into the category as well. So
look at the wind, Rob. It's really started to pick up out there.
Yeah, and you can see behind the trees that it's actually quite rainy behind the trees there, with the cloud very low there. So I would suspect that we might see a little bit of precipitation, but I think it'll blow over pretty quickly with that wind.
Well, you got Lisson and Jason Fowler on the front row, and Wyatt and Campbell, 4 seasoned professionals at Formula V racing here in Western Australia. This is going to be a great race as we wait for our green flag at the back of the field. There it is. So we go into starters' orders and we wait for those red lights to be extinguished, and we are racing for race number 2. Race number 1 for our Formula Vs today. Red lights on, off, and we are away. And what an outstanding start from Jason Fowler, already trying to move across in front of Rod Lisson before he hits second gear, and he does. He gets in front of Rod Lisson. What a great start from the giant Mandra car.
Yeah, initial jump was Lisson, but then the second gear came in, and it was just all Fowler who just took off into the distance, but all safe through turn 1 for the first time as they head up through the S's and over the top of the bus stop and into turn 4 for the first time. And it's Jason Fowler just in front of Rod Lisson, and then it looks to me like it might be back to I think that might be Campbell who's gotten over White. Very hard to see from here, but I think
in the blue car.
Yeah, I think it might have been Campbell up there in 3rd position. So as we watch them come across on the screen and down the old pit straight, and yeah, really clean, a nice start for all of these guys in the first of the Formula V races for this weekend.
Well, Dave Campbell and Isaac Scary are also in that front running group as well. But look at Jason Fowler. He's really starting to put the pressure on Rod Lisson and drive away from Rod Lisson as they come up and over the top of the hill. The one in 3rd place, that would be Dave Campbell in the 58, trying to move up behind Rod Lisson, and does so under brakes. And then right behind him is Ken Wyatt and Isaac Scary.
Yeah, so safety car out at the moment. moment, unfortunately. So, and have a look at the back of this field as well. There it is. Is that car 96, is it? I think that's over there in the boonies. So you look at the people at the back of the field, and all of them are aware the safety car had come out, and straight away staying line astern as they come over the top of the hill. So well done to those people at the back for their awareness of what was happening.
That looks like Campbell Gow's car.
Yeah, I couldn't quite make it out. It may actually be Ross Campbell. I'm not 100% sure which car that is over there. I know that the second number I'm pretty sure was a 6.
Nose first off the concrete apron, so that won't take much to retrieve that car. But unfortunately, another race polluted here on a dry track for a change.
Yeah, so it is car 86 of Ross Campbell over there in the Gerbet, and that's a great shame for Ross. He's been doing very well over the last couple of race meetings here, and a great initiative for the WA Sporting Car Club, probably a good 10 years ago now, to put these aprons around the outside of all the corners to make it not only a little bit more of an area where if you do get offline and get your back wheel or front wheel out there, you can recover, but also makes it easier to recover the cars once they go off the track. So
it also gives you more racing surface as well, as we see on the exit of turn number 6. So we do have a replay of Ross Campbell heading down into turn number 6, thanks to Turn 7 Media. Here we go on board and see what happens. It's going to happen in front. I would suggest we're looking for a bit of a brake lock-up. No, he's actually locked the rears, and around he goes.
Yeah, he's actually caught it, tried to catch it and swing the front nose back around again, but unfortunately it was just a little bit too wide on the circuit, and it just put the car just off the exit of the apron and into the sand, and he wasn't able to get out of there. Right in front of Amanda
Hollis, who is this is her second race meeting, so that would have been a bit of an eye-opener for Amanda to see that car looping in front of her.
Yeah, but look, she did a brilliant job, didn't she? And just kept
straight
the line
to the inside.
Straight to the inside, and just kept the line through that corner, and off she went. So already got that car well and truly on the move, so we should see at the end of this lap that we're on now, as the safety car comes across the start finishing line, we should see a resumption of play. We've got another car stopped around the circuit as well, unfortunately, so we may not see that. Can't quite see where that car is. Yes, there it is, so that's on the
that's
turn
also
6
down
as well.
in 6 as well. So 2 cars off down there in 6. We only caught the one.
I think that has stopped on the safety car lap, and he's actually getting out of the car. So so it looks like that car may have a mechanical issue.
And that was the bright yellow car. Wondering whether that was Hamilton in car number 46.
Ava Hamilton, yeah, could have been the Argus DFE.
That's a very old car. That's done a lot of miles around here over its lifetime.
Neil McClay's old car, I believe, yeah.
And also participated, I think David Dearden owned that car, and was also running around Albany and Northam. Yeah,
so a car that's done a lot of laps around MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, as we watch car 86 of Ross Campbell come into the pit lane. So
that car's still being hooked up on the back there. You can see it on our live stream vision.
He's pointing to the front left, so I think he wants someone to come and wipe out the inside of the tyre because it's got so much sand inside of it. It's probably shaking the wedding ring off the finger as he comes down the hill and tries to keep the car in a straight line. So they're just scraping out the inside of that for him, and there's a bit of sand down the ground that's come out of that in the pit lane, so he'll be feeling a little happier about that. Nothing worse than getting your inside of your rims full of sand when you go off, and it really feels
vibrations.
Like, yeah, it feels like all the wheel weights have come off the wheel, and it's about to depart company with the car. It's a terrible feeling.
So that's David Stuckenberg in the 66 that is behind the recovery vehicle down there in turn number 6. We're down to 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, so unfortunately this race is going to be polluted big time, as I can see our tilt tray getting ready as well, so maybe that car is not towable.
Yeah, that's the Mako. So it's unfortunate for Stuckenberg. He hasn't had a great deal of starts in that car yet, I don't believe, and it's a big shame for him.
What a good sized field, coming off a round of the national championships. It looks like we've got probably 3 or 4 cars that I could think of that are not here. Kathy Lissen's not here. Of course, she's still recovering from shoulder surgery. And there's another one off over there in the S's, mate. The red one near the Battery World sign. So unfortunately, we're going to have to remove him as well.
They're falling like flies, aren't they?
A few reliability problems, which is very different from these Formula Vs. They normally run all day, every day.
They definitely do, and that's a really a big shame for the Vs. It looks like this race is going to actually going to almost finish with just one flying lap, or even under safety car.
With 2.5 minutes remaining, and they're still recovering that car over in 6, and now they've got another one with another recovery vehicle already at that red car over there in turn number 2.
Have a look at looking at the age of the drivers in the 1200s, and gee, there's some young drivers in the 1200s, isn't there? Lots of 17 and 15-year-old Ava Hamilton, and a couple of 17-year-olds and a 19-year-old, and then you look into the 1600s, and the youngest of those would be Jonathan Scarey, and all the rest of those guys, other than Matty Matthews, of course, are all starting to get a little bit into the Middle Ages, and they do a great job. You wouldn't know, because they're certainly still very competitive and very quick.
Well, that goes well for the future of Formula V racing here in Western Australia. It's always been a strong category over here for many, many years.
It has indeed, and of course Formula V racing started here, I think, in around about the same time as HQ racing, in about 1989, I think it was, or thereabouts. That Formula V racing, it started off fairly small, but grew quite large, and they're another great, we're talking about the HQ Association, the Formula V Association is another great association, and very friendly and very social, and help each other out. So if someone has a impact with the scenery, or has a mechanical issue, you can see just about the whole field pouring over their car in between the races, seeing if they can't get them back out on the circuit again. So a great category to get involved in is the Formula V. There's a couple of them actually up for sale at the moment as well on various websites around the place. So if you want to get involved in a category which isn't going to completely tear the pockets out of your trousers as far as the costs are, and want to get involved with a great group of people, Formula V is definitely one that you want to have a look at.
Well, for our live stream viewers, we're going to have a replay of that cracker of a start from Jason Fowler in car number 10 for Giant Mandra. And it was initially a good jump from Rod Lisson on the inside, on the left-hand side of our screens as we're watching. But once second gear, Jason Fowler just came straight across in front of Rod Lisson, and it wasn't dangerous. We just out-horsepowered him to turn number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. He had the room and the space, and he just swung it over. Look at it, he's already got about 4 car lengths on the exit of that corner. And then also a big gap then back to third place, where David Campbell got over the top of Kenny Wyatt and managed to take that third place away from him. It's a good little battle back there further in the field as well. So, on board as well with this guy, looking at the spin that was in front, and that was Ross Campbell, who almost caught it but just ran out of room on the outside. And we're back live once again. We've got the yellow car off on the infield of turn 6.
That's Stuckenberg?
Yes, Stuckenberg's car, and there's it
looks like that may be Alan Yo, the 77 that was over there in turn 2.
Okay.
So safety car is off and into the paddock area. So we will go racing here. We're actually minus 18.
Yeah, we'll get one lap, I'd suggest.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it looks like the last lap board is out. Green flag on display. We're going to go a 1-lap screamer here for Jason Fowler for Giant Mandra, car number 10. Rod Lisson.
I think. Oh no, it's a green flag.
Green flag.
I'm lying. Yep.
But Jason's out to 4 or 5 car lengths yet again. So it looks like he's definitely got the horsepower advantage over Rod Lisson today. And then they go back to Dave Campbell in the 58.
Yeah, then we've got Kenny White, I think, back there for the Giant Mandra. And then back to Scary, still there in car 23. And, of course, that's the 1600, just in front of his brother Isaac, who's in the 1200. And is currently leading the Silver Series. And then we're back to Gow's, the Gow family.
Daughter and father, Mackenzie and Campbell Gow. The 18 and the 32, then Renan Block, Renan Sanchez, Wilkins and Matty Matthews rounds out 12 in car number 92. But there's nothing, you're not going to take it away from this guy. He's already up and over the top of the hill. He's increased the distance between himself and Rod Lisson. So he's definitely got the speed out there in race number 1. And it will be Jason Fowler for Giant Mandra, who comes out in the Sabre. Of course, built by Borland, and he will take the race win for race number 1 over Rod Lisson in second place. Dave Campbell comes across for third, and then Ken Wyatt. Jonathan Scarey will hang on for 5 over Isaac Scarey, and then we have Reynold Block gets in front of Mackenzie Gow, and Campbell Gow finishes in 9th, and Renan Sanchez rounds out our top 10.
Yeah, Matty Matthews behind that, just in front of Wilkins. Just crossing the line now is Paisley, she's managed to get up into 13th place, just in front of Sedans. And then we've got Quinn, Hollis and Campbell. Brucey Welsh is just about to come across the line as well, I believe.
I think
he's off, actually. Yep. Yeah, no, you're right, he's off. So was Hollis. So that's the way they finished. So 4 cars, and we've been ripped off again. Once again, like what happened a couple of times last race meeting, our Formula V race has been unfortunately taken from us with a lot of yellow flag running. But the good news is that cloud swung to the south of us, and we've not seen any rain from that. So that's the good news. It's a little bit brighter behind it, so it looks like we're going to stay dry for our next event, which will be Formula Ford, I believe.
Yes, it should be our Formula Fords, and actually it looks like Time
Challenge coming down,
making their way out onto the circuit. So yeah, we've just been advised that there has been an update to our timetable for today. So Time Challenge will be our next event. And that's unfortunate there for Bruce Welsh, making his comeback year again. He's doing a Johnny Farnham, mate, where he tells people he's retired, and then at the next race meeting you find him back in a car again. Yeah,
it's a hard sport to depart from, I can tell you straight up. It's very difficult to step out of a car and say that's the last time. So anyway, nonetheless, that was our Formula Vs for their first event today. Looking forward to seeing them back on track a little later.
Of course, Bruce is running car number 30, which is celebrating 30 years of racing Formula Vs in Western Australia.
Yeah, unbelievable, 30 years. So
they must have some sorts of records, the Formula V, not only for like the longest runner being Bruce Welsh, but also the amount of females involved in the category as well. That's got to be some sort of a record.
Yeah, I think that World Record will be up there for sports cars as well. He's been racing sports cars since the mid-80s, so I think he'd be pretty close. But we're going down to an interview. We're going to be down there, and you can introduce this form.
Yeah, we're going to throw down to our roving reporter down there on a pretty wet and wintry day down there for Jamie. Good morning, mate.
Good morning, Vaughan. Great to see you again, and great to hear from you again. I'm joined by Jason Fowler, who came out in first position for that last race. Pretty disrupted race, Jason. How'd you feel about it yourself?
Yeah, I was going all right until the safety car out. I had a good lead. I had a good start. I was happy with it. The track was dry, and a few safety cars and a few cars off. Doesn't help things, but no, it's all good.
We expect a lot of pretty poor weather today. So did you actually prep for the wet weather more so than what you're experiencing out there on the track at the moment?
No, the car was set up with a dry setting in the qualifying, and I haven't touched it. I'm not good in the wet.
Listen, Formula V's is one of the most competitive categories we've got here at Wanneroo Raceway, MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. So why I'm suggesting that is that, I mean, obviously you feel a fair bit of heat out there on the track with the competition from all your cohorts in Formula V's. So, I mean, really, on a day like this, is a bit of a leveler, isn't it, when it comes to weather? I mean, you expect people that haven't done so well with the sort of the forward positions to sort of come from the mid-pack to the forward. So what did you feel out there on the track?
Track was good. I noticed there were some 1200s in the top sort of 5 or 6, which are good in the wet, so that's 1600 struggled a bit. The 1200 guys did a really good job at qualifying, but no, the track was fine then. Hopefully the rain stays away for the rest of the day, because I'll go backwards.
Do you think that maybe with regards to with the weather that may get poorer this afternoon, will that change the sort of the way the positions are going to be felt on the track by the end of the day?
Oh yeah, I think the 1200s will come past us 1600s, and we'll go backwards. So they're doing a good job in the wet. So I'm struggling in the wet. So
are you really? So was it just the power of the vehicle just didn't seem to handle the turns as well?
Old tyres doesn't help. I should put new tyres on, but no, I'm just not used to the car. I've only had the car this year, so I'm still getting used to the car.
So from the start of the year, have you had a sort of a trajectory that you wanted to sort of reach this year with the car and the way it's shaped up?
Yeah, it's been the top 3 or 4. I'm happy to be up there. Doesn't matter where I am. There's one guy, Dave's out today, so he's usually up the front. But all the guys are fast. So as long as I'm competitive, I'm having fun and no damage.
Yeah, great, Jason. Listen, good luck for the rest of the day. I hope you stay safe and stay on the track as well. Thanks, that's all from me, and it's now time for a break.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sets, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher, and Radlink Communications.
Time challenge. Race number 3 for a huge day of racing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. We're going to bring up our positions for this one, and it will be car number 44 of Guelphy on pole position with Michael Costa in the Shelby replica fastback Mustang. Then we have Hutchinson and Joe Douglas. Tona Stanker in car number 11, the little Volkswagen wagon, and Luke Van Smalen in car number 5, the GT86 Toyota. Matty Galton's out there as well. Peter Dybel in the what resembles the Pertec Racing AU Falcon, the saloon car. Dickens, Jamie Scott and Heath Malkin round out our field in car number 84. A good size field for our time challenge. It's one of the more, I don't know, the category that you can have a lot of fun in.
Oh, absolutely. They're brilliant to get around and do your time challenge out there. It's almost as good as going out there and racing outright. And these guys are pretty serious about their event as well. As we watch the 944 Porsche Turbo cross the line just in front of that gorgeous replica Trans Am Mustang fastback. And they head down for the first time. So the idea behind this is to set a lap time in your qualifying and then try to hit that lap time exactly spot on. Lap after lap after lap, what Vaughan calls snake eyes, which is the 0-0.
The 0-0s.
Yep. So you want to try to hit that time as often as possible, and then you won't lose any penalty points. So it's all about consistency.
I tell you what, that Porsche 944, he has set a 67-second lap, which is that's flying.
Yeah, it's a good lap time, 67 seconds, and it's not surprising really, because I think that's a former competition car, and the Porsche 944 turbos, they were nothing to sneeze at as far as the horsepower went. They were a pretty quick little car.
I can definitely see it's got a roll cage in it, and there's no registration number on it.
Yeah, I think that's one of the cars that used to race up here in the Porsche Cup many years ago when we used to run a Porsche event up here. People like Kevin Clifton and people like that who used to run in it.
But let's see what he can do. 67 seconds, obviously set on a dry track. He goes across the line, and it's a great lap. 96 demerit points. So he ran 0.96 slower than what he had actually allocated. So that's a great way to start off his day.
Yeah, Joe Douglas doing a great job with 194 penalty points as well in second place, and he's a tough competitor. Look at Stanker as well. You mentioned him being pretty amazing. And Van Smalen, look at that, only 90 points away from him.
Oh, Matty Galton jumps to the top with 76.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And 1 minute 13 is what she said. Peter Dybel, he's getting used to this car and used to this sort of competition as well, and he's lost 38 points only on that last lap. So everyone except Malkin has crossed the line. Here comes Malkin now.
And that just shows you don't need the fastest car, because Peter Dybel is back towards the back of the field. He was third from the back, and puts himself up into P1 at the moment. Heath Malkin, the last car that just went under us in the start-finish line, he jumps up from 11th to 5th.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the absolute brilliance about this particular type of competition, is that you can get out there in any car. It doesn't matter what lap time you do, as long as you're within...
Zeros. Sorry, mate. Guelphy in the Porsche 944 has just put in the perfect lap. 0 demerit points.
Yeah, he was 2 10,000ths off his fastest lap. Off his set lap time, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, 0 points. So he remains after 2 laps on 96. So it'll all update now as Dybel and Galton go through. But that's going to, I would say, that will put him up towards first or second position. He's already moved up into second now. Heath Malkin up into third, but they still have to cross the line to reel off lap 2. So it's when we have a look at our scoreboard, Rob, it's consistently changing. You can have a guy on P1, and all of a sudden you go from P1 to the back of the field because you've been held up behind a car.
Well, it's only Malcolm who hasn't completed his second lap now, so Guelphy is definitely up there in first position after that snake eyes on the last lap. Here he goes across the line once more. What's he done this time? So this time he's lost only 72 points again, so he's gone a bit quick that time. He's into the 66s in that car now.
Gee whiz.
So So we've got Joe Douglas that we're on board with at the moment in car 88. That's the Subaru BRZ, beautiful Subaru blue-coloured car. Brakes really late. Anytime that you brake after that flag point down into turn 1, you know that you're on the limit. So very smooth round turn 4, comes out of that, gets into third gear, across the apex of the first S, and then swings across over that bump that we talked about that goes over the top, and then downhill braking into turn 4 before you get that nice camber, and you stick on the inside. You let the car just straighten up just briefly now before you turn across to turn 5. You want to stay off that sawtooth curb on the outside and into fourth gear now as he comes down towards the braking area. You'll brake it around about 75 metres and then stay on the outside as long as you can, and then swing it across at the drain on the inside is where the apex of the corner is. You get your boot into it now and you let it drift right out to the outside curb on the exit of the corner, which is what he's done. He's coming up behind Malkin, who's in front of him. He'll pass him on the inside as they come over the top of the hill, and then this is the part where you can have a little bit of a breath and check all the temperatures and make sure all the needles are hanging in the right place. Down here about 110 metres braking into turn 7. You just want to miss that curb. It's a big curb on the inside of there. Let it drift out to the curb on the outside of turn 7, back into fourth gear and across the line. That's a lap of MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
And also on the way down the hill, it's a great opportunity to test if you've got brakes.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to give it a bit of a tap. And of course, you in a road car, particularly where you've got, quite often you'll sit at the traffic lights with your foot just resting on the brake or something, you'll end up with slightly warped brakes, and so you can get a bit of brake knock-off as well. So you just want to make sure those brake pads are right up against the face of the discs coming down into the corner, so you've got a really nice pedal straight away.
Starting to close up at the front, it's Guelphy in the Porsche 944 on 206. On 286, it's Thomas Stanker in the Volkswagen wagon, and then we have Joe Douglas on 630. The 657 is Costa in the Shelby replica. Then Heath Malkin, although he's a couple of laps down now. Peter Dybel into 6, Matty Galton up into 7. It is really starting to close up now. The worst out there at the moment, 2,828 with 470 scored on the last lap for Hutchison.
Yeah, and Guelphy's going a little bit fast at the moment. He's about 0.4 of a second faster than his nominated time, which is still very good given the greasy conditions of their practice session. So they've definitely chosen a pretty good time for that car. But he'll be having a look at that time and maybe taking a couple of tenths off that before the next event if he's able to do that.
There's car 5. That's Van Smalen in the GT86. Just rounded up Heath Malkin, and they come across the line. There's the 11. That's Thomas Stanker as well, just in front of this GT86.
Yeah, so provided that your car's capable of going within, I think it's 115% or thereabouts of the fastest lap time that was set in the qualifying, then you can come out here and virtually anything and do this. You don't have to have a fast car. And you can get out there with just a long sleeve shirt and a helmet with a fire extinguisher and a little triangle on your car and a number. And you can get out there and have a hell of a lot of fun in these time challenge events.
So we have a look. There's 100 points now separating first from second. It's still Guelphy from Thomas Stanker, and checkered flag is out, so that will round them out. They're on their 6th lap, but only 5 of them count.
Surprised to see Jamie Scott so far back in the field.
Yeah.
He's normally one of our front runners.
Oh, he's running 3 seconds quicker than his allocated time. That's why.
Yeah, that's why. It's because he's been a little bit conservative with his lap time, given the wet conditions. He felt that it might have been a wet day, so he's made a mistake with his time that he set. But the checker flag out now, so they're just finishing their final 5th lap. And they've all done that now except for Malkin, who's a couple of laps behind, as you mentioned. So it looks like it's going to be Guelphy in car number 44, the pretty little blue 944 Porsche Turbo, that's going to take out the first event for our time challenge.
So our results are already through, and it is the 944 of Michael Guelphy who takes the win from Thomas Stanker in the Volkswagen wagon. Joe Douglas, as you said, Rob, right up there in the placings in the Subaru BRZ, and 4th was Peter Dybel. And rounding out the 5 at the moment is Heath Malkin, although we have to wait for Michael Costa to come across the line in the Shelby Fastback.
Yeah.
But there they go. They are official now. So it's Guelphy from Stanker and Joe Douglas.
Yeah, so entertaining event there. It's watching some cars get around the track fairly quickly and very well driven. And well done to all those guys for the first of the time challenge events.
From weekend warriors to major infrastructure projects, Bond Hire is the name WA Trust for quality, reliability and service. Of course, they are our proud supporters of round 4. being today here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway for the WA Sporting Car Club Racing Championships for 2026. And having a look down on the dummy grid at the moment, our next category looks like it's going to be our sports sedans and sports cars. So they are heading down into the dummy grid at the moment, so it'll be a couple of minutes before we get away with race number 4 for the day. Don't forget, lots more to come your way through the day. 7 categories of racing, including open wheels and, of course, all of our Tim Tops. So we're just about ready to head down to Demelza, who's got somebody down there in the pits for us.
I do. I am here with Michael Guelphy. You have just had a spectacular time challenge race. How are you feeling after that?
Very good. Yeah, that went very well.
How did you find the track as opposed to qualifying? Because we did see the track change with as the weather cleared up.
Yeah, my qualifying was quite good, so it dried out for qualifying, so that was nice. And then out there was perfect. It couldn't get any better conditions. It was fantastic.
And how long have you been racing in the time challenge category for?
I'm a rookie. I'm Porsche Club and do round the houses type stuff. And so I'm just sort of starting out. So it's my second event.
Wow, so you definitely got to be happy with how you went today.
Very happy, very happy. Yeah.
And what made you decide to get into the time challenge category?
Through the love of these cars, the Porsches, the 944s, and with Dad racing in the past. Yeah. Really good.
So there is a little bit of history in the family with racing?
There's a little bit of mucking around in the family for sure, yeah. So.
Fantastic. And finally, heading into the final racing today, how are you feeling after that lap, that race that you just had?
Yeah, I'm not sure how quick I went. I got to match my time, so I'll go have a look at it. It felt pretty quick, but you slowly get better and better when the track gets better as well. So we'll see. I'm not 100% how I went time-wise, but we'll see how we go. But it was good. It was clean.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for chatting with us today, and good luck for the rest of today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
That's it from us here in the paddock. Thanks to Bonds Hire. There's a whole heap more after this.
Street Cars and WA GT Racing is brought to you by ADH Golf and Utility Vehicles, Pool Edge Systems, Okie Dokie, Mezstore Mezzanine Floor Solutions, Swan Towing, and TA2 Racing Muscle Car Series.
Okay, so we've got street cars, sports sedans and sports cars on the circuit with Ryan Humphrey on pole position from Walter Epple, Ron Moller, and then back to Pavey, Barton, Zoccoli and Chevrolet. That's how they line up on the grid for the first of their events for this afternoon. And for this morning, and it's looking like it's going to be a fairly competitive run at the front of this field between Humphrey and Epple, Vaughan.
Yeah, we saw Walter Epple slowly bridging that gap in qualifying to Ryan Humphrey in the Chev-powered Falcon. So now that we're in race conditions, let's see what can Walter Epple do in that beautiful little Porsche. And the third row, or the second row, will be Ron Moller in the Trans Am from America. And then Chris Pavey, Chris Barton, Neville Zoccoli and Chris Chevrolet round out the field.
Speaking of Chris Chevrolet, we're on board with Chris Chevrolet at the moment in the V8 BMW 3 Series. And a car that he's done a lot of work on to get onto the circuit this weekend. He's had some problems with that car, getting to grips with it and getting it all engineered and sorted out after he put the V8 in it late last year, I think it may have been. And he's got that purple car on the track at the moment. Hopefully that's going to be going well for him. 2 warm-up laps for this category and then I believe a rolling start.
And just thinking back, can you imagine that, well, when we first saw Chris's car when it came all the way over from England, it had looked like it had done 10 rounds with Mike Tyson, but he's certainly prepared the car now. It looks like a real quality BMW.
Yeah, it does. It looks good on the circuit. It looks really good on the circuit and resplendent in that purple colour scheme. I do like a purple race car. They do look good. And And also really well prepared and driven by Chris. Chris is a very, very busy man, as I mentioned earlier in the day. He's our WA Sporting Car Club Competition Events Committee Chairman, and he's behind a lot of decisions that happen with regards to racing up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and organising the race meetings and being the promoters and everything. So he does a lot of work in the background, and also looks after this BMW as well as his everyday work. So he does a great job, and he's a very busy man, and it's good to see him able to get himself back out on the circuit for an event this weekend.
Well, some more good news is it looks like we've got some blue sky out to the west, which goes well for MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. There's no rain within the foreseeable future. And everybody down in the paddock area will be thanking the lucky stars that it looks like the rain may have passed, well, temporarily for the next couple of hours anyway. It looks like we're going to have some clean, dry running.
Yeah, I hope so, because, it'll be great. So lining up over the top of the hill now together, and they'll do a good job of being in line as they come down over the top. Fairly small field, but a fairly quality field.
Coming down in towards turn number 7. Ryan Humphrey in that car that once he used to drive to university in, and now it has morphed into this one. The Chevrolet powered Ford Falcon.
Yeah, not much of his unicar left in it though these
probably
days.
The door
probably
handles.
just the door handles and the roof. Yep.
And away we go, and it's a great start from Walter Eppel. But look, up the inside goes Ryan Humphries, and Ron Moller trying to sneak up the inside of Walter Eppel, and he does so as well. So maybe Ron has got the decent dry weather tyres on now and can actually start to go forward.
Yeah, we were quite surprised in qualifying that he actually was quite a long way behind these guys. So it's good to see that he's made his way back into second place. We look at that beautiful camera angle going into turn 4 at the top of the S's there. But Ryan Humphrey, I think they're going to be battling to catch this guy. He's so far out in front of the field already after only half a lap.
Ron was super sideways going across the top of 3 there, just before you get hard on the brakes and try and bring the front end back down towards the asphalt. Let's see what happens next time across. Of course, they take a while to get those big boots nice and warm on the Trans Am of Ron Moller, but currently in second place from Ryan Humphries at the moment as he squares it up down the MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway main straight. It's Ryan Humphries in car number 30. It looks like he may actually have a new sponsor on board this weekend as well, with Silverize.
Yeah, it looks like he may have as well, and that car is so well prepared, and it's always very, very quick and well driven up here by Ryan as well. But I was just about to say, this is a 12-minute race, and of course with their 2 warm-up laps as well, we're down to only about 7 minutes left in this event already. So as it stands at the moment, it's a 1.7 second lead to Ryan Humphrey over Ron Moller, and then back to Walter Eppel, Neil Zockerly, Chris Chevrolet, Chris Barton, and back at the back of the field, I don't think he's actually made it to the event, is Pavey in the other BMW.
247. Walter Eppel all over the back of Ron Moller down there in turn number 6 at the moment. So every lap Ron's tyres are getting warmer and warmer, so you would expect the Trans Am to soon to start to drive away from the Porsche of Walter Eppel, but under brakes, that European car just has it all over the big, heavy American Trans Am.
Yeah, it certainly does, and it's a shame that these are such short races here, because it'd have all over both of them if it was a long distance race, because that's what these cars are designed for, these Porsches, is for longer distance races rather than sprint races like this. But Walter Eppel, as I mentioned before, you were talking about Formula V drivers and how long they've been racing in Formula V. Walter Eppel's been racing sports cars here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway since the mid-1980s. So he's well and truly now into his 50th year of racing up here in sports cars.
Yeah, that's got to be nearly a record within itself, particularly for this category.
Yeah, absolutely. He used to race. We started racing in a little Sports 1300, sorry, little Haggis U2 Clubman, and then he went into the Porsches, and he stayed with the Porsches ever since. He used to run a very nice early model Porsche with the German flag colours on it, with the red and the yellow and the black, and then he's moved into several other Porsches over the years, including the ex-Walker silver car. That's a very, very quick little car.
We jump on board with Chris Chevrolet as he crests the top of the hill and down towards turn number 7. Hard on the brakes now, back up into third gear, around about 110 kilometres an hour through turn number 7. Squares it up, comes out, stays well away from the ripple strip, which is really advisable on these wet and damp days. and across the start-finish line, back down into third gear again, late on the brakes, as Rob said. Anytime you jump on the brakes and you're already past the ripple strip, you are really onto a flyer. As you can see him through the left and rights, up and over the bus stop, hard on the brakes again. He's going to hold it up into third gear here, all the way through the long left-hander, straighten the car up just temporarily and then throw it to the right-hand side. Try and stay off the ripple strip out there on the left-hand side, and then fourth gear as he pops down towards turn number 6. Back to third gear nice and early, so looking for some decent drive out of turn number 6. Lets the car float right out to the concrete apron on the left-hand side, and now we just crack gears all the way up and over the top of the hill.
Fair bit of lift happening under that bonnet, isn't there, as we watch that wobbling, particularly at this point of the circuit where it gets quite a bit of air under it and gets quite a bit of lift as he comes down, brakes at around about the 135 metre mark thereabouts, and nice and smooth around the corner. The car looks like it's behaving itself quite well.
It does, and it sounds brilliant too as it goes underneath our commentary position here, down in towards turn number 1. And as you said, that purple really pops when the sunlight is on it.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I think it looks magnificent. So great to sit on board there with the BMW, Chev-powered BMW, as he makes his way up into turn 4 once more. But as it stands at the moment, 3.3 seconds is the lead at the moment to Ryan Humphrey. Fastest lap, though, to Ron Moller in second place, a 58.3, and he did that on his last lap. So he's fairly pedaling in that car, although that fastest lap's now been stolen off him by Ryan Humphrey in the race leader, 58.06. And of course then we're back to third place of Walter Epple. He's some 2 seconds now behind Moller in second, and then it's a big gap of 21 seconds between Walter Epple and fourth place of Chris Chevrolet, who we were on board with.
Yeah, then we go back to Neville Zockerly and Chris Barton round out. Only 6 cars circulating out on the circuit at the moment. Now, these guys are running 3 races today. Normally they only have 2, and they're around about 15 minutes plus 1 lap. So they've gone back to the traditional 12 minutes plus 1 lap. As Neville Zockerly coming out of turn number 7 now onto the main straight in the Chevrolet Corvette. Normally we see Neville running around in time challenge as well, but looks like he's decided just to stay on board with this category this weekend.
Yeah, it looks like it, and this is always a very well prepared and reliable car as well for Zockerly. So he makes his way through turn 1 and heading up towards turn 2 and across to turn 3 at the jump or the bump there, downhill braking, and then into turn 4.
Ryan Humphrey starting to come up on the back of Chris Barton at the moment in car number 48 as they negotiate turn number 4 and 5. And Zockerly just disappearing over the top of 5, so he'll be looking in the rear vision mirror, seeing a big grey Ford Falcon heading his way very, very shortly.
Yeah, it won't be long until he's got the race leader on his tail, that's for sure, as he comes out of turn 4, just about coming into shot, and there he is.
Yep.
Just in shot there, about to come around and lap Zockerly in the Chev Camaro. Corvette, sorry.
Ryan able to put the pass on Chris Barton on the way into turn number 6. And just accelerate up and over the top of the hill. Second place Ron Muller has also got through on Barton. Now it's Walter Epple's turn, and he'll just dive to driver's right and drive straight underneath Chris Barton in the 48 for Shockworks.
That gap between first and second place, still 3.5 seconds, and still doing fairly similar times. On that last lap it was a 59.5 to Humphrey, a 58.7 for Muller, so he closed it down by around about 0.8 of a second on that last lap. 58.9 for Walter Epple, so they're staying more or less a similar distance between them, fairly equidistant is the gap between the first, second and third. And again, then back to Chevrolet and Zockerly, Chris Barton at the back of the field.
That's not bad when they're negotiating traffic at over 100 mile an hour, is it? I was expecting Ryan to possibly get the better of it and drive away, but no, it's still status quo.
Yeah, I mean, you never know with Ryan. He sometimes goes out and just wants to set the world on fire and set the track ablaze with his lap times. Every lap is a winner for him, but he seems to have just backed it off just a little bit in this event. Maybe he's on older tyres and he just wants to save it throughout the day. He's got maybe he's got a lead that he can just monitor as he goes across the line. I just saw him then looking in the rear vision mirror to see whereabouts Ron Moller was behind him. In fact, Moller, I think, starting to come under a bit of attention of Walter Epple.
Yep, he's closed that up to 0.7 of a second. It was out to over a second and now definitely under brake. So maybe there's something going on with Ron Moller's car. The big heavy Trans Am, he's got the little lightweight 911 all over the back of him as they head up and over the top of the hill.
Yeah, you have a look at the lap times over the last 3 laps on the bottom of your screen. You can see that it's fairly equal. They've all had, they both had 2 fastest laps. And both more or less the same sort of lap times, but it just seems that under brakes, and particularly down here where it is very brake dependent into turn 6, he really closes up onto back, and I think that he's going to take this second place away from Moller fairly shortly.
Yeah, trading fastest laps over the last 4 laps have these two, Ron Moller and Walter Eppel.
Definitely quicker in a straight line as the Chev Camaro.
Yeah, he's just taken a big gouge out of the ripple strip on the exit of turn number 7 as well. So that'll slow his terminal speed down into turn number 1, and that allows the little lightweight 911 to close right up again behind the American Trans Am of Ron Moller, car number 7.
And I believe that Ryan Humphrey now out on his final lap of the event. So he's received the last lap board. So if Eppel's going to do anything, he has to do it on this lap, and I'd suggest it would be down into turn 6. But if he does manage to get through on turn 6, he's then got to be able to fight off the big Camaro. He's lost it.
Wow, that is unusual there. You don't see Walter Eppel loop a car very often up here at MotorMall, Wanneroo Raceway. The GT3 911 would have ended up in the Armco if the old pit wall was still there.
Yeah, that pit wall that took a lot of cars away from us in the early days of the circuit here that has now thankfully been removed. But not only that, but also those big tractor tyres used to be quite close to that too. And we saw a few cars go into that after the Armco fence was removed. But look at this gap now between first and second. Really did close up. But thankfully the checkered flag's come out for Ryan Humphrey. I wonder what happened then, because that gap came down to half a second at the last in the last lap.
Yes. Don't know, maybe I think Ryan's just nursing that car this weekend, so like you say, maybe some old tyres on board, but Ron Moller was charging.
Yeah, he certainly was, and he managed to get Walter Eppel out of his rear vision mirror on the last lap, so that gave him the opportunity to look forward instead of backwards. But very good save there from Eppel, coming across the line still in 3rd place, although some 15 seconds adrift of Ron Moller. And then back to Chevrolet, who has crossed the line already, and so is Zaccoli and Barton, and that's the way they finished the first of the street car and sports cars sports sedan event here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
We go back on board with Chris Chevrolet, just acknowledging all of our hard-working officials out there and acknowledging the flag marshals. And, of course, if you'd like to get close to the action, get in contact with the West Australian Sporting Car Club or the Wanneroo Flag Marshal Association and get close to the action. And you can't get any closer, can you, Rob?
No, you definitely can't. And great group of people as well. We talk about great group of people up here. There, another great group of people are all the officials that are up here every single race meeting. And very wise of Chris to be acknowledging all of those, given that he's the chair of the Competition Events Committee. But he's a great guy, as Chris, so he'd be doing that regardless. But yeah, no, if you want to get involved in motorsport and you want to get close to the action, that's the way to do it. Get in there and become an official. Always screaming for officials up here. So yeah, definitely a good way to get involved with the sport.
So our improved production and production cars will be out, and that is a PB, I've just been informed, for Chris Chevrolet.
Yeah,
and
best, excellent.
it looked and sounded mint. So got the director of Lux Performance up here at the moment in Brent Peters. So thanks very much for that, Brent. And car number 75. The BMW E36 of Chris Chevrolet, a personal best set in that last one, as we're just about ready to cross down to Ryan Humphreys, who's been cornered down there in the scrutineering shed by Jamie.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ford. Actually, we're joined by Ryan, who's just taken out the first place. Ryan, congratulations, well done. How did it feel out there?
The track was quite good. It's probably just trying to get the confidence after a wet qualifying with wet tyres and then switching over to dries. And you know, us amateurs probably lead on the side of caution to try to come back in one piece. So, yeah, tried to judge it as quick and as hard early as we could, and then sort of manage it and maintain it to look after the car when we were sort of set up for a setup that we thought was going to be a bit wetter than it was then. So, no, the track was really good.
Yeah, but he obviously performed well. There's a fair bit of heat going on behind you in 2nd and 3rd place between Rod and so forth. So, I mean, did you feel any competition on the track, or you got out front and just were able to keep your sort of ascendancy there?
Yeah, look, the crew and that, we could see what they were doing. They were battling each other, so we knew that just took a little bit of the pressure off us when they're two battling each other instead of driving forward. So, no, it was good to see them dueling like that.
You said that your car's running a bit hot. So did you push it to an extreme today, or did you actually? It's just the way the cars come out of this race.
So we have no fans on these cars. So as soon as you stop moving, everything just heats up. So when I'm on the track, I'm fine. As soon as I stop, normally my pit crew are running around after me with a fan. So I normally would have them here waiting with a fan and it would be fine. But with no fan, she just soaks in. So yeah, she gets warm quick.
You've only got one race to go today, isn't it?
No, we've got.
You got two more.
They've sort of changed the timetable around a little bit. We've got two more. I've got my fan coming now, so the pressure's sort of coming off us, I guess.
Great. Mate, all the best for the rest of the day. Keep going and get this car cooled down as fast as you can.
Yeah. And thanks again for the Sporting Car Club and your guys' camera crew. It's always wicked to watch this stuff, and my pit crew and everyone that helps me out. So really grateful.
Yeah, so I'm grateful as well, because especially to Pull Edge Systems, who has sponsored your category this today. That's all from us here down at the paddock. We're taking a short break.
True performance goes beyond power. It's built on accuracy. From routine servicing to tailored upgrades, every detail is considered. At Precision Auto House, your trusted specialist in European vehicles, where your car is treated like it should be.
Improved Production Cars and Production Cars Racing is brought to you by Precision Auto House, TRP Ductwork, BM Graphics, and Knight.
Welcome back to MotorMall, Wanneroo Raceway. This is our improved production and production cars over 12 minutes and 1 lap. We've got our grid up on the board at the moment. It's Matt Cherry in the Holden Monaro, from Steve Turpin in the Holden Commodore. Then we have Mason Legg, the BMW, and the RX-7 of Trent Hookermau. Jim Jellin is out there in the Honda Civic, and we have Horan, Neil Pollard in a very quick little Honda as well, car number 19. Joel Corello, Burns, Craig Poole out there in the Tirana, Lane Woodhead in the Cooper S, Riley Whitholm and Delphin. And joining us for this one is Brent Peters. Brent, we'll get to you very, very shortly, mate. We are just about ready for a start here for our production cars and our improved production cars. Green flag shown at the rear of the grid. We are just about ready to go. Red lights will be on any moment now. Revs rise. And away we go, and it looks like it's a very good start for Matt Cherry, although Steve Turpin gets up alongside of him, and now the power of the Monaro comes to play and drives straight up the inside of Steve Turpin as they go through turn number 1. A good even start from everybody else, but it's the 44 of Matt Cherry starting to drive away from Steve Turpin. Good morning, Brent. How are you, mate?
Yeah, not too bad at all. They those two V8s out the front just got off like bullets, didn't they? And Derek Burns, I'm not sure if some of the guys back in the mid-pack had an issue, but Derek shot through the middle of everyone.
That's good to see Derek racing, getting ready for the improved production nationals coming to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway later on this year. But the production cars, mate, haven't they exploded this year?
Yeah, it's starting to take off really, really well here, which is good to see. They're easy cars to drive, the more modern cars, and we're starting to see a lot more coming over. We're down a little bit in numbers today, but from the national meeting during the week, it's sort of winter, everyone's struggling a bit to get out, but yeah, IP and production cars together, it's a good show, good numbers on the track, and again, more modern cars out there. It's awesome to see. Jimmy's new Civic is wild, and Mason and Mark and the two V-dubs, they're just flying up the front there.
As they cross across the line, there's Laurie Whitholm in the RX-8. And behind Laurie Whitholm at the moment, it looks like we've lost Joel Corello, Woodhead and Delphin. They're still waiting to come across. Here comes Woodhead out of turn number 7 now. That Mini's going extremely slowly. So that looks like we maybe lost Delphin and Joel Corello.
Yeah, and it looks like Michael's got a flat or something going on in the left rear. I'm not sure. It's crapping a bit.
just noticing, you see that shiny part right down the middle of the racetrack. I hope that's not coming out of Michael's car, because it's now starting to smoke. That's not good. Oh, and there goes Cherry. So there is oil down on the circuit somewhere. It's very unusual to see Matt Cherry loop the big Holden Monaro. And as you can see, Steve Turpin, he's gone to the inside. We've got a major oil down all the way down the main straight, and possibly all the way through to 2 and 3.
Yeah, Emma's just had a big whoopsie in the four-wheel drive as well coming into turn 7. So I'd say, yeah, that's looking pretty gnarly.
Yeah, down there I can notice how shiny it is. Down here from the start-finish line, there's a line that runs right the way down through. Oh, there we go. There's a crash there. Somebody's gone in. That's
Mark. And this is his first race out in this new car he's brought from over east. It looks like he's locked up on that oil and gone into the wall down there.
He has. I can see the skid marks, mate. 2 drivers left just after the pit exit. He's gone straight into the wall, unfortunately. So he has actually come across that oil, and unfortunately, that's probably game over for him.
Absolutely devastating. He's such a lovely guy. His first time out in the car yesterday, and he's not a bad peddler.
Wow. So everybody else is going very, very gingerly down this main straight here. So there's going to be a massive clean-up about to take place here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway as Steve Turpin comes across the line. He is actually the leader on the circuit at the moment from Trent Hookamau in this beautifully prepared RX-7. Then we have Mason Legg in 3rd place. Derek Burns has moved up to 4th position overall. And then we have the stricken car of Horan down there, Craig Poole in the Tirana. Then we have Lane, Laurie Whitholm up to 8th, Tim Riley in 9, Jim Gellan in 10th, and then, of course, the spinner of Matt Cherry, Neil Pollard, and the broken car, the Mini Cooper S of Michael Woodhead, car number 98. Not what we like to see at all in any category, but particularly when it's your first race meeting. So safety cars, and of course you can see the massive recovery team heading down in towards turn number 1. We're going to go to a replay of that incident very, very shortly, but you can just see how shiny it is down there. It's right in the middle of the racetrack, so right down, I can start to see it occurring here, but obviously down in turn number 7 there must have been the start of it down there into 7. And then it's gone all the way around up to the S's there.
Just surmising, I'm wondering if he's banged the gearbox on the way in, downshifting into 7, and that's what's done it, maybe.
Yeah, although I can just see a bit of a tinge right out to the right-hand side of the circuit as we look at it. But it's definitely increasing here from the start-finish line all the way down to turn number 1 and 2.
It's going to be terrible for the racing later on as well, because it's right down the middle, and you know when it's wet, Vaughan, you want to be in the middle of the ground of the track. You don't want to be over those pit boxes if it's wet. So
I think everybody's going to have to go to drivers right down the main straight for the rest of the day, unfortunately.
Yep.
But then it looks like the car has come across onto the racing line down there. There's 1 car width between the curb on the right-hand side and the oil slick on the left.
Oh, and it just sucks the way everyone's having to cross over it. Coming out of 7 and into the right side as soon as they see it. It's but the recovery crew, they're pretty well versed in oil spills down here. They'll get it cleaned up pretty well. They that coconut husk they put down actually does a ripper job.
So we can see the cars lining up behind our safety car, and it looks like Matt Cherry's gone back. He's the first car that the safety car has picked up.
Yep, it looks like Mark's out of the car down there, so hopefully he's all right.
See the big skid marks on the grass there. He was completely locked up when he's gone across. And, of course, with all the rain that we've had over the last 24 hours, when he's hit the grass, he's probably accelerated, unfortunately.
Absolutely. It's, not a good thing.
For our live stream viewers, we're going to have a look at our Turn 7 media replay. This is from the start of the race, and we'll obviously catch that incident. As we see the great getaway, it was very, very even until Matt Cherry tried moving across on Steve Turpin to hold him out wide. and he was able to hang on to that lead as they headed up through the bus stop area for the first time. Cherry pulled 2 or 3 car lengths as they crested over turn 3, and then they over for the first time. Big lock-up for Matt Cherry. We missed that one, and that's what's actually caused his spin. It was a big brake lock-up. And Steve Turpin lucky not to drive right into the bonnet of the Racing Dynamics Holden Monaro of Matt Cherry.
So you see the oil down the track there now. Everyone's straight over top of it, the poor guys.
So they're already there. So when he's hit the brakes, we're waiting for a car to veer left, and there it goes. Oh, that was a big one. So unfortunately, that's Horan unfortunately gone. Just the wrong place and probably a little bit of inexperience there, Brent.
Yeah, well, he's balked up. I'm not sure. Inexperienced. Mark's done a lot of laps overseas, but he was chasing Mason in pretty hard, and I think he had Neil Pollard on the inside of him there, so he couldn't obviously cut in. Yeah, just.
Well, to be fair, he had Mason in front of him, so he probably didn't even see the oil.
No, he would have been that fixated on what Mason's doing, and they're both. So the thing there with Mason's car is the 60th anniversary Polo, Golf, I should say. Yeah, so Mason in the 60th anniversary Golf, and then Mark's in the slightly later model TCR Golf, which has got a little bit more boost up its sleeve. So they would have been looking forward for a good fight. Now they've red flagged it.
Yep, so they have red flagged it with 60 seconds remaining, so this one will probably be declared until we get some word from Motorsport Australia. We're going to take a short break here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway while we get our recovery teams in action down there at turn number 1. Stick around, lots more to come your way today at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and thanks very much to Brent Peters for joining us. We will catch up with you through the day. Thanks, mate. All right, we'll be back very shortly here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Well, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a large oil spill that we need to clean up before we can keep going with racing. We're looking at around about a 15 to 20 minute delay. As you can see, the cars are being recovered from turn number 1 at the moment, but we also have to attend to the racing surface itself. So we are going to take a very short break here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and we'll be back with Jamie and Demelza very shortly. in racing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Going to cross down to Jamie and Demelzo, who are doing something a little bit unusual. They're going to go for a bit of a walk and have a chat to some people down there in the paddock area.
Thanks a lot, Ford. Yeah, actually, we always seem to be doing something quite unusual, especially when there seems to be a break in the championship day. There's a lot of accidents on the track, a lot of cars coming off. And
absolutely, and the weather, we saw the weather quite rainy this morning, and then we've seen it clear up, but that actually does do a lot to the track as well.
Well, especially those that have had a strategy of sort of like preparing for the wet weather, and the wet weather hasn't sort of manifested itself thus far today. So it's going to be interesting to see how the racing sort of pans out for the rest of the day. Now, obviously, a lot of people are taking a bit of a break, taking advantage. If you swing the camera over there, Lee, you can see there's quite a few people over the canteen.
Early lunch has just been called.
Yes, absolutely. So maybe we should go over there and talk to somebody that's having a bit of lunch. Maybe we'll just wander over here. Come on.
And come through.
Obviously, everybody else can hear us on the loudspeakers as well. Are you enjoying the racing today? Are you competing, or you're just here to have a look? Your son's racing. How's he managing? Yeah. What categories is he racing in?
He's in the XLs.
XLs? Great. One of the most competitive categories here, aren't they? Unreal. Unreal. Have a great day, won't you? I hope your son goes extremely well with the championship day. So let's go back and see what's happening with the cars, because obviously there's a fair bit of interest in what's happening while they get a chance to get themselves together. Hey, guys, how are you? All here to sort of participate and help out for the day. Don't go anywhere. Come on now.
I like how they're running away from us.
Yeah. Tell me about your day so far. How you been travelling?
Not very good. Had a oil leak in the CV, and then put it in the sand heat one. So not very good.
So the oil slick on the track, we can blame you for it, can we?
Oh, not yet.
Are you getting the oil leak sorted out? Are you getting a bit of work done in the brake?
Oh, I put a new CV in, so it's all sorted out. And then sand's cleaned up and stuff. Yeah.
And who gives you all the support you need when it comes to your car?
Oh, Dad, Mum, big main sponsor Forge, and everyone else that helps me.
Now, I believe we also may have...
we'll just squeeze past you.
Is this Dad in the background?
It certainly is. It looks like the guy that's doing all the hard work.
Yeah.
Hey, mate, I'm Jamie. Great to meet you. Tim. Hey, Tim. Great to see you. Tim, a few issues with the car. Tell us about what you're doing in the brake to sort of fix that.
Well, we had to pull the CV out because we had a clip that was faulty, so it was leaking. The oil was bypassing the CV joint.
Did you prepare for wet weather racing today, or did you actually prepare for a bit of a, just see how it comes when you get here?
We do have wet tyres, so we did come prepared. Yeah.
So did you actually put the wet tyres on to start with, or did you just go straight out with the, what you expect for dry weather?
Just dry weather. We went out. It wasn't wet enough for wets.
How are you feeling heading into the remainder, the final two races for today?
Well, we've only got one more.
Oh, one more.
But you got longer races though, longer duration on the track.
Pardon?
You got longer duration on the track though, seeing you've only got two more races to go.
Well, I think we haven't raced for 5 months. Yeah. So we're sort of just finding the feed of the car. We've just had the engine rebuilt and everything, so we're sort of like making sure everything's okay. So we're not expecting too much.
And is this first season here?
Yeah, first season year. So.
Coming up from go-karts?
Yes, yeah, we came from go-karts, yes.
And Tim, what's your background in racing? Were you a racer yourself, or were you just purely there for the mechanic side of things?
No, never raced. Just learning as we go. So, yeah.
And so where did the interest come for your son? Has he always been interested in motorsport?
Yeah, he's been petrol head ever since he was tiny. Yeah.
And you?
Yeah. We're sort of into vintage cars and stuff like that. So we've got a 57 Bel Air at home, and yeah.
So maybe you should be competing in the historic touring car category.
Oh, that's too expensive to put on the track, mate.
Keep it in mothballs at home. Yeah. Listen, Tim, good luck for today. I hope you get your problems sorted out, and I hope you become more competitive throughout the day's racing.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers. Thank you,
much.
Tim. Great to meet you.
So let's continue down in pit lane.
We're not seeing too many people, but at least there seems to be a fair bit of action going on with the cars that need it.
What we
for
can
sure.
let you know is that we do have more rounds coming up for the championships, and it just shows you can come and check out all the cars. You can, when there is a grid walk on, you can come and check out the grid walk.
And let's
at
not forget about the
lunchtime.
fantastic canteen that seems to cater for everybody's taste and other food and drink, which is great.
The pit stop canteen is the perfect place for your pit stop.
It certainly is. Retrovision obviously features fairly strongly when it comes to the XL category. It's great to see them sponsoring again. And of course, this entire championship day is sponsored by Bond Hire. So thank you, Bond Hire, for giving us the support we need here at the WA SCC.
Not sure if
championship
you can
rounds.
see it, but we actually do have some Bond Hire signage all over the racetrack today.
We have, actually.
And the Raceway today, so you can check that out as well. If you are watching at the live stream, I believe we have some international and national viewers as well. So a big hello and thank you for supporting the WA Sporting Car Club and all the races that are down here today.
I believe we've had people checking in from Scandinavia, from Canada, from the US.
Canada, I did
as well
hear
as
Canada.
Southeast Asia, which is
Yes.
remarkable. So obviously they love their competitive racing as well over there, which is fantastic.
That's exactly it. So we do have more coming from MotorMall, Wanneroo MotorMall Raceway a little bit later on. We will see the rest of the Excel Cup for today's round. We've got Formula Vs that are coming up as well. We've got the production cars and improved production cars, and I believe you have stopped on me right
We
now.
have. I'm stopping here because I want to say hello. Hello. Is it Hayden, is it? Great to see you, Hayden. Well done. Now, Hayden, tell me about your car and how you've been how you've been travelling today.
We've got Ava, who's probably the youngest female driver in WA.
How old is she?
She's 15.
15?
She got a racing licence before she got a driver's licence.
Hayden, I can't believe the amount of interest that women, especially younger girls, are having in motorsport. I mean, where do you think the interest comes from? Does it come from the parents, or is it something that just innate in themselves?
I think young girls are driven. Yeah, they've got a natural need for speed.
And how fast is Ava going?
Ava's started out in go-karts, and her first race here last weekend in the wet, she got third. And it's the first time she's ever driven a manual car.
Incredible.
So she's actually over there in the pits if you want to have a chat with her.
We will eventually, obviously. We'll try and do our best. We're just doing a bit of a stroll around while we're having a bit of a break in championship racing and sort of seeing how people are managing. So how long have you been involved in motorsport?
About 40 years.
40 years. And you're a driver yourself?
Was. So now I feed her.
Fair enough, but it was great to have that level of support. And one thing about what I've noticed here over the years that I've been involved here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway is how much family lineage there's involved with people that are racing from the young right through to the grandparents.
In the Formula Vs, we have a big family organisation. There's lots of daughters and sons and fathers. They all race together. Yeah. And that's why we decided to join them, because it's a great, great format.
And a great club as well, obviously.
Awesome. We're new to the club. We're new to everybody, but we feel like we're home.
And Formula Vs are a very unique vehicle, so you probably need that level of support with the rest of the club so you can keep your car on the track successfully.
Well, Ava just dropped out on the last because of a fuel problem, but we had like 10 guys standing around the cart, everybody with their fingers in it, fixing it, and she's ready to go for the next round.
And did you compete in Formula Vs as well, or were you in some other category?
I was off-road racing.
And why did you give it up?
I got injured.
Oh, that's a fair reason why. Yeah, and you don't want to take the risk of going out there and it happening again.
Reconditioned spine, so game over.
Game over, but at least you're there to support your daughter, which is incredible. Hayden, great to meet you, mate. Have a great day's racing, and to your daughter as well. Thanks for your time.
Now, Jamie,
Yes.
no one is safe from us. We
Carlos.
spotted Carlos walking with getting some chips and gravy, and we thought you'd need to come and have a chat with us. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well.
And we've got a
How
mini
are you?
Ambrosio
We
here as well,
do.
which is lovely. Good to see you, mate.
We were talking, you were just talking about families, and it's just so lovely. Like, we see your family here all the time, and it's so lovely to see here on the track.
Yeah, it's awesome. Like, all my three boys have been to the racetrack since they were born, and they get involved with it, and they love it. They love, like, cleaning the car between races, and it's awesome to have the family around.
Now, you have been back on track today. Hasn't been going as great for you. You were towards the back of the pack to start off, but you did pick up quite a number of places there in that last race. How are you feeling heading into the next couple of races?
Yeah, that was a pretty interesting race. So this morning we got qualifying completely wrong. Qualified P12, but yeah, managed to get through to P3. This year we're racing a couple rounds in the Burns Motorsport spare car. It's a very undeveloped car compared to what we were running last year, but it's still awesome fun.
Carlos, sorry, you have changed it around this year a fair bit. You're not sort of running in your normal category or getting that sort of result. So what's changed this year that people need to know about compared to past years where you've been at the head of the pack when it comes to the XL Cup?
Yeah, we couldn't stay away. We said we're going to have 12 months off, and then we got an offer from the Burns to drive their spare car. So yeah, it's a totally different car. It's just a stock engine. We just put our setup in it, so it's very underpowered on the straights. But we put our little tweaks to it to make it quick through the corners, and yeah, it's a night and day compared to our car last year.
I guess it provides an interesting and a new challenge for you leading into this championships as opposed to the car that you're used to driving.
Yeah, definitely. You've definitely got to work for it. So, I used to get out my old car and be like I'd been on a lounge chair. But this one, you get out sweating a little bit. So you really got to work for it. And yeah, it's actually really good fun. You've got to go back to basics and really drive the car and understand what the car's doing. And you've got to kind of look forward to every different corner, like what you're going to do at the next corner, rather than just drive it.
Now, Carlos, I heard rumours that you're actually going to be driving outside of your normal category, being XL. So what other categories have you participated in this sort of like break that you're having from your regular competition?
Yeah, well, the plan was to jump into saloon cars later this year. We're just looking for a good car, but there's nothing really that we like at the moment, so we're not too sure if we go down the road of building a car, or if something comes up at the end of the year, we'll jump into it. But we've got a lot going on at the moment outside of motorsport, so at the moment it's good to just take a step back and do these rounds throughout the year.
And you've got a really young family as well.
Yeah, like my young bloke, he's starting go-karting as well, so I'm sure all my time's going to go into that, so yeah.
But Carlos, the difference between XLs going into sedans, I mean, that's a massive difference, especially when it comes to the power of the vehicle. So when it comes to your race strategies, I mean, how much do you have to adapt from what you're used to with XLs with something that's much bigger and much more powerful?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of differences. Doing XLs for 10 seasons, front-wheel drive, so jumping into a rear-wheel drive, going to have to learn a lot, but I'm sure the basics are there. So we've seen a few of the XL guys jump into saloons and they're quick straight away, so yeah, should be good.
Looking forward to seeing it as well. All the best to you, mate. Have a great season if we don't see you in the pole positions and so forth. But you've always been greatly competitive, and a lot of people admire exactly the history that you've had here at Wanneroo Raceway. So well done, and look forward to having a chat to you in the near future.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
All right.
Thanks, Carlos.
Oh, sorry, there we go.
All right,
there we go.
so
After you.
we are heading this way, Jamie. We are heading
Back
this
to where we
way.
started.
We are going back to where we started. And of course we will have our lunchtime wrap to see everything and chat with Vaughan about everything that has been happening this morning.
Well, it has been a
We've
fairly
had
disrupted morning.
Quite a
so
morning,
really,
haven't we?
as they always say, when it comes to sort of the wet weather racing, for those in the mid-pack, they certainly have the opportunity of sort of improving their championship points and probably scoring a bit more than what they're used to. So, that's interesting to see how today's going to plan out. But I have to say that the disruptions really have, thrown it throw the cat amongst the pigeons, so to speak, because no one really knows where they're going to stand. Here he is. We're almost catching up with Vaughan now.
We are. It's almost like we're sharks and we're creeping up on him, but I feel like he's running away from us. Don't worry, Vaughan. We're catching everyone today.
Well, we still don't know if the weather's going to sort of make its way over us in the next few hours. We are here until nearly 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with the weather. Look, days that we've had here, we've had all weather, all different seasons in one day. So we definitely, who knows what's to come and what the track is going to be like.
I think what we should do is go over and visit the
well.
Bond Hire stand that's erected at the moment, so we can give them a good plug, because it's great to have that level of support from a company of this sort of magnitude, especially when it comes to our championship days. So let's wander over here as we go, and have a look at some of the Bond Hire stuff they've got on display here.
So lots of different...
Solar panel lighting systems. This is going to be great for things like traffic management and so forth.
And data signs over
data
here
signs,
as well.
Essential for things like traffic management, as well as great for events and that type of stuff, which is sensational. Hey,
That
Vaughan.
is exactly
Come in,
it.
mate. Come in. Good to see you, mate. Now, listen, extremely disrupted morning when it comes to racing. How did you take knowledge of that when you're up in the commentary position? And what did you see out there amongst all the categories?
It's been a pretty frustrating morning for not only us, the admin staff, the recovery teams. They're working overtime at the moment. That's a huge oil down at the moment. It starts right over the top of the hill and goes all the way pretty much around the entire 2.41 kilometres.
And almost every car's been affected by that oil.
Yeah, and it will do for the rest of the afternoon. Now, what we don't want now is any more rain this afternoon, because that'll bring that oil back to the surface. Even though it's been cleaned up now with the kitty litter, there's still residue there. And as we saw with the unfortunate incident with Mark Horan, once you're tucked up behind the car in front, you can't see the oil until the last moment, and it's too late.
Incredible. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. I mean, there's a bit of a setup here for the supercars coming up and so forth, but which is looking going to be a pretty impressive weekend. But I have to suggest that when it comes to championship days like this, when it is so disrupted, I mean, what have you got out of it so far? Who's been a bit of a shining light in the few races that we've seen this morning?
Well, you just interviewed the guy, Carlos Ambrosio. Great to see him. He was right back in 12th or 13th, and he finished up in the top 3, I think, of that one. So that was a great, impressive drive in the Retrovision XL Cup.
Especially because he's had a pretty disrupted season. He's not really been that committed as he has been in previous years. So really, for him to come up from 12th up to 3rd, that's an incredible effort. But again, his driving skills are renowned here at Wanneroo Raceway.
Yeah, and like he told you guys, he didn't qualify the best. That's probably one of the worst qualifying appearances I've seen from Carlos in many years, but to fight back like that was an outstanding drive. He couldn't take it away from Zane Rhodes, though. He qualified in pole position and just drove away 6.5 second win in a race polluted by a safety car.
And we're actually seeing Tristan Clamp come up in the last few races. I've noticed he has definitely been getting up in those top places for the championship.
Yeah, definitely. And Chase Wildman is another young fella to keep an eye on in the green 77. He had our onboard camera for Turn 7 Media, and we got some fantastic shots of what it's like to drive a front-wheel drive 4-cylinder Hyundai XL around MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. It was some great vision.
And there was some great racing with those top places as well. After Zane had kind of hit quite a substantial lead, the second, third and fourth places, it was anyone's guess who was going to take them out.
Yeah, it was, and unfortunately we had a bit of contact down there in turn number 6, and it sent one car off. And then, we had a few other disruptions with safety cars as well. So I don't think anybody's actually run we had the Formula Vs. They were able to get through their entire race until we had 2 go off, and then another car broke down. So that caused an extended safety car period, and unfortunately that race was a one-lap screamer.
And that leads to the Formula Vs. How are you seeing that category today?
It's very early to say at the moment. When you get polluted races, you can't tell who's doing what. We need to go 12 minutes plus 1 lap or a 15-minute race. But keep your eye on Rod Lisson. Looks like Rod's having a great day so far in the 71. Dave Casely's sitting out this weekend. He's looking after his wife Samantha's car. And as far as the 1200s, it's Isaac Scarey and, of course, his brother out there as well, doing a great job as well.
And the 1200s were showing great sort of like movers on the lead 1600s on the track, weren't they? They were showing some good signs because of this wetter track, or dare I say, where the oil slick's been and so forth. The care they've taken has been an advantage for the 1200s.
Yeah, well, they unfortunately qualified on a very wet and slippery track early this morning, and the 1200s, they can race right up with those 1600s in the wet, because the 1600s can't use all of that additional power that they have. So it brings them back to the field, and as we saw, we had a 1200 sitting in P4 and 5.
And we don't really see many breakdowns with the Formula Vs, but even with the few issues that Hayden was mentioning with Ava's car. I mean, that was fixed in a matter of moments. Again, because that club have got that great sort of family atmosphere and that sort of welcoming and helpful atmosphere when you join the club, that any problems that they're manifesting on the track get fixed in milliseconds when they get off.
Yeah, I was disappointed that he said there was only 10 people helping. Normally there's 30 people down there helping. It is a great bunch of guys and girls down there, and we were just talking in commentary a while ago. It's got to be some sort of a record for Australian motorsport to have that many females involved in a particular category. It's fantastic.
Combined category, mate, of the supercars, sedans, street cars, muscle cars, etc. How did you see that race? And obviously the big American tanks seem to be outdoing the European cars on the track.
Yeah, for second and third, but you can't take it away from Frankenstein, as we call it. Ryan Humphrey in the Chev-powered Ford Falcon, just able to get a bit of a distance and maintain that distance, but the battle was really on for second and third between Ron Moller in that American Trans Am and the 911 GT3 of Walter Eppel. They put on a great race. I'm looking forward to race 2.
So the muscle cars in particular, do they have more ascendancy in the mixed category than most of the other vehicles competing in that race?
Well, they've got the most horsepower, as you would expect. But again, if it rains, look out, because that'll bring Walter Eppel in that little lightweight, very nimble GT3 Porsche. He'll come right up to the front.
We're just getting a bit of abuse thrown at us from a passing golf buggy.
I feel like it might actually be a fan club, to be honest.
It's a Vaughan Brewer fan club. That's it. First time ever, Vaughan. You got the number one fan, the president of the club's with us.
That was my ex-employer. And, he'll cop it later on this afternoon. But, I can remember a time on stage with you where I got more attention than you, Jamie.
Improved production. Let's talk about that category. It was a bit of a mix-up race again, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, and unfortunately that was the race that we had the big accident that has caused this massive delay. Unfortunately for Mark Horan, he's jumped out of open wheel races, gone into production cars. First time on the track yesterday afternoon, and the car is not looking very good this morning.
I saw it appear at scrutineering, and the front end is absolutely wasted. It's gone.
Yeah, unfortunately that was a big hit, and as you said, he was tucked right up the boot lid of the car in front. Didn't see that oil until it was too late, and of course he's applied the brakes right on top of that slick, and because those cars have ABS, the front left-hand wheel has continued to have drive, so it's just driven the car to the left-hand side over onto the wet grass from last night and early this morning, where the car probably accelerated into the fence. So, an unfortunate end for Mark Oren.
But even in our previous championship day that we're here, there was plenty of wet weather, and there was a lot of cars sliding off the track. But there was very few bingles. It seems to be a few more bingles today, and of course the oil seems to be running more havoc when it comes to the racing than just the wet weather.
Yeah. A lot of the drivers would rather either have it wet or dry. You don't want to have a little bit of water out there on the circuit, because it upsets where you apply the brakes and how hard you apply the brakes, and you've also got to worry about what's going on around you as well. So, it throws in another variable into this fantastic sport we call motorsport.
Now, also the time challenge category, they have run a race today. We have seen quite an interesting race this morning as well. Can you tell us a little bit about that category?
Yeah, Michael Guelphy, you interviewed him straight after the race. One of his first attempts at time challenge, and to take home a win straight off the bat, he'd have to be pretty happy in that beautifully presented 944 Porsche. And looking forward to seeing what Michael can do. 2 more races coming up for time challenge after our lunch break, so let's see whether he can continue it on for the rest of the day.
Absolutely.
And we're going to talk about production cars. Is that what I've heard in my ear? My ear's just gone dead, unfortunately. So, did you hear that call?
No, I lost it as well.
Well, I think we've spoken about just about every category. The time challenge that I love about the time challenge is the fact of the discipline of actually staying in your groove. And there was one guy there that had 0 negative points scored against him because he was right on mark for one of his laps.
Yep, that was Peter Dybel, who you guys have interviewed in the past in that Pertec. It's a saloon car. It races in saloon cars, but he can also race it in time challenge. And he got what we call snake eyes, 0.0. So no demerit points.
Peter loves a time challenge because it really is a discipline. And when I've spoken to him about it before, being able to sort of understand your car, especially on no matter what the weather's like here at the track, and then coming up with the predicted time per lap. It's really it's a very clever effort on his behalf.
And
and he's consistent with it too.
Well, yeah, and that's what it's all about. That's what it used to be called regularity. Now it's called time challenge. But Peter is a bit of a master at the discipline, and anybody can go out there and drive fast in a race car, but can you do it time and time again? That's the thing. 5 laps is the journey for a time challenge, and you've got to be competitive and regular to keep those demerit points as to a minimum to take a win.
And why haven't we seen Formula Ford on the track today yet?
Formula Ford have only been out for qualifying at the moment. There was a bit of a reshuffle in the program earlier this morning, so we're still waiting to see race 1 for our Formula Fords. I believe they'll be on second race or third race after our lunch break. So,
because traditionally, for those people that were interested in moving up towards F1 category, I suppose Formula Fords were the starting point originally, weren't they?
Oh, definitely, and also for a lot of our V8 supercar drivers as well. Marcus Ambrose, Jamie Whincup, Stephen Richards. The list just goes on and on and on. And of course, Mark Webber won the Australian Championship, went to England in the Driver to Europe series. He won that with Yellow Pages as his major sponsor, and catapulted himself up into Formula One.
Most people out there that are younger than 40 are probably thinking to themselves, what's Yellow Pages?
Well, we've also got a young local hotshot too. His name's Daniel Ricciardo. He started here right at the fast lane shed up the back there, and we've seen what Daniel's been able to achieve in Formula One.
And he started at Formula Ford as well, did he?
Yes, he did. He go-karts over the hill at Wanneroo Go-Karts, then came over here with under the tutelage of Brett Lupton, and he was able to go all the way to Formula One. That's every young boy's dream, is to get to Formula One, and Daniel was lucky enough to do it.
Absolutely. Now, listen, if the weather holds to the way it is at the moment, which is very comfortable, no rain inside, bit of cloud, and the wind's pretty minimal as well. So what are you looking forward to for the rest of the afternoon here?
No safety cars, hopefully, and we get some good, competitive, hard, fast racing. That's what we all want to see. If the weather stays good, the track will come around in a couple of races' time once that oil residue is dispersed by the cars. So, looking forward to some fast, competitive racing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Any predictions regarding the different categories?
I think Ryan Humphries will probably take out the combined sports sedans and sports cars. Looking forward to the Formula Vs. That's always a competitive category, with Rod Lisson taking the win in the first race. The Holden HQs, we haven't seen them under race
I was just about to say, we haven't seen the HQs take
we'll
to
have to see what happens with the HQs. Those guys don't mind a bit of biff and barge and a bit of rubbing and racing. So, let's see how our HQs get on this afternoon.
And the Excels are always competitive, so who are you picking that might come out on top today?
I'm thinking car 73 of Zane Rhodes. I think it's hard to take it away from the young kid. He's just so quick. He's so smooth, and he's got a lot of racecraft in that head
and
of his.
He's the current leader of the championship at the moment. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that would be right, because Carlos has missed a few race meetings. So, but as I said, you've got to look out for these other kids as well. You got Chase Wildman over there, who's a real up-and-comer. Tristan Clamp, as you've already mentioned. So, it's going to be an exciting afternoon. Hopefully that the rain will hold off and we can go racing.
Absolutely.
And it is a category that has the most amount of young drivers accumulated competing in the same category. So that's an extraordinary thing when it comes to Excels.
Well, you just interviewed Ava's father. She's 14. We did have Noah Byrne at 14 racing in the Hyundai XL series.
And wasn't there a 14-year-old that was coming up from Albany to compete in Excels?
Yes,
I met him once.
Name escapes me, but yes, there was.
Yeah, which is incredible. So again, how can they get into your cars so young and be so competitive? Where's it come from? Is it the no fear factor, Vaughan?
I think we've talked about this before. A lot of these young kids are coming from go-karts, and they are an open wheel category, but they have some protection in between the wheels, where here, the Hyundai XLs, yes, it's a full-blown car. They've got to actually learn how to change gears. So for a 14-year-old, that's a fair bit of knowledge on board straight away. And then you've got to develop your racecraft without having other cars around you. They're no longer little go-karts. They are full-on cars. So if you abuse them or don't drive them correctly, they'll probably hurt you.
But their temperament, as I said, their competitive edge, where's it coming from at such a young age? Is it no fear factor, or are they sort of just they inspired by what they see on television and other people racing?
Oh, definitely. I think you've got to have that mindset that, okay, I want to win this race, and you go out and do everything you can to possibly win. But I think deep-heartedly it could come from a fellow family member who's been racing before, and the kid has grown up around the motorsport environment.
And has that confidence.
Yeah, has the confidence just to jump in and drive. And some of these kids are naturals. They don't need gears. They can just jump into a manual car and drive it like it's stolen.
Let's hope not.
What's that game? Something Auto. What is it? Grand Theft Auto.
Grand Theft Auto.
Maybe
Yes.
it's playing too many hours on Grand Theft Auto has inspired them the wrong way.
Look, we've still got the national e-simulator series that is run by Speed Cafe on the internet. So, yeah, there was a time during the COVID times where we couldn't all get together. We were all playing e-sims and having race series broadcast over the internet.
I meant to ask you, does racing simulation actually assist the driver, do you feel, when it comes to on track skills?
Oh, definitely. And you see people like Bryce Moore and that, they've got a fantastic simulator up there at the Arise. Those guys spend hours and hours and hours. And even our Formula One drivers, they still spend hours in that simulator.
Well, we've spoken to Tristan Clamp, and he's come up from playing simulators.
Yep.
So he wasn't one of those who have come up from the go-karts. He's
What is
actually
he, 16 at the moment?
16 or 17.
17,
so, yeah.
No, it can be done, and the only thing it doesn't give you is the actual like rock and roll feeling. But a lot of the simulators these days do have like shock absorbers on it, and the seats actually throw you around. So under brakes, it pushes you towards there. Under acceleration, you sit back in the seat, and then of course you hit a ripple strip, and it vibrates up through your body in that as well. So they're getting very, very realistic, and of course that helps in the real time.
And look, GTA 6 is on its way very soon, so who knows how many other new drivers we might
more races
have.
in the future, right?
Round at DeMel's place.
Now, listen, Voy, I've got to say one thing. On a day like today, when obviously you've got so many crews going out there to clean up the mess and so forth, let's talk about the wonderful work that's done here by the volunteers and all the administration of the MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and give them a shout out too, because really today was very complicated for them, and they got a lot of things done very quickly.
Yeah, they have, and unfortunately I don't think it's finished for those guys and girls for the rest of the day. As I just look over your shoulder, there's another black cloud heading our way now, and we've lost the sunlight. So it takes an army of people to put on an event like this. This is just a club day, so when we're talking about V8 supercars, it takes almost 500-600 people to put on that type of event here. Everything from race control, you've got our medical people over here, including doctors and a trauma nurse. We've got all of our admin staff that work their butts off through the week with entries and the timetabling. And then, of course, out on the field on the day, we have our track marshals. We've got our pit officials that line all the cars up and make sure that nobody's speeding in pit lane. And our recovery crew, the underrated heroes of a day like today.
They run a tight ship here, don't they?
They certainly do, and you know we couldn't go racing if it wasn't for our officials, so thank you very much. Everybody else is having a nice lunch break at the moment, and those guys and girls are probably still out on the circuit.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, that's it from us here for the morning session.
Morning session, that's right.
What we've had of the morning session, all thanks to Bond Hire. You can see their website just behind on the ute with behind Jamie, bondhire.com.au for all of this fantastic equipment that you might need for your workplace or event. So we will be back very, very shortly with more racing after these highlights and a lunch break.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sets, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher, and Radlink Communications. Group Training. Panda Tyres. Petters Suspension and Brakes. And the HQ Nationals WA, September 26th and 27th at MotorMall, Wanneroo Raceway.
Well, welcome back to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Thanks for bearing with us during that massive oil cleanup and recovery that was happening down there in Turn 1 and, for that matter, the entire circuit. We've got our Holden HQs out on track at the moment, and it's Brent O'Keefe who really did qualifying this morning alongside Troy. Second row, Ryan Davis alongside him, Mark Walker, then Rory Sharp and Dave Kent. Porter, the first of our rookies, alongside Todd Faulknell, then Dave Russell, Dennis Russell, Mark Alfonsi, Horgan, Brad Topless, Phil Breen and Bradshaw in the number 34. And joining us for this one is Howard Crump. Good morning, Howard, or good afternoon now.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the track.
Mate, something very special up here today while our cars are coming out of Turn 6. We celebrate the life of Brown, avid speedway rider and engineer, a twin-engine side. And Pop looked after the number 34 that Bradshaw is driving this weekend. He used to look after it for Peter Brown. The car was also raced by Steve Raisin, Rob Marcon, Darren Peat, Michael Howlett. 2 championships to Peter Brown, 2 championships to Steve Raisin. A car with a very historic past.
Yeah, great pedigree, and I've raced door handle to door handle with it on a number of occasions, and Peter Brown and Tony James were the yardstick here for many years, and Pop Brown was amazing. What he didn't know about HQs, we had to find in a very small place, and he had a beautiful little book that he kept notes on every single race, every position, every change to the car, and that book's still in existence, which is wonderful. But Pop was an absolute legend, and our sympathies to the family who are here today, and it's great to see them out here in the sunshine at Wanneroo.
Yeah, great to see all of the HQ drivers pay their respects with the Brown family during our lunch break. And just having a look, there's something going on down here. Somebody's in the wrong place. The 33 looks like he's parked in the wrong place, and that's Porter, one of our rookies. And just having a look at the aggressive stance on Troy Kent's car, he's facing over towards driver's right. So he's anticipating a jump and to try and get in front of Brett O'Keefe. As we also welcome back to the commentary box in Rob Haggerty.
Yeah, thanks, Vaughan. And the green flag has waved at the back of the track by our hard-working officials, and we're waiting for a red light. The red light's on now, and we're away. And a good start initially from Kent, and he's drawn right up along the side of O'Keefe, and he's actually got about half a car length of his car in front. Whether he can get that car across, and he does get the car across into Turn 1. So Troy Kent into the lead, beats O'Keefe off the line, and that was an excellent start. And as you said, he had the car pointing the direction he was going to go. He indicated to O'Keefe exactly what he was going to do, and that's what he did.
And he pulled out 3 car lengths. There's a big cloud of dust as they head down in towards turn number 1 for the first time. We're recovering from a big major oil down here in a previous event at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, that hopefully the guys have had a good look at the track on their outlap and seen where all of that is, and that will clean up as the afternoon progresses. But it's all Troy Kent at the moment, and Davis right in the boot lid of Brent O'Keefe as they head down in towards turn number 6 for the first time. And Davis pokes his nose in. He's not going to get through this time, but Brent O'Keefe, he's come over from New Zealand. He's taken to Holden HQs pretty well, Howard.
He has. Great little peddler, and we've seen him in the wet and thought, well, this boy's going to be good with his New Zealand pedigree, but certainly proving it in the dry now as well, and mixing with the guys at the front.
Davis pushing him down, trying to give him the outside run around the outside of Troy Kent, and I think that's exactly what he's going to do, as Troy Kent gets very defensive in front of Brian. So 3 tied for first as they go on. We go back 5 to Sharp. Behind Rory Sharp is Mark Watkins, then Dave Kent, Todd Faulknell, Porter, Russell and Breen round out our top 10. But how's this battle out in front? It's a great battle. Number 3 with Troy Kent. Now Ryan Davis looking for a run around the outside. Brent O'Keefe do it a hard one. And unfortunately not going to be able to do it. Didn't have the horseman around the outside. So he just stick it in by Brent Keep as they line up, gang up on Troy Kent.
Yeah, outside line around turn 5 there, that time from O'Keefe too. He's all over the back of Troy Kent like a cheap suit. Tell you what, Rory Sharp will be looking at this over him, hoping they keep it up so that he can close the dip between himself. Battle for first, but it's up. Davis passed O'Keefe down into turn 6, and that's second position.
And they're all starting to use the concrete apron now on the exit of turn number 6. Davis has got a good turn of speed here. He could actually go past Troy Kent as they come down side by side now down the side straight here down towards McCracken House as Davis just about runs off the road and has to make a readjustment to the car, under brakes into turn number 7. It's Troy Kent by half a car length over Ryan Davis in the 49. There's a bit of smoke coming out of the back of Troy Kent's car as well, so Davis will be licking his lips at the moment as he draws alongside the number 3 of Troy Kent. Now he decides to pop it right into the boot lid as they go through turn number 1, and Brent O'Keefe, he's not out of this at the moment either.
Ryan Davis giving a little bit of a tap on the back of Kent coming out of turn 1 that time as well, saying, I'm here, make sure you know that, because I'm on through. Still, we've got Rory Sharp back. He's not been able to gap down, but he's got a big gap then in front of him, behind him, to Kent and Watkins, who are having a good battle with Russell back there for the Miners.
We're running around in the high 17s at the moment. You'd expect we should get down to mid 16s as Davis looks for a run down the inside of Troy Kent and gets it done down there in turn 6. They're side by side at the moment through the apex. It's the 49 of Ryan Davis, and looks like Brent O'Keefe's going to run with him. Oh, a bit of panel bashing there with Troy Kent as well. There's still 3 cars. You can throw a blanket over these guys as they crest the top of the hill, and there's another big tyre rub there from Troy Kent on Ryan Davis.
This has got drama written all over it, hasn't it?
Sure
as
has.
we watch Oak into second place down the inside of Kent, and he comes out of the corner and runs Kent just a little bit wide and says, make your own arrangements, my boy, because I'm in front. And he takes a fairly line out past the stripe as well. Through.
Davis in the 49, but look at Troy Kent from side of the road to the other, trying to run around the outside of Brent O'Keefe. He just hasn't got enough in the tank, horsepower-wise, to run around the outside in turn number 1. He drops back into third place. I think Rory Sharp is slightly making some in-ground into the back of the number 3 as Troy Kent just gives Brent O'Keefe a bit of a tap to let him know that he's there.
Ryan Davis started away in first, isn't he? He's got a 7/10 of a lead across the stripe that last time, but I think he's extended that just a little bit on this lap as well. So while they're battling for second place, O'Keefe and Kent are allowing Sharp to get onto the back of them, but they're also allowing Davis to drive away.
So we've got the HQ Nationals coming up, Howard. At least 50 cars have nominated their expression of interest.
Yes, and one of them...
Rory Sharp's just gone off down there in turn number 6, completely missed the corner. So it looks like we might go under safety car very shortly. I know he's able to get it around. He's right out near the Hall Pack tyres down near the Wanneroo Go-Kart Club, and slowly making his way back out onto the...
Pretty bumpy. Yeah, well, something up and down, but battle for second place still. It's absolutely alive between O'Keefe and Kent. So nose to tail across the line. But yeah, as you were saying about the HQ Nationals, Howard.
Yeah, Porter in car 33 is over here from Queensland. He's not a rookie. He's raced all over the place. He was telling me that in his first year racing, before he got signed off, he went down to Bathurst after 2 race meetings and hadn't been signed off on his Ps, and then raced at Bathurst without having his licence signed off, and then signed it off afterwards and got away with it. And then he went to Darwin for the Nationals and then down to Sandown. So in his first year, he did 12 races in 5 different states.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah.
So he's come over early to get some experience here, and when we come over for the Nationals, we've not only got the national round here at our track, we're also down in Collie the following week, so that the guys that come over, 75% of them have said that they're going to run at Collie the following weekend as well.
Brilliant. Yeah, so that's in August, is that correct?
September. Yeah, September. Okay. So Nationals here, and then the following weekend we have Collie on. So lots of HQ racing happening in September.
Brilliant. Yeah, I'll tell you though, looking at this car of Kent's, Howard, it's breathing pretty heavily. I was looking at it coming out of turn 1 on that last lap, and there's a fair bit of smoke coming out of the back of that car. There it is again.
It's getting worse.
I wonder if that's a tyre rubbing, because it does seem to be on the exit of corners when it's got the load on the outside of the left-hand rear tyre. It doesn't seem to be affecting its performance as he has a look up the inside of O'Keefe into turn 1. Yeah. I reckon that's a tyre rubbing.
Yeah, because they did make contact with Davis coming up and over the top.
Something's happening out there. We had the checkered flag. That's what's happened. We missed that completely.
Completely missed that. But yeah, what a race. So Ryan Davis will take that one out from Brent O'Keefe and Troy Kent in third. And as I predicted, fast lap time, a 1:16.5 to Brent O'Keefe. And he was fastest by 0.2 of a second over Ryan Davis, and Troy Kent back there with a 16.6 as well. So very, very close racing at the front. So we're looking forward to the Holden HQ Nationals. As we said, 50 nominated their expression of interest. So not only up here, but also down at the Collie Motorplex the following weekend afterwards. So that's going to be a great event for September.
Tell you what I saw on the on Facebook today, Howard, and on one of my feeds that came through, someone who drags old cars out of the bush and out of people's farmyards and all that sort of thing, dragging some old HQs out of someone's farmyard. They all had straight nose cones on them and all looked like they were reasonably rust-free. And I thought, gee, I bet the HQ crew would love to jump on them.
I was talking to Peter before about the early days when we were buying cars, and there was a guy that had a car for sale down in Gosnells, and I think he wanted $100 for it, and we said, well, see what we get down there. And when we go, we offered a car for it. He said, yeah, fine. So we got McCartney VMUX built and drove it onto the trailer.
Yeah, brilliant.
And twin headlight Premier front on it, and yeah, all the gear. And recently, guys are selling bumper bars for $400, and nose cones are almost impossible to get all these parts for these cars. A wreck car like that's driving is worth 30, 40 grand these days.
Well, they're still out there in farmyards and around the place, so you just have to find them, that's all.
Dying a slow death.
Well, they made enough of them, and you know what I've said about that in the past. But anyway,
I'm not going to say the figure, but it's well over 300,000.
Yep.
That's 299,000 too many.
Yep. And you said it this time, not me.
That's the way they finished our Holden HQ race for race number 1 for our Holden HQ. 2 more events coming up later on this afternoon for that particular category. We're going to go open wheel racing very shortly with our Formula Fords, and that is another category that have just been on fire the last couple of race meetings. We've got Brock Brewer on pole position. He had a great qualifying period earlier on this morning. Let's see whether he can go on with it later on, or very shortly actually, after we have a driver interview with, it looks like, Ryan Davis down there with Jake Canty. Must sound the ear rolls, mate.
I won't do that, Vaughn. He's a bit bigger than I am. So we just saw the running of the HQ Holden's, proudly sponsored by Electrical Group Training. Ryan, congratulations. First place. You've got to be happy with that result.
Yeah, I was hoping for that dry weather. Let's hope it stays around. Thanks for Bond Hire, getting on board the club and the HQs. Yeah, it's good to be on the winning list again.
There's a couple of dingles on the track. Obviously, everybody's getting a bit too close and a bit too keen. Is this because the Nationals are coming up and everybody's trying hard to make sure they're cherry ripe for the Nationals coming up in a few months?
We have had that rival of top three guys. Yeah, look, Rubbing is racing. As I said, like last time I won, there's probably a bit that can stop. But unfortunately, it just keeps happening.
How's the car feeling?
Fast. Yeah, track's good, even up with that oil down, it's quick. So.
You've been working on it pretty hard this year to bring it up to another level?
Not too much, but work gets in the way, But after here, it's going to the dyno on Tuesday and then motor coming out, getting freshened up for the Nationals.
Yeah, the HQ is a really close club for a lot of reasons, because of parts and keeping your cars on the track and so forth. But you're also extremely competitive. So looking forward to the Nationals, are you going to have a run yourself and you think you'll do well?
Look, I'm hoping for the top 10. There's a lot of guys over east that are quick. Don't know why, but yeah, top 10, top 5, I'll be happy.
Have you competed against anybody else outside the club here in WA?
Yeah, did the Tail and Bend Nationals a few years ago. My sighting lap there, I thought go out first, go early, and yeah, I got lost.
Did you ever plan at the start of the year to sort of move up the rankings, so to speak, and be more consistent with the car? Was that the plan this year?
Yeah, so 2 years ago I built this motor, had a few problems with lifters getting stuck. So kept bending valves. So this is the first real year of running, but obviously had a couple of bad things. My boot came open, so I got black flagged, and so DNF doesn't help. But we'll keep pushing.
But you're loving the racing at the moment. Obviously, the engine's becoming up to fulfilling your expectations anyway.
Yeah, 100%. Can't wait for the next one.
And who do you feel are the biggest competitors on the track when you're racing with the HQs?
Yeah, definitely BJ. Obviously, we helped each other there and we bump drafts each other. We stay in the same shed. We help each other with our cars. And then, Troy, obviously. Yeah.
Well, Ryan, great job today. Obviously, was it one more race to go?
Nah, 2 more.
You got 2 more to go?
Yeah, 8-minute race. And then we got a 23 So yeah, 2 short races and a long one to end the day.
Well, good luck for the rest of the day, mate. Good to see you again, and good to see you in the winning circle. That's great news. Well, that's all from me. I'm going to take a very short break.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sets, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher, and Radlink Communications.
Formula Ford down there in the dummy grid. They've just received the 1-minute warning siren. So a very small field, but a pretty good quality field with Brock Brewer in car number 57, starting on pole position from Aidan Deckers in car number 38, and then Riordan in car number 95. Alongside him will be Begley, and let's see whether Begley can take it up to Riordan and try and get up there. They had a great battle, Tom Begley and Brock Brewer, at the last race meeting.
They did indeed, and Begley was in amongst that as well. And I was very surprised in our slightly damp conditions this morning in qualifying that he wasn't closer to the pointy end of the field. But he's got a lot of work to do back there from the outside of row 2. We've got Wheeler behind him and Van Leeuwen, and we had Van Leeuwen had an off in the first event this morning as well, in the first practice session. And then we've got Bradley, and then we've got John Van Leeuwen, Andrew's father, at the back of the field. And as we mentioned, John Van Leeuwen goes right the way back to the very early days of Formula Ford racing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and has been running more or less on and off for probably the better part of the last 50-odd years here.
Yeah, it's a fantastic effort. Here's the latest weather updates. 18 degrees outside at the moment, and there is patchy rain nearby here in Wanneroo, just to the north of the capital city of Perth, Western Australia. We've got winds currently from the west at 26 kilometres an hour. So the wind has basically stayed the same pretty much all morning. It was about 30 knots this morning, now down to 26. So that'll be really buffeting around our open wheel drivers, our Formula Vs and our Formula Fords. As they crest over the top of the hill, it'd be like running into a brick wall.
It would too, it certainly would, but at the moment I'm just having a look at the tall trees that are over on the outside of turn 7, and the tops of those are fairly still at the moment, so it looks like the breeze has actually dissipated to a certain degree at the moment. But yeah, earlier today and throughout the day we've seen it being quite gusty, and yeah, you definitely get hit in the face with that in a little open wheel car coming over the top of the hill. And of course, with a circuit like this, which has got lots of downhill braking areas, particularly at turn 7, it initially is downhill, but it goes uphill a little just before the corner. But at turn 7 and also over at turn 6, where you've got downhill braking, it makes a huge difference, particularly in a little lightweight car like this, as to whereabouts you brake in the cars. I've run up here in the past in saloon cars, well, not saloon car category, but in cars that are tin top cars. And you can get quite deep into brakes on some days down into turn 6 because the wind is coming in your face, and then you've got to brake quite early coming down into turn 7. It really does make quite a big difference to your braking lengths.
So of course, swim Camera Pro to supporting Formula Ford for this meeting, round 4 of the 2026 Racing Championships here at the West Australian Sporting Car Club. We should get a green flag very shortly. There it is. So it's Brewer and Deckers on the front row. Who gets the best of the start? We are about to find out as the red lights are about to come on. The revs will raise, and there's a delay. Here we go. The red lights are on, the revs are raised, and away we go. And it looks like Deckers has actually got the better of the start, but now Brewer plucks second gear and drives away, and there's a problem for Deckers. He's gone backwards. He's actually missed a gear as we get a brake lock up there from somebody.
Wheeler, I think that may have been.
He came way back from the third row and then slid himself up into second, but it's all Brock Brewer out there in the orange and black car. He leads them into turn number 4 for the first time.
I'd be very worried if I was Reardon, because I think that he may have just been slightly creeping at the start then when under the red light conditions, and it'll be interesting to see whether our judge Elijah Fact decides to ping him for a roll at the start of that. As they head over the top of the hill, but it would be a very small roll if he did. But over the top of the hill for the first time and down into turn 4. Look at Brock Brewer. He's checking out into a different postcode at the moment as he puts his head down and makes sure he gets a good lead as quickly as he can in this event. And then it's back there. I think it might be Reardon back there in 95 in second position.
I don't want to be a bearer of bad news, but I thought I saw a couple of drops of rain on one of our camera lenses over there. I think it was turn 5.
Yep.
And it is. It's actually raining out on the circuit now. Brewer's the first to head into it and gets the car all sideways. Now everybody else is going to obviously hear and see that it is now raining here. It's predominantly on the south side of the circuit. So where they are at the moment, it's dry at the moment. So make hay while the rain shines.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brock Brewer's doing exactly that. He's already got an 8, nearly 9/10 lead at the moment over Reardon, and then back to Deckers and Wheeler, Begley, Van Leeuwen, Andrew Van Leeuwen, Bradley and John Van Leeuwen. But look at that, they're already starting to take a bit of a wide line through there.
Sideways.
Yeah, they're already on the go-kart line as they go up through there. And there's one that's gone off there at the back, and that's Bradley in car 67. He's going to get beached there. He's not getting out, and that's going to be safety car, I'd suggest.
Yes, it would be, and we're down to 7.5 minutes already, unfortunately. So another race polluted by a safety car as a brief shower of rain. It looks like it's actually stopped over there in 7 now at the moment. And it looks like most of it is actually at the top of the hill that the drivers are just coming through right now.
There's the safety car.
Yeah, as you said, they're beached. These are probably only 1 or 2 inches above the ground, and if you run off that concrete apron, you just sink. With the weight of the car, it sinks them straight down onto the belly pan, and it's game over. And, Brock Brewer checking out early, and unfortunately all of that hard work has come to nothing.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's very easy to do. And for Bradley up there in turn 4, very easy to do on the entry to that. As I've mentioned today a couple of times, it's a downhill braking entry and very quickly transitions to an uphill and then very cambered corner, and it does suck you in, and it's very easy in conditions that are changeable like what we've just seen over the last lap and a half of Formula Ford racing. It's very easy to get in there a little hot in the wet weather and just swap ends, and unfortunately he's just gone off the edge of that concrete apron around the outside of the track and beached it. So they'll get him out of there pretty quickly. I reckon we'll probably see a few laps of racing before this event's finished.
Now, this was the camera that I actually first picked up, that there was a couple of drops of rain right at the top of the hill at turn 5, and then of course more of it came from turn 7 up towards turn 6 and across turn 5 again as well. But hopefully that's it, just a little brief shower, a passing shower. We were expecting to have this on and off all day, and we've been fairly lucky this morning to get through most of the sessions without rain.
You can just see it in the trees there at the bottom of turn 6, and of course that's heading down towards the east. So yeah, you can just see it. It's just washed over the track, and it's very, very light. But it was enough just to upset a few of these competitors. It got them out on that outside go-kart type line on the outside of the circuit pretty quickly. They were awake up to that, some of the guys in the midfield, and quickly got offline and got out into the outside of the track. But they've got Bradley's car lined up now, and they're just getting that off the track. He's just got the car going, and he's driving away. So it won't be this lap, obviously, but the next lap through, I'd suggest we'll get back to some racing, and I think we'll probably see a 3 or 4 lap race to the end.
Yeah, we're down to 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. I think that was Bailey Riordan that came from nowhere down there into turn 1 and had the whole front wheels ablaze. They were locked up and smoke pouring off the front end of that Formula Ford on the entry into turn number 1. He came from the second row. He started out of P3, I believe, and got himself up into P2 at the moment.
And I think he's gotten away with that very, very slight roll that I saw when the red lights were on as well. Nothing's come up on the screen, so I think he's gotten away with that, which is good because we don't want to see people pinged for such a small mistake. It's such a small little thing with no advantage whatsoever, and you get pinged 5 seconds for it or 10 seconds. So it's good to see. But he's a exciting prospect as Reardon, isn't he? He's done a great job, as has Begley.
Yep. And also Deckers, Aidan Deckers coming on. You got Joel Wheeler out there as well, an ex-Formula, ex-go-karter, who's now moved up to open reel circuit racing. And yeah, they're just trying to keep some heat and try and get rid of that water on the surface of the rubber at the moment.
Yeah, he'll be kicking himself, or Brock Brewer, because he'd got himself a good lead at the start of that event, and it's all been evaporated now with this safety car.
Well, you wonder how these guys have actually set their cars up. Did they forecast that there was going to be rain and they've gone for maybe a mid-dry, mid-wet setup, or have they gone totally dry, totally wet?
Yeah, hard to say. I mean, generally speaking, you set the car for the conditions that you've got when you're sitting on the grid, on the dummy grid before you go out. That's where you set your car. You can't ever predict what's going to happen unless, of course, there's a totally black cloud coming over that's inevitable. But generally speaking, you set it for the conditions that there are. So I'd say they dry set up in these cars, but over the top of the hill comes our safety car, and that's got its lights off, which means that we're going back to racing.
Having a look to see if there's any more precipitation down there in turn number 7, and it looks like it's just misting. So a very, very light fall of still happening out at the moment.
You can just see it in the car,
yeah.
And that's where you see it here when it's coming over. You just see it in the trees on the outside of turn 7. But there's the green flag.
Oh, they're sliding.
And very slidey, yeah, absolutely. And but it's once again Brock Brewer who's got the power down, but he's got Reardon right on his tail now, and a battle happening back there between Deckers and Wheeler as well. Looks like it's going to be, I think that might be Wheeler that's got him in front.
Just tiptoeing through turn number 1, aren't they? They were very, very sedate on the brake pedal this time, as there's a move on here for third place. I think that might be Joel Wheeler in the black car, and the inside would be Aidan Deckers in the 38. Brewer's out on the concrete, and it looks getting a little bit. Yes, it is starting to rain as the cars disappear up and over of turn 5. Look at that on our stream. It's just a grey over there on the turn 5.
And then is a good name for it too. It's not even a sprinkle. It's more just like a fog coming in, almost, and just a couple of little very, very light spots on our commentary windows. So not very much, but it's enough to upset these guys, and they're getting slidier and slidier. But look at Vaughan Brewer. He's just checking out again.
That's Brock Brewer.
Sorry, Brock Brewer.
Yeah, he's checking out, and look at the movement. It's going from left to right to separate some of that.
And around goes, I think it's Wheeler in the black car.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, so there he goes around, unfortunately. So
he's got going, so that's good.
Yeah, so it's going to be Brewer 1.3 seconds in front of Reardon, back to Deckers another 3 tenths behind, and then it's Begley who's jumped up into third position. I don't think this weather condition really suits Begley very much. He's struggling to find grip and find form in the slightly moist conditions that we have out there.
It certainly is, and around here in turn number 4, this is where they start to notice the wet weather. Turn 1 looks remarkably dry, as we've seen up here before at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. It can rain in one part of the circuit and be completely dry in the other as they negotiate the top of the hill. And look at this charge from 38 of Aidan Deckers, trying to go down the inside of Bailey Riordan, and now he goes for the outside. He's going to put a big run on here, just about using the he is actually out on the concrete apron right down at the what should be the apex of turn 6.
And that's unfortunate that he did get out there, and that was a pretty good move there actually from Reardon, because he pushed him out slightly wider there, so he did get out on that apron, and there wouldn't have been as much grip there, and you just saw straight away his left-hand rear tyre got out there. He just lost momentum and had to tuck him back behind. So good racing manoeuvre there.
Hasn't done him much damage, because he's right into the gearbox again of Riordan as they come out of turn number 7 and across the MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway start-finish line.
Oh, dives down the inside. He's going to take that second position away from Reardon down there.
Is he going to understeer out? No, Reardon around the outside.
Yeah, you're right, Reardon around the outside. That's where the grip is in the wet. So this is magnificent. Great Formula Ford racing, as we've come to expect. 2
different lines, and it just showed you that on a day like today, the outside line where you normally wouldn't ever think about driving has got the more grip, and Riordan able to drive right around the outside of Aidan Deckers in the 38. This battle's still on. Deckers lining him up again as they crest the top of the hill. Riordan's gone to driver's right, and the 38 has decided to stay out wide, and again trying to make that run around the outside of turn number 6. I don't think that's going to work for him.
Well, it won't work for him while Reardon knows he's there, because he just drifts him slightly wider out at that concrete curb again. So he chose not to do it that time, but I do actually think Deckers is a little quicker in these conditions than what Reardon is, but Reardon's just driving so defensively and so well that there's no way that he's going to be able to get past at this stage.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the wet weather setup is quite correct in Begley's car in fourth. He seems to be drifting back a bit. Well, they're saying that now. He's he's got 0.8 of a second to the car in front, but it's all Brock Brewer at the moment. Car number 57 driving away with this one, and that would have been the last lap board that has been handed out. So they're on their last lap, and this is the last chance for Riordan and Deckers. Is Deckers going to try a run around the outside here? Now that's where the grip is. Has he got enough horsepower to run around the outside, or he'll line him up for a pass down in turn 6?
The thing is with these conditions, and even though it's quite still at the moment with the wind, is that mist that came across, it probably would be just about all dried up already now. So I don't know there's a great advantage for going around the outside at the moment. So Reardon once again very defensive down into turn 6, but Decker's down the inside, so he's managed to get that position. He runs Reardon wide so that he does exactly the same to him as what was done to him a couple of laps ago. Reardon's getting side by side. They're going to come over the top of the hill side by side. Reardon just with his nose in front as they come down to turn 7 for the final time. Decker's late under brake and draws slightly in front again, side by side round turn 1. There's no catching Brewer, who takes the checkered flag and wins, but it's side by side still for second place as they come across the line. Reardon just in front of Deckers by around about 1/10 of a second. Back to Begley in fourth place. Then it's going to be Wheeler in fifth, and Andy Van Leeuwen just coming down into turn 7 now, who'll take sixth place. What a finish for second place.
Yeah, that's the typical Formula Ford action that we see up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. A fantastic drive, and you can't take it away from 57 of Brock Brewer. 3.7 seconds out in front to Bailey Riordan and Aidan Deckers for third. Begley will take fourth. Josh Wheeler for 5. Then Andy Van Leeuwen over his father, John Van Leeuwen, and Bradley in car number 67 rounds out our 8-car Formula Ford. I can't wait for race 2 and 3.
I tell you what, doesn't matter how many Formula Fords you get out on the track, how few you get. There's always great racing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and brought to us today by Bond Hire, of course, and we thank Bond Hire very, very much. And they've got the right equipment, the right service, and right on time. From weekend warriors to major infrastructure projects, Bond Hire is the name. WA Trust for quality, reliability and service. We thank you for looking after us today for round 4 of the Western Australian Championships here at for the Formula Fords. They've put on a good show for you, and we look forward to seeing them out later in the day.
Yeah, they qualified early, and they've had to wait some 4 hours, at least 4 hours, and then they've had race number 1. We're going to go to a quick ad break, and we'll be back with more racing coming your way from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sets, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher, and Radlink Communications.
At Retrovision, we're putting on a show when it comes to saving you money. Because at Retrovision, we have more ways to save on all the electrical stuff you love. We not only price match with our lowest price guarantee, but there's also no buyer regret with our 60-day price promise. Even better, RAC members save an extra 5% off every single day. It's like every day's a sale at Retrovision. So why shop anywhere else?
Excel Cup Racing is brought to you by Retrovision, Vulcan Panel and Paint, Motec Mechanical, Dash Simulators and Events, and Excel Garage.
Welcome back to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Just about ready for one of our highlights of every race meeting that these guys attend. It's the Retrovision XL Cup, and what a great field of cars we have on store, ready to come out. They're sitting down there on the dummy grid at the moment, and it won't be too much, and they will be given the green light and get out onto the racetrack. And at Zane Rhodes in car number 73 had a fairly comfortable win in race number 1, which was unfortunately polluted by safety cars. Harry Burns was a mover and shaker in that one in car number. And Carlos Ambrosio as well from 12th to end up in place. Still always a stalwart of this category. He's always in the top 5. Then we have Noah Byrne in 11, Colmer in the 88, Alex Hills and Ward. Michael Clark, he started off that race number 1 really well, but unfortunately found himself over in the sand patch. Then we have Hasty, Chase Wildman, car number 77, Millington, Shane Burns, Panizza. He was also, he qualified in P1 for race number 1, but unfortunately found the sand as well. Then we have Martin Xavier, O'Brien, Steve McGregor, who unfortunately also found the sand down there in turn number 7. And then we have Tristan Clamp and Walzak.
Yeah, Tristan Clamp, of course, also finding a bit of a spin there in the first event and falling out of that event as well. So that was a big shame. He's another guy who was at the front of the field at the start of the last event. I think they're going to be fighting hard to beat Zane Rhodes in this one, because he's just been absolutely ahead of this field for the entire season. But it's going to be great to see how Harry Burns and Carlos Ambrosio attack this event. Carlos Ambrosio, he's only been a little bit of a cameo throughout season 2026. He's our former state champion from last year and front runner for many seasons in XLs here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and he's starting now from the inside of row 2. So he's going to be putting a lot of pressure, I'd suggest, on the guys in front of him. So yeah, it really is quite mouth-watering to think how this one's going to unravel.
Just shows you the talent of Carlos Ambrosio. He was saying in his driver interview earlier today that car is very underdeveloped as far as his personal car, and he's improving it every time he races in it. So to get it from 12th to 3rd is obviously going in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely, and it just goes to show that when you've raced these things for a while, or any category for a while, and you've been successful in it, you can jump into just about any car in the category, fettle it up a little bit and be right at the front again. And Ambrosio's definitely shown that.
You can't take Dean Hills out of this either. Starting in row for Crockett in the car number 3. He rocket ship. Gone off the last couple of race meetings, always thereabouts.
The top 4, the winner of this can come from any one of the top 4, but I still think Rhodes might just have that slight advantage.
The red light's on, we're about to race, and we are racing for Retrovision, and a perfect start for the first 2 rows. And look at Dean Hills, he's just blown past Ambrosio, tucks right in behind Zane Rhodes, which is the pretty smart thing to do. He'll follow Zane Rhodes into turn number 1, and we still got the car running around the outside, and that's Harry Burns in the Burns Motorsport car. In 4th place is Ambrosio, another one of the Burns Motorsport cars. Oh, Dean Hill just about gets rear-ended by Carlos Ambrosio and getting pushed up the hill for the first time into turn 4 and up towards 5.
Yeah, Harry Burns did an outstanding job of hanging on the outside of Dean Hill there around turn 1 on that lap, and managed to come out side by side. And then, of course, you've got the insider running all the way up through the S's and into turn 4. So he's managed to take that second place back off again. But a great start from Ambrosio and Hill, and they're right in this game.
They certainly are, but Zane Rhodes already starting to pull away. He's 3 or 4 car lengths in front of the Burns car as they crest up and over the top of the hill. A bit of side-by-side action happening with Dean Hills alongside that Burns Motorsport car as well of Harry Burns. Under brakes is... No, Hills just had to duck out of that one, but I think Harry got a little bit of a push there on the way out of turn number 7.
Yeah, initially he got sideways, and then it seemed to he seemed to put his boot into it and just drove out the other side, and it just started to understeer a bit on the exit of the corner. But look at Dean Hill once again, putting his nose down the inside, getting it chopped off, and it's opened up the gate. Get a couple of taps in his rear end there, and he's just using a bit of Morse code on the back of the Dean Hill, and that's also bringing Noah Byrne into this battle as well, who's getting right on the tail of Ambrosio. So it's a great battle for second, but as you mentioned before, Zane Rhodes is checked out by 6.5 tenths already.
Yeah, I think you can forget about Siri. He's gone, but the battle is on for here. And as you said, Byrne right on the back of these 3 in front of him at the moment of Harry Burns.
Here comes Dean Hill down the inside. Dean Hill
and
down
he's
the
taken
inside.
that
He's
pass.
taken that pass on Harry Burns. So new second place sitter, and Ambrosio now starting to line up Burns as well, who is in the team ownership of that car. And we're on board at the moment with Will Panizza in car number 9, and he's having a good battle with Ward as they come side by side over the top of the hill.
This
and
is ninth.
Yeah, and look at this battle back there in the field. We've got 4 cars just about able to throw a blanket over them, and a good battle also for second as Ambrosio swaps for the inside and has a look at Burns as they come down the straight, not able to do anything, and he's opened the door also to Noah Byrne, who's right on his tail.
We just had a look at Steve McGregor too. He's run off the racetrack again. It looks like down in turn number 6 again this time. So the steering on that car not playing ball today at this race meeting. And look at Chase Wildman. He's right. Oh, there's a big slide there.
Yeah, well caught.
Contact.
Yeah.
With, I think that was a 94. No, it wasn't 90.
Yeah. Which car that was? I think it might have been, but 26. So that would have been O'Brien. And he's pulled off on the outside of there, which is a big shame because I thought he did a magnificent job catching that down there in turn 1. But I'd suggest that'll bring out the safety car over there.
Yeah, double wave flags just at the exit of turn number 2.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna have a coming together right at turn 2, that's exactly in the part that you're going to end up. That's for 3B safety car boards coming in.
There we go. Safety car again, unfortunately, with Dean Hills 1.7 seconds behind Zane Rhodes last time across the line. And look at these lap times, a 1:12.3. We are 1 second away from a lap record. And track getting better all the time as long as we don't get any more rain.
Not bad given the circuit's just had a little bit of a wash from that light rain that we had in the Formula Ford event prior to this. So that's pretty good getting down to those sort of lap times on a track that's probably had a little bit of the rubber washed off it.
But all of the kitty litter predominantly all the way around the racetrack looks like it's moved now. You can barely see it on the surface.
Coconut husk, I heard that was that they used for that. I've not heard that before, but that's really interesting. They use coconut husk to go down over the oil, and that apparently soaks it up brilliantly. So that's a new thing that I've not heard of.
No, gone as the old-fashioned kitty litter.
Yep, and concrete dust that used to blow in your face and you used to be able to see anything. It was like driving through a cloud.
So our recovery team there. We'll get that car moved out pretty quickly. There goes Steve McGregor. You can see the yellow all over the tyres there from where he's been excursioning through the sand.
Yeah, he's had a day out, hasn't he?
He certainly has.
He's been more off the track than on today, which is really, really unusual for Steve. He's normally not only one of our front runners, but normally also a very steady and reliable driver.
I think he'd be leading the Masters category as well. We have a trophy class and a Masters class. And I think Steve would be well and truly winning that Masters category of this Retrovision XL Cup. Zane Rinaldi holds the lap record of a 1:11.3, and we're doing 1:12.3s at the moment for Zane Rhodes.
Didn't he do a great job when he came over from the Eastern Seaboard to Zane Rinaldi last year? I think that may have been the year before. In fact, it was 3 years ago now.
Yeah.
That time's gone by quite fast. But yeah, 3 years ago he did that, and that was a great race meeting, that one. And Zane came over and he taught a few of the locals a bit of a lesson that day.
He certainly did. And just having a look at this one, it is definitely 18 minutes. So this is ended race, and this will be unfortunately the last time we see our XLs here today.
Yeah, 2 18-minute laps and races, and Zane Rhodes had his lead taken off him in both events.
Yeah.
So he's got a bit of work to do once again, and with Dean Hill and Harry Burns and Carlos Ambrosio in the mood that they're in, he'd better make sure that he makes every road a winner as he heads off when the green flags come out, because they're pretty wild behind him.
They certainly are. Their action with those 2 Burns Motorsport cars, Ambrosio and Harry Burns, has been fantastic. And then you throw in Noah Byrne as well. And I just noticed, look at Clark. He's right behind them now in 6th position overall. So he's made big leaps and bounds in the early part of that race with 8 minutes and 4 seconds remaining.
I'm surprised that Wildman hasn't come further up. As he started 11th and he's back in 12th now, and he was trick at the start of the first couple of meetings, and I'm very surprised that he hasn't moved forward further than he has.
Yeah, and just picking up on him now as they come across the top of the hill in the green and black car, and he's got 1:35 behind him, and that's hasty.
whatever's happened with this O'Brien car over there in the S's car 26 over there, they've had to put it on the back of the flat tray, so it's not able to be just hooked up and pulled off the track, unfortunately.
No.
So
more than likely a steering or suspension issue.
Possibly steering. It did bounce fairly hard over some of those curbs on the inside there of turn one.
He did a great job to keep it on four wheels.
Oh, I was very impressed, to be honest. I was very sad to see that he had to pull off the outside there, because I thought he did a magnificent job of keeping control of that car while it went airborne and jumped all over the place. So yeah, that's a real big shame for Brodie O'Brien over there in that XL that he's had to pull off on the exit of turn two.
Well, it's halfway up the tilt tray already, so it looks like we might have to go one more lap here as our safety car comes across the start-finish line. Getting a bit of a workout today is there just seen a signal from our safety car driver down there in Alan, and Karen sitting in the communicator seat again this weekend. Thanks very much, guys, for giving up your weekend, particularly Alan giving up his bowls. He comes and plays in the safety car. Tries to win as many races as he can in that safety car.
He'd be working hard today. I believe it was down on 7 cylinders at one stage today, the safety car. So I don't know if they've had the bonnet up during the lunch break and worked out what was wrong with it, or whether he's still out with one cylinder down. I think he's most so far today.
Yeah, just out in every even the open wheelers.
Yeah, I think he qualified fastest.
Yeah.
So
still good sized field though. We've only lost Walzak. Car number 94, that was that Forge car, black and silver car from race number 1 this morning.
Yeah, and now we've lost Brodie O'Brien as well, so it's only 2 cars that were lost, but we had 20 cars entered, so we're down to 18, which is still a really strong field of XLs.
And it's another one of those categories where it doesn't matter whether you're up the front, in the middle or down the back. There's always somebody to race with.
It's another one of those categories where there's as many cars in garages as what are up here racing this weekend too. So potentially 40-odd cars on the field of XLs if they all came out to play on the same day. And it's a bit sad to see that Anthony Fogliani's not out there this weekend. I believe he finally got the logbook for his new car that he put together and was edging at the bit to get out there on the circuit with that. So I don't know if he's discovered some problems or what the issue is with that, but it's a shame not to see Anthony out there in his car.
It'd be great to see
Fogs
him
is always great to see out on the track.
Yeah, in a long time drinks. Anthony Fogg, of course, he was a Toyota driver at one of the Viper rounds many years ago, or the Australian Touring Car Championship.
Yep, Search for a Champion or Search for a Star or something they called that program in 1989, and they ran someone from the local scene in every round of the championship in the second Toyota. And Anthony Fogliani was chosen to represent the WA Sporting Car Club at the Wanneroo round in 1989, and he did really, really well. He was as quick or almost as quick as what the factory driver was who had been in the car the whole year. So that was a really good effort that he made at that race meeting, and they ended up choosing what they believed to be the best driver of all of them to run as a co-driver at Bathurst that year as well. And unfortunately, Anthony missed out on that. But yeah, there were some good shows that year in that car.
So having a look for our live stream viewers on board, Will Panizza for Auto 1. Car number 9 as we just come across the top of the bus stop here, and this is where the car gets very, very light, and particularly for these front wheel drive cars, you've got to get that front wheel down and some weight. So yes, we're trying to get the weight over those front wheels to get some grip on the way into the corner, and we've just picked up, it's Hey Bradley.
Yeah, Hey Bradley with many E's.
Yeah, lots of E's.
Yep, so he's obviously got someone called Bradley that he's saying g'day to, and that's good to see that Bradley's getting a shout out. So, hey Bradley. But yeah, Will Panizza in car number 9, and he's put some good pictures on the screen for us so far today as he gets right onto the back of the car that is in front of him. That's Shane Burns, I think, in car 333 that's just in front of him.
So Panizza, he's moved forward about 2 or 3 spots in the beginning of this race as the safety car accelerates away from the field. So it is Shane Burns in the 333 right in front of Will Panizza. So that battle will be worth keeping on a live stream view. They're running in 9th and 10th at the moment, but we go back towards the front of the field. Zane Rhodes leads them out onto the MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway main straight and gets a good start from Dean Hills. In 3rd place is Harry Burns and Carlos Ambrosio, and Noah Byrne hanging in there as well.
Under pressure is Carlos Ambrosio with Burns down the inside of him, and he's going to take that fourth place off if he's not careful. They're running side by side. There's always a good slingshot out of turn one, so Ambrosio will get the boot into that pretty well, and he's then got the inside the whole way up through the S's, as I mentioned, into turn four. So, and look at this also, Clark getting down the inside now of Byrne into turn four, so he's going to lose 2 places in the matter of about 400 metres of S's.
Yeah, that was a big charge right the way from the exit of turn one right up to turn four there for Clark in car number 28. A 30-second time penalty for car 135. That's Hasty for contact in turn one, and that will be with Brodie O'Brien.
Yeah, most likely it will be, and that's a shame for him, but keep our eye on what's happening back here for this battle between car number 28 of Clark and car number 1 of Ambrosio as they come side by side over the top of the hill. Ambrosio looks like he's got the outside move, and being dragged back into that is Byrne as well. Yeah, he's back there on the outside as well, but it's going to be in the favour of Ambrosio. Into the corner first, but right down the inside of him comes Clark once again.
Just about stuck his nose where it shouldn't have been. There's Michael Clark in the 28, Noah Byrne, and the 40 Winks car is now up there as well. I think that's Colmer in the 88 as they're side by side for 4th place.
Yep, 2 minutes to go in this event, so they've got at least a couple of laps to go. And hanging into the on the lead this time is Dean Hill, who's not letting Zane Rhodes get away from him so much this time, and dragging Harry Burns along with them.
I think that's where Zane gets it done in the first 1 or 2 laps, and then just manages that lead. But this time, and we can just see the both cars heading up and over the top of turn 5 and down towards turn number 6. And just word in that Anthony Fogliani is actually watching our live stream. So good afternoon, folks. Can't wait to see you out on track, mate.
Yeah, just waiting for the engine to be sealed so he can get up here and start playing with these guys, and he'll be enjoying this. Look at all these battles all the way through the field as we watch Noah Byrne trying once again to get beside Carlos Ambrosio over the top of the hill. 3 wide with Michael Clark in amongst it all as well. It's going to be Ambrosio on the inside, Clark getting down the inside of Noah Byrne into turn 7. He's going to take that position away and leave Byrne out to dry, and starting to get in on this battle as well as Colmer in car number 88.
So Ambrosio up into 4th now, and behind him is Clark. Then we have Colmer, Shane Burns, Panizza's moved up to 8th now. Noah Byrne is falling backwards. He's now in 9th, and Alex Hills rounds out our top 10.
Yeah, absolutely, and Zane Rhodes now out to a half a second lead, and that's much less than what he's had in the previous events, down to 42 seconds left in the event, and those 3 are pretty much equidistant between them as what they were in the last lap, so I don't think there's going to be much happening at the front, and the big battle seems to be a little bit further back between Shane Burns, Panizza, Noah Byrne and Alex Hills for 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. That's where the action is at the moment.
Yeah, very tight gaggle of cars as we pick them up on our live stream. There's Chase Wildman in that green and black car, and yeah, as you said, very surprised that he hasn't actually come more forward than what he has. He's currently in 11th position as we ride on board with the number 9 of Will Panizza for Auto 1. He's right into the back of the car in front.
Yeah, that's Burns, Shane Burns, yep.
He's trying to get around the Burns Motorsport car, but I think he's too far back to put a move on here as Burns looks for a run up the inside of the car in front of him.
Colmer
he gets it done.
Yeah, he's got it done on Colmer, so that's a good move. And have a look at how quickly onto the back of Colmer also comes our car of Panizza. So he's gone side by side. He's going to get that position down the inside as well, and trying to drag Noah Byrne into that as well.
They go back up front, and Dean Hill, he's only 3 car lengths behind Zane Rhodes. So as you said, not letting Zane Rhodes run away into the sunset on this occasion. And we still, unfortunately, this is the last race we'll see of our Retrovision XL Cup. But, gee, it would be tasty if we had race 3.
It certainly would be. They're going to get the last lap board this time across the stripe as well. So they're getting prepared to put that out. But, yeah, at this stage, fastest to the first timing sector is Zane Rhodes. Fastest lap of the timing sector, 30.99. So he's starting to pull away, but only 33 hundredths of a second between first and second that time across the line.
And unfortunately for car number 13 of Tristan Clamp, a 5-second penalty for a safety car restart breach.
No, he's not having a good day at all, is he? He started so well, and it's just gone pear-shaped for him as the day continues. As race leaders back into sight once more. That's less than 0.3 of a second now. So he's really starting to get on the tail of him now is Dean Hill as they come across the line this time.
Checkered flag.
It's checkered flag, in fact. So they'd already had the last lap board. So Zane Rhodes, 2 from 2.
And Dean Hill for second place. Then we have Harry Burns for third. Carlos Ambrosio, he'd be happy with fourth after starting 12th in race number 1. Michael Clark goes for 5. Shane Burns in 6. Peniza, Byrne, Colmer and Alex Hills rounds out our top 10. It's a big field of XL still come across the line. That what a fantastic race. And the winner of the Masters, as predicted, was Steve McGregor for all of his car.
That's a good recovery for Steve after having spun off into the sand in the first event. And gee, I tell you, Zane Rhodes is going to be very hard to beat from here for the state championship this year. I think his lead must be out to quite a long margin now.
I don't see anybody there that's able to do anything about him.
Well, you look at the people at the top of the tree, it seems to be that second, third and fourth seem to be juggled around all season as well, whereas Zane's won pretty much every single race. Second, third and fourth have been held by different people. So the points being gathered by those behind him have been inconsistent. So, I think that we're going to see Zane Rhodes on the name of the trophy later on in the season for this year's XL Cup.
And the big thumbs up there from Will Peniza onto Shane Burns. They had a great race there. Ended up coming home 6th and 7th. And, of course, carrying our Turn 7 Media WA Sporting Car Club onboard camera. Hope you're enjoying all of our live stream action today. You really get to go on board. You don't miss a single thing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway as the cars peel off past McCracken House, our members and VIP area here at Wanneroo Raceway. Remember also that if you're at the circuit today in the venue watching this magnificent motorsport, you don't miss out. You can go home tonight and you can have a look at the live stream on so make sure that you check that out, because it's I quite often go and have the end of the race and review what's happening. I normally turn the sound out to listen to myself, but generally speaking, I go home and have a look at it as well. So go to the WA Sporting Car Club site on YouTube and have a look at it. The last of our cars heading up into the pit area there. We're going to cross down to Jamie and Demelza very shortly for a bit of a driver interview. There you go. It looks like they have bailed up the number 53 for Cryojet. It's Dean Hill and Demelza.
It is. We are here in the paddock thanks to Bonds Hire. We've got Dean Hill with us. Dean came second in that race, but you did keep that break between yourself and Zane Rhodes a little bit shorter than the last race. How are you feeling?
Pretty stoked. It was working my way up, pretty poor quality, working my way up slowly through race 1 and race 2. I was just glad to stick on the back of Zane towards the end there. It felt pretty good. So got a new motor in for this race. I think it's giving me that little bit I was missing. So feeling good.
You did have the track. Obviously, we had a bit of a break with what was going on with the track earlier. How did you find racing on that track just then?
I was grateful of the safety car bonnet as well. It allowed me to bring my tyre temps down. I could feel I was pushing them hard already, so allowed them to cool down a bit and kept me racing faster towards the end. So it wasn't as green as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be more slippery with that rain, but I think it was quite warm, so it dried up pretty quickly. So it was actually better than I thought it was going to be.
Fantastic, Dean. Thank you so much for today, and congrats on taking out the second place.
Thank you. Cheers.
That's it for us here at the paddock. There's more coming after this short break.
Home Chef. Great tasting chef-prepared meals. Healthy, delicious and nutritious. That's the Home Chef promise. Home Chef. Real food. Delicious, nutritious, delivered.
Formula V Racing is brought to you by Home Chef, Litech Systems, BM Graphics Promotions, Everyday Heroes Occupational Therapy, Giant Mandurah, DMC Air Conditioning, and Designer Blinds.
Jason Fowler on pole position from Rod Lisson, Dave Campbell and Ken Wyatt. Then we have Scary and Isaac Scary, Jonathan and Isaac very close together. Block, Mackenzie Gow over her father, Campbell Gow, then Renan Sanchez, Maddie Matthews in the 92, Wilkins, Samantha Casely in the 21, Amanda Hollis in 22, Sardina in 88, Quinn in 40, Campbell in 86. Bruce Welsh, who's threatening to retire again at the conclusion of this race event. Alan Yeo, David Stuckenberg, who unfortunately stuck it in the sand in race number 1, and Hamilton in car number 46.
Yeah, and that's how they line up. A really, really good field of Formula Vs up here. Once more, we've got the green flag waving at the back of the grid already, so they've gotten themselves lined up and sorted out very quickly for such a big field. We're just going to wait for the red light to come on, and then we'll be away for the second event for Formula Vs here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Red lights out, and it's a ripper start from both of our front row, with Jason Fowler looks like he's now pulled 1 car length in front of Rod Lisson as they head down in towards turn number 1. Dave Campbell also got a very smart getaway as well. He's going to hang on to third place, and then right behind him will be Ken Wyatt. Ken Wyatt got the better start. He's into 4th, and then behind him will be Jonathan Scarey. And look at, they pulled away already from Block.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Isaac Scarey in the 1200 behind his brother in the 1600. So that's how they are as they go over the top of the hill for the first time. But all over the back of Lisson is Wyatt as well, as they disappeared down there. It's going to be interesting to see a shot of turn 6 when they finally get down there, and we see them coming out of there to see how that all unravelled as they went down there for the first time. It looks like it's all pretty sane and line astern there, but yeah, definitely putting pressure on Dave Campbell at the moment.
Campbell's got in front of Rod Lisson.
Yeah, about to say Campbell and Lisson there. Lisson putting pressure on Campbell as they come over the top of the hill, but they've left Kenny Wyatt behind.
They certainly have, but it's all the giant Mandra car out in front. Jason Fowler with this new car for 2026. I think it's the Ball and Sabre. The car number 10 as he goes across the line from Dave Campbell and Rod Lisson. Then we go back to Ken Wyatt, and Jonathan Scarey holds on for 5 at the moment. Then we have Block. Matthews in the 92 up into 7th, a good run for her, and then Isaac Scarey, Renan Sanchez and Campbell Gow round out our top 10.
Yep, so the leader starting to pull a bit of a gap at the moment.
One of the Scarey cars is slowing.
Oh yes, it is too. Yep, that's a shame. I was just about to say he's already pulled 1.2 seconds lead at the moment is Jason Fowler in front of Campbell, but that's because Campbell is battling there at the back with Lisson, so that's going to slow those guys up and give the opportunity to Fowler to pull that lead even further. So just looking now at the cars at the back of the field making their way up around turn 4, and on screen we've got the leaders coming out of turn 7 with car 58, David Campbell, starting to pull away now from Lisson in 3rd place. Although Lisson gets onto his tail and gets that slipstream coming down the straight and closes that gap. He's looking for an inside line down here, and may actually take this position away.
He was 4 or 5 car lengths back as they exited turn number 6, and it just shows you what the slipstream can do for you.
It certainly does, and they often say with this category is if you're at the front of the field and you're leading, it's better to be in 2nd place coming over the top of the hill on the last lap than it is 1st, because of that slipstream being so strong in these cars.
Be worried, be very worried.
Exactly, but yeah, now it's out to 1.7 seconds now, the lead for Jason Fowler, and he's just done a 68.9, so the lap record is a 67.0, so a couple of seconds almost outside of the lap record as you'd expect on this rather changeable day weather-wise. But nonetheless, it's Fowler from Campbell and Lisson, and then back to Wyatt, and then we've got Scarey, Block, Matthews and Sanchez, and Campbell Gow in 9th place from Isaac Scarey in 10th, and he would be the first, I think, of the Silver Series. Would be the 1200s would be Isaac. I don't think.
Yeah, he's on 45 points at the moment.
Yep, so he's the first of the 1200s.
Yeah, Mackenzie Gow having a good run up there in 11th at the moment, running around in 15.3s. But our leaders, Jason Fowler in a 1600 down to 1 minute 8, has a good battle here. They're side by side down here, and that will be Ken Wyatt with Jonathan Scarey.
Jonathan Scarey, yeah, absolutely. And Jonathan Scarey getting a little bit wriggly coming out of turn 7 there, and he's opened up that opportunity now for Block to come down the inside of him. So he
Block's going to do it.
Yeah, he is indeed, and he's going to get down the inside of Scarey and take that position away from him. So well done to Reynold Block.
And Mackenzie Matthews is in there too in the 92. She's not too far. She's only 4 car lengths behind Jonathan Scarey at the moment as he closes right up on Block's car right in front of him.
Good battle a little bit further back here as well between Quinn and Campbell, car 40 and car 86 as they head into turn 1. And they're a bit further back in the field in the 1200s, but they're doing a great job back there as well. And it's a good little battle happening all through the 1200s actually, with I think it might be Welsh in front of them and Wilkins.
Yeah, Bruce Welsh in 14th at the moment, then Quinn and Campbell in the 8 back.
Oh, spinner at the back. That might have been, I think that might have been Hollis, is it, in car 22, and he's well off the circuit there. He's gone over the sand trap and down the other side.
Yeah, it's Amy Hall, car number 22.
Yeah, so there's the yellows at the moment. That's just a yellow flag there locally, so whether or not they're going to...
drive forward. Don't drive forward.
No, don't back it up. Let it roll down the hill and come around the other side.
Yeah, no, too late. I think she beached herself. It was unfortunate because she'd made it all the way through the sand backwards. And, if she'd turned the wheel left-hand down, she would have rolled backwards a bit and been able to drive around that sand.
Although the grass is pretty wet down there too, and so she may not have been able to get any grip even in the wet. But looks like at this stage, the Clark, of course, is going to leave that car there under a local yellow, which is good for us. So we'll see whether or not that's going to be a continuance.
Oh, there's another one just about gone over there as well. That was the orange car. I don't know whether that was one of the BM Graphics cars. It may have been Isaac.
Yeah, under yellow flag away because out of the vehicle, you don't getting up that you can have spin, because that will definitely suffer the eye, of course, if you do that.
Yep, she needs to keep going and get behind that white fence, the first line of defence, as we call it. You can't just stand there.
Yep, no, you've got to get big.
No, they've gone safety car now. You can't stand there, Amy. You've got to move back and jump over the fence.
Well, you can't jump over that fence anyway, because the other side of it's the other side of the straight.
Well,
so
you could stand on the tyres.
You can stand on the tyres. You can be on top of the line of
you
defence.
Can't stand out there in the middle of nowhere.
No.
And expect the race to continue.
And we have seen cars out there, quite common cars to go out there in the past. So
you can see where the conveyor belt's been dented by the cars actually making impact with it. So,
and very smart of that driver of the crash vehicle there, putting himself between himself and the driver, Amy, out of her car as well, to prevent that from happening. So that's a shame, because that was looking like it was developing into a good race there.
It's Amanda Hollis, not Amy.
Okay, Fowler had disappeared off into the distance, but it was still a pretty good battle there between some of the guys a little bit further down, particularly Block and Matthews and Scary.
We're down to 5.5 minutes on this one, unfortunately, but we do get to see them one more time later on this afternoon. And hopefully we can get a whole 12 minutes and one lap done without a safety car, because it really does upset the flow of things, doesn't it?
It's been something that's been happening in Formula V for the last couple of race meetings, as we've seen lots and lots of safety car interventions and not as much close racing as what we're used to in the Vs, as a result of that the safety car splitting up the field.
So, yeah, just under 5 minutes remaining here, so this will be close. We might get one, possibly 2 laps, as our recovery team going to have to put a snatch-em strap on that, or they'll actually pull it backwards, I would suggest, so it doesn't fill the car up full of sand and put any more in there, because I guarantee it's probably full of sand now.
It is. You need to get the vacuum cleaners out in any open car when they come off the circuit here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. That tends to make a bit of a mess of the car.
Yeah, first thing to do would be whip off those air filters and get all the sand out of those.
And once again, the WA Sporting Car Club Falcon XR8 safety car leading the field for the 5th race today.
Interesting story about that safety car, isn't it? From a test vehicle for the Ford factory over there in Melbourne. It was never allowed to be licensed to be driven on the road. And the same as what they've done with the drag racing car that was donated by GMH over there. What was their testing ground called?
That for GMH was...
the same name twice.
Lang
Lang, that's it. They donated a Holden Commodore to the WA Police Department, who turned it into Tango 1 down there at the Perth Motorplex, and still driving around today is Tango 1.
Yeah, it was the pre-production Falcon, the XR8, that's in front of the field at the moment, and it was one of the very first BA Falcons that were produced by Ford Australia, as you say, for a test vehicle, but it was a pre-production vehicle which is not allowed to be licensed. So it doesn't, I don't believe it's got a chassis number or anything. So it was donated by Ford Australia to the Western Australian Sporting Car Club many years ago, and it's put in some pretty good service over the years. It used to be used for a ride car at one stage. They used to actually get the public to come along and charge them a bit of money and take them for quite a few hot laps around the circuit, and they used to do that for many, many years, but now it really just lives in the shed at the back of the circuit most of the time and does these safety car laps for us in front of the field, and it's come in very handy today, that's for sure, because I think it's done more laps than any of the competition cars.
I'd like to see the kilometrage on that car, because it has just continually works day and night here at Wanneroo Raceway.
It's such a shame to think that after it has finished its service here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, that it's going to basically go straight to the crusher.
Yeah.
Because that's what has to happen to those types of pre-production cars. So it's a bit of a shame to think that that's what its legacy is, or what its future is going to be. But yeah, nonetheless, it's been a workhorse for the car club, that's for sure.
They still look like they're attaching straps to the back of the Hollis car over there at turn 4, but it's all in P5, Jonathan Scary in 6, Ken Wyatt, he slipped down the field into 7.
Doesn't Mackenzie do a magnificent job in that car? She's just come on, and she does a fantastic job, I think, out there, and it's really great to see one of our women competitors being so much towards the pointy end of the field in our Formula V, and it's just absolutely brilliant to see. I wish that we had many, many more women that would come up here and race these cars, because it just goes to show from her performances that there's nothing preventing you from doing well.
No, definitely not. And we're still missing April. We haven't seen April Welsh for quite some time.
I saw Kathy Lisson just coming into the race control while we had our lunch break. So Kathy's at the circuit, but obviously because Rod's racing. But we'd like to see Kathy back out in the track as well.
She's recovering from a shoulder injury or shoulder surgery, so she'll be back soon. And spoke to her at the last race meeting, and she was a little bit upset that she was missing their national round over here where we had 3 Victorians.
Yep.
But she'll be back behind the wheel, and she is a fierce competitor, and she won the championship last year.
She did indeed. She's a very, very good peddler, and that just proves my point that I was making a moment ago. There's absolutely no reason why women shouldn't get involved in motorsport, and I know that Motorsport Australia have a big campaign to get women into motorsport, and the future has to be that we have women in motorsport, because it just goes to show that you don't have to be on the side watching hubby and doing it yourself.
Do it yourself. Car has pulled aside, and it will be Jason fouling him down. So we have about 10 seconds remaining in this one. Let's see whether we get the last lap board this time, or they'll actually give them 1 lap. So we're still down to 4 seconds.
I think we're going to get one lap out of it.
There's green, and the last lap board hasn't been thrown, so we'll get another 2 laps.
Yep, because they cross the line before the negative, so they get 2 laps. So it's excellent to see. And already Fowler looks like he's got around about a second lap, or 8/10 of a lead over car number 58 of Campbell, who's coming under fire once again from Rod Lisson. And then we've got Block and Matthews. Massive rollover here on the pit straight probably 5 or 6 years ago, and it's good to see. He went into 1200s for a while, and then he's come back into the 1600s again, but it's good to see that David's starting to be a front runner again. Former state champion, of course, in Formula V 1600, and I think in 1200 as well.
1200s as well, yeah.
So it's good to see David Campbell coming good again.
Here he goes, coming under attack now from Rod Lisson as they draw side by side to each other as they crest over the top of the hill. You can forget about Jason Fowler. He's gone in far as Formula V terms. That 25-30 metre lead, that's enough to take this one, but it's for second and third and fourth. Also coming under attack, Reno Block in the 70. Then we got young Matthews and one of the scaries, the 23 of Jonathan. So Jonathan trying to poof on Matthews.
Yeah,
Matthews. Sorry?
Matty Matthews. Good to see that moved up into 1600 to get towards the pointy end of the field as well. So great to see that happening. But into another postcode is car number 10 of Jason Fowler. He's got a 1.4 second lead after only 1 lap.
Oh, Matty Matthews has lost it.
Yeah, and she's
over
actually
there in turn 4.
Yeah, she's actually managed only to do a 90-degree angle. She's not done the full 180, so she's on her way again. So
and scary. There's something happening with the scary car as
well.
Yeah,
and there's an incident back there as well, and another car off on the inside. So there's 3 cars.
Welsh?
Yeah, 3 cars off on the outside there of the gap there between turn 4 and turn 5.
Well, Bruce Welsh is up in the old circuit, coming across the top.
On the short track, yeah.
Can't see, that one's a black, and looks like there was another car that's just gone around too, the orange one.
Lucky that we're on our last lap, and here comes our leader, and our ultimate winner is Jason Fowler to the pit straight. The battle is still on for second. Listen, Range is up behind Dave Campbell and tries all that he can to get past, but not going to be able to do it. So it's going to be Fowler from Campbell back to Rod Lisson, and then car 70 of Reno Block is in fourth place, just in front of Kenny White, and then it's actually going to be Sanchez, who comes over the line in sixth from Isaac Scary, and then back to Matty Gow and Campbell Gow in ninth, and then we've got the second of the Scaries back there in car 23, and the first of the 1200s in 10th place.
Is Isaac Scary, I believe, 44 in seventh.
Ah, okay, yeah,
50 points.
Of course it is, because Jonathan Scary came, I got them mixed up. So Jonathan Scary in 10th place back there in the 1600s. So Isaac Scary finishing 7th in the first of the 1200s.
Wow, didn't that all kick off with one lap to go? There's about 4 or 5 cars involved in that incident. I've seen Bruce Welsh come down the return road. He's now on the infield on the inside of the circuit, so his car is still drivable, but I just can't pick up this car. It's at the top of the hill there. It's green and black with a P plate.
And we've just had another one go around on the wind down lap as well, a black and silver car that's just gone around.
The 88.
He's managed to miss everything, so that'd be Sedina, would it?
Yep, Sedina. And now he's got smoke profusely coming out of the back of that car. So he's done some damage there.
I wonder if he spun on his own oil, whether that's something that's, because I did notice it was smoking a little bit towards the end of the last lap as well. So maybe he's just got some oil. Can he spun on his own there?
Just cut up that car. It's like a green colour. This 8 is looking badly as it goes through turn number 6 and heads up and over the top of the hill. But wow, I can't even remember who caused that. I think Matty Matthews went in first, and then it all kicked off right behind that.
Yeah, and there was a little bit of a coming together, but I don't think the coming together at the back with those last 3 that spun up there, I don't think it was a hard coming together. I think it was just a bit of a tap, just enough to throw them off. And I think it was just a situation of some braking pretty hard to avoid the rest of the melee, and some of the ones at the back not able to stop him.
Yeah, there's the smoking 88 just coming into the paddock area now. So he has made it back into the paddock area.
So a bit of a clean-up to happen between events before we see our Formula Fords out for their next event.
That's great to have the Formula Fords straight back on after we go down to Jamie and Demelza in our paddock area there. They're going to bail one of these drivers up and have a bit of a chat, but it's certainly kicked off, and that looks like it's going to be one of the Scaries down there with Demelza.
It is. We are here back in the paddock, and I do have Isaac Scary. Isaac, you came in first for the 1200s. How are you feeling after that?
Pretty stoked. That was definitely a harder race than race 1. I was not expecting that much competition, but oh my God, Mackenzie's quick.
We've got quite a bit of a competition, and there was quite a lot of spills and thrills on the track today as well. How did you find navigating through that?
It was definitely difficult in qualifying as it was a bit wet. And then obviously race 1, that went all right. 2 laps only. And then just then, absolute, like you can see my car, it's steaming. Like I really had to push that.
The slipstreams are so important for Formula Vs. How did you find using that given the way that the race was going just then?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like it's such a powerful tool. If there's a 1600 car in front of you and you just get that slipstream, you get so much more like horsepower and torque out of the corners and for the straights.
And is there anyone you'd like to thank for helping you out and supporting you today?
I'd like to thank my whole family, my dad, my mum, my brother, Simon for working on the car, getting it up to pace, and yeah, the whole Formula V community.
And there's one more race to go for today for the Formula Vs. How are you feeling heading into that one?
Feeling pretty good. Looks like it's going to be a tough one. Mackenzie and Campbell, they're really quick. They're up to pace. Hopefully it stays dry.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Isaac, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
That's it for us here in the paddock. Thanks to Bonds Hire. We'll be back after these messages.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sets, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher and Radley Communications.
Welcome back to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, getting prepared for race number 2 for our Formula Fords, who haven't had much of a turnaround time in between races, but that's good for us because we love our Formula Ford racing, our open wheel racing here at Wanneroo Raceway. It looks like we may have a bit of a oil down. I can see it in turns 3, 4 and 5. You can see a vac that heads off to the outside of the circuit, which may have originally come from Maddie Matthews, unfortunately, and caused her to have a bit of a spin. So for our live stream viewers, tune in right now. We're going to show you what actually happened up there at turn number 4 and how it all kicked off. There were cars going everywhere at the end of this last couple of seconds. So we can see there's the first car that went off backwards. That was Amanda Hollis in the 22. Now that car brought out the safety car, and then it really started to kick off. And we see Matthews in the 92 sideways here and drifting, a 4-wheel drift, and stationary right in the middle of the circuit. She was able to pluck first gear and drive away from that, but then something else has happened not long afterwards. There we go. There's the first 3 cars there. Bruce Welsh was involved in that one, and there's the yellow car also going off. So there's oil down at this time. That's what has caused all of this. And then the smoking 88 drives past after it had all kicked off. There's another one going around, the orange car. That was 70.
That might be enough. I think it might be, and I think that also the other car is I think, and that might be the can't quite make out, but I think that might be
spin. That was the 88 spinning on its own oil. So, yeah, that's Formula V racing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. And as I said, we are going to have a bit of a clean-up here, probably 5 or 10 minutes. We'll get back to you as we know some motorsport race control. I hope you're enjoying shine out there. Wind looks like off a bit. Enjoy the sunshine. We'll be back very soon with our Formula Fords.
Services Australia. Bond Hire. Gallagher. And Radley Communications.
Budget and any experience. Join today at wascc.com.au.
It looks like our cleanup is not far from being finished over there in turn number 4. Just the last remaining scrapings of the kitty litter being removed. So all of our Formula 4 drivers will have to be very, very careful heading into 3, 4 and 5. It looks like it's about 1 metre wide from where we're looking here from our commentary box, but our scraper is just trying to remove the final bits of the kitty litter, and we should get the blower out there very, very shortly, and we'll be back racing in not too far away. Camera Pro present Formula 4. They're next here at Wanneroo Raceway.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sets, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher, and Radley Communications.
Getting behind the wheel is easier than you think. West Australian Sporting Car Club has memberships for any budget and any experience. Join today at wascc.com.au.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sets, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher, Bond Hire, and Radlink Communications. Gallagher and Radlink.
Welcome back to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and thanks for bearing with us while we've had an unprecedented amount of oil downs today, and they haven't been little ones, they have been quite significant. So that last one through 3, 4 and 5 all out of the way now. Our Formula Ford drivers out on the circuit having a very good look through as they go through all of that kitty litter over there in turn number 3, 4 and 5. Don't forget today's event brought to you by Bond Hire. Anything, anywhere, anytime, that is Bond Hire. When you need dependable equipment for civil construction, traffic management or events across Australia, Western Australia, Bond Hire delivers. From VMS boards and mobile lighting towers to complete site compounds, we've got the equipment, the experience and the service to keep your project moving. The right equipment, the right service and right on time. From weekend warriors to major infrastructure projects, Bond Hire is the name WA trusts for quality, reliability and service. So thanks very much to the guys at Bond Hire for coming on board for round 4 of the 2026 West Australian Sporting Car Club Racing Championships. For Camera Pro, Formula Fords making their way to the line. It's Brock Brewer and Brody Riordan on the front row. Aidan Deckers and Begley on the second row. Wheeler and Andy Van Leeuwen on the third row. And rounding out our 8 cars, John Van Leeuwen and Gerald Bradley back there. Having his first run in Formula Fords in car number 67. Green flag being shown at the back of the field. We're about ready to rock and roll. Race number 2 for Formula Fords. We're waiting for the red lights. Revs up, red lights are on. And it's go, and it's a very, very even start from the 95 and the 57. Now Brock Brewer drives away in the 57, and that's allowed Riordan to go with him into second place. Coming under attack behind him would be Deckers, Begley. Then we have Wheeler, Andy Van Leeuwen, John Van Leeuwen, and Gerald Bradley rounding out the back of the field. So very tiptoe through turn number 3, 4 and 5 at the moment. You can see the dust from the remains of the kitty litter as they come up and over the top of the corners. And the first 3 cars all very twitchy on the way of the change of direction from 4 to 5. And it's really starting to start up with Aidan Deckers down there and Begley. Wheeler also involved as well, but Brewer out to 3 or 4 car lengths now from Bailey Riordan, as they crest over the top of the hill, 3 wide as they come down the hill. Riordan moves out in the 95, looks for an inside run this time, tucks itself right in close, and that'll be Begley up into 3rd place as they cross the line for the first time. It's Brewer, Riordan, Begley, Deckers, Wheeler, Andy Van Leeuwen, John Van Leeuwen and Gerald Bradley. So the 95 letting the 57 run away so far in this race. 10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this one as they all again tiptoe through turn number 4, going through all of the kitty litter remains. And it's Riordan looking very racy now as they get to the top of the hill. He's all over the back of Brock Brewer. There's half a car length's difference as they come across the top of the hill. Now, will Riordan look for a run down the inside here into turn number 6? And they are side by side in turn number 6. It looks like Riordan's forced Brewer right out onto the apron there, and that's allowed Begley to move up into 2nd place and dislodge Brewer. He's gone from 1st back to 3rd. Now he's fighting back side by side with Begley as they come down the hill. Oh, Begley right into the gearbox of the car in front of Riordan. So that's allowed Brewer to run around the outside, regain 2nd place. And there's another move on here from Wheeler in the 47. They're all over each other as a big flash of flame out of the back of Brewer's car on the downshift. And Wheeler's gone big time down there in turn number 1. And it looks like he might have been caught up with Begley as well. So Begley down slowing on the exit of turn number 1. It's Riordan, Brewer and Deckers in the 38. But we will come under yellow flag because we still have 1 car that is facing backwards there in turn number 1. But that's unfortunate there for Bailey Riordan. He had 3 or 4 car lengths as they went across turn number 5 over Brock Brewer and Tom Begley. So, yeah, and Josh Wheeler, Deckers, Andy Van Leeuwen, John Van Leeuwen and Gerald Bradley in the 67. So that is Josh Wheeler facing backwards, buried right up to the gearbox in the back of that Formula Ford. Running the Van Diemen, the FRK 94K. Wasn't it all on up the front there with Riordan, Brewer, and it was Begley involved there for a while. And unfortunately for Wheeler, all come unstuck for him down there in turn number 1. With Joel Wheeler in the 47 with 8.5 minutes remaining in this one. And it was a 1.6 second lead that Riordan had over Brewer at the call of that race, and it looks like the car of Begley's has come to a complete stop over there on the exit of turn number 1, so there'll be a 2-car recovery happening very, very shortly. And we're down to 8 minutes remaining in this race. Race number 2 for the Formula Fords. 1 more race to come your way later on this afternoon. Certainly been a day highlighted by a lot of stoppages, a lot of safety cars and a lot of oil downs, unfortunately. A very trying day for all of our competitors and, of course, our officials out there as well. And that looks like there is suspension damage to the front left-hand corner of Begley's car. The wheel with a lot of negative camber. You do want some negative camber, but not that amount. So there must have been some contact over there between Wheeler and Begley, unfortunately. Manitou moving into position to remove Joel Wheeler's car. And more than likely, we'll be needing a flat top to retrieve the Begley car. Car number 3. That's moved Deckers up into 3rd place. Andy Van Leeuwen up into 4th. John Van Leeuwen into 5. And Gerald Bradley into 6. The car's going to come past the start-finish line with just under 7 minutes remaining in this one. So we should get another restart and possibly 2 laps of racing. So for our live stream viewers, we're going to check out the start of this race. It was a great start. Very even start from both of them on the front row, and then as second gear was popped, the 57 of Brewer just able to get a car length in front, and then immediately goes to driver's left to block that line from Bailey Riordan, and Tom Begley sitting in 3rd place. Andy Van Leeuwen had already got past Deckers and Wheeler and was sitting in 4th place as they headed up through the bus stop for the first time. And into turn number 4, you'll see the big cloud of dust from that residual dust of the kitty litter left. And here's the move on down the inside of Brock Brewer was Bailey Riordan in car number 95. And there is a post-race investigation about to occur between cars 3 and 47 for turn 1 contact. So that's Begley and Joel Wheeler. They were side by side as they come down into turn number 7 for the first time, and then we just see Begley just give the kiss to the gearbox of Riordan's car as he takes over the lead from Brock Brewer. And they're looking for a run down the inside here. They were, oh, there it is. So Wheeler has run over the front left-hand corner of Tom Begley, and we see massive damage done to the front end of Begley's car with that wheel. Lots and lots of negative camber, so that's broken something in the front end there in the suspension. And that will put him out of this race, unfortunately, for Begley in car number 3. And Joel Wheeler hopefully be able to get back onto the circuit very quickly. We're down to 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this one. And for our live stream viewers, we're going to see a replay, a slow-mo replay of the incident between Beckers and Joel Wheeler. So Joel Wheeler was all the way over to the left-hand side of the circuit, and Begley just started to move, saw a gap down the inside and tried to go 3 wide into turn number 1, and that was never going to happen, and unfortunately he's taken out Joel Wheeler. And we see Joel Wheeler now just being extricated out of turn number 1. But very fortunate that the car of Begley's landed back on 4 wheels, because it was showing a little bit of attitude there as it went over the front left-hand corner of Begley in 3. So, no, unfortunately there for Joel Wheeler, he will be out of this race as well. So we've lost 2. That's Tom Begley and Joel Wheeler, both out of this event and both under investigation by race control for contact at turn 1. So 3.5 minutes remaining. We still have recovery of the Begley car to go on. So there'll be at least 1 more lap occurring. 3 minutes and 25 seconds remaining here. Race number 2 brought to you by Camera Pro, who jumped on board and supporting our Formula Fords for this race meeting. We've got lots more to come for your afternoon of motorsport here from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Looks like we've got the Holden HQs down there and the dummy grid for race number 2 coming up very shortly. They'll be next out on the circuit. And then, of course, we have improved production and production cars. We'll have another couple of races for our sports cars, sports sedans. and streetcars. So don't run away. The weather looks like it's starting to get a little bit better than what it has been. Lots more sunshine coming your way this afternoon here at MotorMall, Wanneroo Raceway. So we have a look at Joel Wheeler's car and can't see any obvious damage, but I would say it was probably going to be to the front. Yeah, it could also be the front left-hand corner of that car. See, looking at that, it looks like it's the rear. So it's gone over the rear. The left-hand rear of the 47 is damaged, and the left-hand front of the Begley car, car number 3. So down to 2 minutes remaining, and we still have an extrication happening for the Begley car over there at the exit of turn number 1. So hopefully we can get this race turned around and back under green flag situation very, very shortly. We're running out of time here for race number 2. And it's Bailey Riordan in car number 95 and the 57 of Brock Brewer. And as if this race was to conclude right now, they will be tied on 45 points for the race day win, both on 45 at the moment. Decker's back on 36, Andy Van Leeuwen on 32, Tom Begley on 31, then John Van Leeuwen on 30, Joel Wheeler on 29, and Gerald Bradley on 15. Of course, we'll update our point scores towards the latter stages of the round, or race number 3, coming up later on this afternoon. Well, we're down to 1 minute remaining. The car is on the back of the tilt tray over there for Tom Begley in car number 3. So possibly get going next lap. For 2 laps, there'll be a last lap board and the last lap to be completed. Unfortunately, when you do have stoppages like this, it eats into their race time. And as we've seen today, we've had lots of stoppages, and I believe we've probably had more stoppage time during the races than actual racing. There's 6 cars remaining out on the circuit, 2 back up in the paddock area. So we're down to 0 seconds now, so it's up to Motorsport Australia as to whether we go racing this lap through or we'll get another 2 laps. Yellow flags and safety car boards still on display at the moment. It's the 17-year-old Bailey Riordan in car number 95 in P1 at the moment from Brock Brewer in the 57, Aidan Deckers in the 38, then Andy Van Leeuwen in the 66, John Van Leeuwen in the 60, and Gerald Bradley rounds out our 6 cars. So waiting to see what happens here with our Sporting Car Club safety car, whether the lights are going to stay on or they're going to go off. Looks like we still have the tilt tray on the circuit and our safety car slowing right down as he crests the top of the hill, trying to give every opportunity to get racing this lap. So the tilt tray now making its way off the circuit. And safety car lights are out and he bolts away from the field. So we will go racing this time through. And it looks like the last lap board is out. This is going to be a 1-lap flyer. Riordan in the 95, Brewer in the 57 and Deckers in the 38. And Riordan already gone. And that's checkered flag, unfortunately. They kept the yellow flags out. So safety car boards didn't come back in, even though the safety car lights went out. Checkered flag has been flown, so that's a win for Bailey Riordan, car number 95, his first win in Formula Ford. and then Brock Brewer will take home second place at the moment. As I said, both tied on points going into race number 3 coming up later on this afternoon. Aidan Deckers will finish in third, Andy Van Leeuwen, John Van Leeuwen and Gerald Bradley. As we said, a post-race investigation for cars 3 and 47. That's Tom Begley and Joel Wheeler. That'll be investigated by Motorsport Australia, and we'll let you know of the outcome of that later on this afternoon. We're going to take a very short break here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. We'll be back very shortly with the Holden HQs.
HQ Racing is brought to you by Electrical Group Training, Kenda Tyres, Petters Suspension and Brakes, and the HQ Nationals WA, September 26th and 27th at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Quick turnaround here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway as the Holden HQs make their way out onto the circuit. And a great race for race number 1. It was a great race with Ryan Davis right in there with Brett O'Keefe and Troy Kent. Let's see whether those three can resume where they left off. And joining me in commentary is Howard Crump. Howard, great race. Race number 1. You reckon they'll go on with it?
Absolutely.
That's just built-in nature, isn't it?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, nothing will change. Troy wasn't sure where that smoke was coming from his car. We think it may have been some contact, but on closer investigation, doesn't seem to be rubbing, and he thinks it's just where they did an oil change the other day. He spilt some, and the oil was still leaking down onto the exhaust. So we'll see how he goes, but he didn't feel anything in the car, and the tyres don't seem to be rubbing, so I'm not quite sure what that is.
Yeah, while it was all kicking off up the front there with Davis, O'Keefe and Troy Kent, look at Dennis Russell. He's made his way up into P4 for this one.
He has. It's great to see Dennis back racing after so long as well. I think he's been here for about 18 months, and he's got himself back to running this year and getting ready for the Nationals. And we were talking about the Nationals before. We've got over 50 cars coming up to Perth, and 38 of them have already nominated for Collie the following weekend as well. So
awesome effort.
That's looking awesome. And I was down there, our porter that came over got a hell of a truck. There's a huge truck down there that takes 2 cars and all his spares, so certainly well set up.
Let's have a look at our grid, and it's Ryan Davis in the 49 from Brett O'Keefe starting alongside him. Then we have Troy Kent and Dennis Russell alongside Russell. The next row will be Mark Watkins and Dave Kent. Then Troy Faulknell and Porter from Queensland in the 33, Phil Breen and Mark Alfonsi. Then we have Horgan, Bradshaw, Topless and Rory Sharp, unfortunately not finishing race number 1. What was the go with Rory's car?
Don't know. Didn't get to catch up with him, unfortunately. He was certainly heading to grid before, so I'm pretty sure he's out there for this one.
Yeah, he is out there. He's going to start right down the back of the field for the white 19 of Rory Sharp. And, of course, there's that car that we talked about earlier with the very historical past in car number 34. And we're going to have our camera on board this one with Brodie Topless, who's first time here at Wanneroo Raceway.
In my old car that I built, this was out on the hill, and I rebuilt it many years ago and had a lot of success in it, and it's great to see it out there running again, and I hope he gets a lot of joy. And his dad's bought a car as well, so that's another one, which is the old Mike Annette car that was running around ago. So they're still coming back. I think 31 cars at the moment that are eligible to go racing.
Let's try and entice them out of the garages and get them back here to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. They are certainly a a fantastic category. The cars are very, very even, and the driving is just amazing on some of these cars. They're not the easiest cars to drive around a big circuit like this. They don't really handle like a normal race car.
No, they've got no power, no brakes, and they don't turn very well, but apart from that, they're brilliant.
Oh, we were just waiting for our green flag towards the back of the field, and the red lights will come on very, very shortly. Looking for a good run here for Dennis Russell and his brother Rocket down there in car number 23 off the second row. But Troy Kent has showed a lot of speed so far in 2026. Put a new motor in this car not that long ago, and it really turned around the car. And I think Troy's mindset's got that's had a bit of an attitude adjustment as well. He's a real hard charger now, as we see a move there of Dave Kent in the 45. He'll definitely get pinged for that, I would say, as Rory Sharp already passed 3 cars already as he heads down towards the back end of Phil Breen and Mark Alfonsi. But it's Ryan Davis at the moment. But look at Brett O'Keefe right around the outside. Troy Kent in the number 3 goes side by side with the New Zealander in the white car. Side by side up through turn number 3 over the top of the bus stop, and O'Keefe takes over second place from Troy Kent, held out wide. Then we go back to Dennis Russell, and behind him would be Mark Walker-Watkins in car 10.
Yeah, and Troy has been practicing his starts, and he's very, very good on the starts. You'll notice last time he got from P2 to P1, and this time he's always got himself from P3 up to 2, and he's a very, very good starter. Puts a lot of time and effort into making sure he can get that car off the line.
Rory Sharp's moved forward. He's not too far off the back of Mark Alfonsi. He's already gone past Phil Breen, and that looks like Dennis Russell, unfortunately. He might have made a mistake, I think, because he's falling backwards. Maybe missed a gear or something not quite right down there in turn 6. But here's our battle for the first place. It's Ryan Davis in 49, Troy Kent in the 3, and up the inside is 56, Brett O'Keefe, as he runs side by side with the 3 of Troy Kent. They lean on each other as they exit turn number 7, and there's a bit more little bumping going on down the main straight here as they cross over the start-finish line. It's going to be neck and neck into turn number 1 for O'Keefe and Troy Kent.
Yeah, there's a lot of racetrack there, and they both seem to want the same piece of it for some strange reason.
And there's that smoke back again from the 3.
Yeah, it's back there again on the left-hand side. And it seems to be coming from around or behind the exhaust. It's not from the engine, but he thinks it's some oil that's coming down onto the exhaust.
From a long way. Yeah, it looks like it's coming out of that back left-hand corner of the car, doesn't it? Like an axle seal or something.
Yeah, it was definitely not tyre rubbing, that's for sure. We checked that, and he took the wheel off, and the seal looks okay. So a bit strange, but as I said to him, eventually the smoke will stop.
Yes.
Whether the tyre goes bang or it runs out of oil or
the car will stop.
The car will stop, but eventually it will stop smoking.
Well, he's coming under a lot of attack down there into turn number 6. Brett O'Keefe tried to run around the outside of him and got very, very loose. Now Kent trying to defend his position. P2 at the moment, but Brett O'Keefe all over the back of him. And I haven't seen Ryan Davis try to get away from him much, but while these two are fighting for second and third, Davis's opportunity is right now to drive away from these two while they're having this real tussle for second place.
Yeah, Troy certainly is in all the racetrack and slowly drifted across from the inside to the outside of the track then to take his line. But you can't keep doing that too often, because otherwise someone's going to have a word, I think, if he does that again.
They head up into turn number 4 now over what remains of the kitty litter. It looks like it's cleaned up pretty well now. There doesn't seem to be too much smoke or dust occurring through turn number 4 as Mark Alfonsi gets it all sideways on the entrance into 4. But up and over the top of the hill and down in towards turn 6, it's still the 49 for Kevrek. It's Ryan Davis with 4 car lengths now over Troy Kent and Brett O'Keefe into third place. Behind them will be Watkins, Porter and Faulknell. And car number 45 and 24 and 5 all under investigation for a false start. 5-second penalties coming up for topless. That will also be Todd Faulknell and the 45 of Dave Kent.
Yeah, we saw the Dave Kent one of the 45 car. He launched a little bit early before the lights went out, and then by the time he'd gathered it up and then started when the lights did go out, he was a lot further behind. So although he moved, he didn't get an awful lot of advantage out of it. Now he's got a disadvantage with a 5-second penalty as well.
So looking at Porter here in the white car from Queensland, just snuck up the inside there of Todd Faulknell and Mark Watkins as well. So wait for a fight back here from Mark Watkins. He won't like getting overtaken down there into turn number 1. But that car of Porter's looks like it's got substantial body roll on it compared to the rest of the cars. Oh, Dave Kent super sideways and actually run himself off the racetrack over there in turn number 4.
And big rooster tails coming out of the back.
Yeah, don't lift. Just keep your foot down. Oh, yeah, throws it sideways back out onto the circuit and drives off over turn number 5. So Phil Breen right behind him now. As Phil Breen rounds him up on the way into turn number 6, gets that move done. But there we go. Porter has moved away now from Todd Faulknell. Mark Watkins has moved backwards, so he's got something going on with that car. You wouldn't expect Walker to be going backwards.
No, it's unusual for Walker to go backwards in any race. But, yeah, Porter certainly seems to be starting to get a handle on the track and learning a few tricks from the boys, which is why he turned up here early, I guess.
Well, it puts him in good stead for the Australian HQ Nationals coming up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway in September. And Phil Breen and Dave Kent having a good battle back here as they come side by side across the start-finish line. In the 45 is Dave Kent, 75 is Phil Breen. Then we go back to Mark Alfonsi and Holden in the 71. And then Bradshaw rounds out the field, in 34. And then rounding out the field is car number 5 of Topless.
Yeah, well, it's unusual to see car 5 that far back, but he's a young bloke and still learning. So I know the car can do it. I'm not sure what's under the bonnet these days, but the chassis itself was pretty good and it hasn't been bent since I had it. So I'm sure they'll get to grips with it over the coming weekends.
This battle is still going on with Brent O'Keefe trying to run around the outside. He's used all of the concrete apron down there in turn number 6 and draws up alongside the 3 of Troy Kent. And I would say that Davis has skipped off into the sunset. But look at the battle here for second place. Kent in the blue car, O'Keefe in the white car, and it looks like Troy Kent will outbrake him here and take over second place. The over and under is on here as Kent tries to get back and move across on top of Brett O'Keefe, and Brett held his line and kept holding his line all the way down the start-finish line. Great driving.
Looks like we, I don't know if I missed it, Dennis Russell's...
He's pulled off. We did see him going backwards there early.
Yeah. Hopefully he hasn't got any major problem. It's hopefully something minor, like after all this time he's just got to put fuel in it. Yeah, you'll notice our races are shorter for the first 2 because we've got a longer race at the end where we've gone for 20 minutes instead of the usual 12s. So we've only got 5-minute races at the 5-lap races at the beginning.
Right.
And the idea is just to give the guys a bit of a shakedown before the Nationals at something a little longer.
Well, 2 from 2 for car 49 of Ryan Davis takes the win from Troy Kent in car 3, and Brett O'Keefe will take home 3rd place. Porter from Queensland takes home 4th. He'll be fairly wrapped with that one. Rory Sharp into 5, Todd Faulknell in 6, Watkins in 7, Dave Kent in 8, Phil Breen in 9, and Alfonsi rounds out our top 10. Mate, thanks very much for joining us here. Hopefully we'll be back for race number 3 with all the goss and info on the Holden HQs.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thanks very much, Howard. It's a couple of spectators there, bit hungry in between races, just having a bit of a nibble on the grass down there in turn number 1. But you should see our HQ drivers. They will line up now in double Indian file and come over the top of the hill, and that's a salute to the paying public and also for our live stream viewers as well. A tradition that started many years ago with our Holden HQ drivers and still continues today. And don't forget the Australian HQ Nationals coming your way. Over 50 cars here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway coming up in September. And of course we also have our improved production national title also here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Just having another look at a couple of very interested spectators down there in turn number 1. So our next event will be our sports cars, sports sedans and street cars. We can see only
Well, looks like we're down to a field of 5 for this one, unfortunately. A very small field. Oh, there's 6. That's Ron Moller coming out. And Walter Eppel rounding out the field. And this was a fairly good race in race number 1 earlier on this morning. Chris Chevrolet having a good run. So for our live stream viewers, we're going to take a short ad break. We'll be back very shortly.
Street Cars and WA GT Racing is brought to you by ADH Golf and Utility Vehicles, Pool Edge Systems, Okie Dokie, Mezstore Mezzanine Floor Solutions, Swan Towing, and TA2 Racing Muscle Car Series.
So here's our grid for this one. It's Ryan Humphries in the Ford Falcon, and alongside him will be Ron Moller in the Chev Camaro. Second row will be Walter Eppel in the Porsche 991, and alongside him Chris Chevrolet in the BMW E36, Neville Zoccoli in the Chev Corvette, and Chris Barton. And unfortunately, it looks like we've lost Pavey, 247, unable to make race number 1, although having a look at the moment, I can see that could be Chris Pavey in the 247. Just having a look. Yes, it is. Oh, it's great to see that car back on the circuit. So a 2-lap warm-up for this particular category and a rolling start. But all the eyes will be on these top 3. Humphrey, Moller and Eppel. 2 V8s versus a 6-cylinder, the straight 6 in the Porsche 991.1. It's a GT3 Porsche Cup car. And Walter drives this thing to its absolute limits every time he sits behind the steering wheel and see whether he can take it up to Ronnie Moller. Didn't look like it was going to happen early in race number 1, but towards the end of the race, that 991 Porsche really started to come forward and put some pressure on Ron Moller in the 7. Ryan Humphrey in the 30. Ford Falcon with some Chevrolet goodness under the bonnet. And then we go back to the V8 powered BMW E36 of Chris Chevrolet. Zoccoli, Chris Barton and Pavey. Safety car will peel off now. You can see the guys all lining up there. It's like Chris Barton and Pavey need to get a move on here. Side by side you can see Humphrey and Ron Moller exiting turn number 7, making their way down towards the start line. When the red light goes off, they are away. And away we go. And just wheel spin from Ryan Humphries, I think that was. Although Ron Moller's car has got excessive horsepower as well. That's quite capable of going into wheel spin at the tramp of the throttle. As we go on board Chris Pavey on the 247 as we move up through the S's, through the left-hander, up into 3rd gear now, across the top of the bus stop. Holds 3rd gear, just applies the brakes to get that nose down and get some bite into the asphalt as he runs. Gets a little bit closer to the back end of Chris Chevrolet in the BMW E36 and heads off down towards turn number 6 under brakes. This is where he's going to catch Chevrolet. And he moves up by about 2 car lengths. So the car broke sideways on him right in the middle of the corner, and that's cost him probably 3 car lengths as they head up and over the top of the hill now. You can see Chevrolet's car disappearing up and over the top of the hill. But look at the horsepower of this car of Pavey's. It's really starting to reel him in. It's a bit lighter than the BMW E36 of Chevrolet as well. So able to gain some ground through turn number 7 as well and over the start-finish line here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Back to the front of the field, and it's Ryan Humphrey in car number 30 with Ron Moller, not letting him run away into the sunset. Then we've got the Porsche, the 991.1 of Walter Eppel. And they have really skipped away from Chevrolet, Pavey and Chris Barton.
Up across the top of the hill, the car looking very, very nicely there for Ryan Humphries. And down into 6. Already starting to make the long climb up the hill here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, where this car has got a superior horsepower over his competitors this weekend. And up and over the top of the hill, here comes the Camaro of Ron Moller as well. And under brakes, Ron's able to actually gain some ground on Ryan Humphrey. There's nothing Walter Epple's going to be able to do from back there, unfortunately. He's just going to have to toe the line, and hopefully one of these two in front will make a bit of a mistake. All eyes on Ron Moller. Can he do anything about Ryan Humphries as Ryan fries up the right rears of that car as he leaves turn number 1 and 2. Now it looks nice and settled again through turn number 4. Very unusual to see the Moller car go sideways or step out. It's a very well-behaved Trans Am. Heads down in towards turn number 6. As I said, Walter Epple too far back to make any moves on Ron Moller at this stage. Only early, we've got 8 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this one, and a 59.47 for Ryan Humphries. So sub 60 second, and also sub 60 seconds for Ron Moller as well with a 59.57. They probably expect Ryan to go a little bit quicker, and as I say that, he goes across with a 58.6 to a 59.3 of Moller, so he's now moved out to 1.7 seconds. 3.3 back to Walter Epple and some 9.4 back to Chris Chevrolet. A medium distance race for this particular category today. It was a longer race. You'd see the Porsche being a little bit more competitive towards the end of the race. But not over yet. Still 8 minutes remaining in this one. And still plenty of time for the Porsche 991.1 of Walter Epple to come forward and put a challenge on Ron Moller. Our leader's already down in towards turn number 7. And Ryan Humphrey looking nice and comfortable out in front as he comes across the MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway start-finish line. So we pick up on our live screen this little battle happening between Pavey and Chevrolet, and Pavey's been able to get in front of Chris as they head down in towards turn number 7. They're very similar cars, with the dining room table hanging above the rear bonnet or the rear boot of these cars. So two BMWs as they throw themselves in towards turn number 1 and drive out as straight as possible. Pavey's got the better line on the exit of turn number 1, but look at Chris Chevrolet up through the S's there. He was able to gain 2 or 3 car lengths back that he lost during the corner. It's Pavey getting a handle on this BMW quite well in the last couple of times that we've seen him up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Chevrolet looking for a run down the inside, but he can't throw it from back there. So a 58.6 is still the fastest lap. 58.7 that time through from Humphrey, and a 59.0 for Ron Moller. So these guys lapping at about the same speed. And if that's the case, then no ground will be made by Moller onto the back of Ryan Humphrey at the moment. Let's have a look back to Walter Epple. He's 3.5 seconds behind Ryan Humphries at the stripe. And then we go back 22 seconds back to Chris Pavey and 23 seconds back to Chris Chevrolet. Pavey really starting to get away now from the front end of Chris Chevrolet's BMW as they head towards turn number 4. And Ryan Humphries already up and over the top of of the hill here and down towards turn 7. Hard on the brakes, and it looks like maybe Ron Moller starting to make some gains now. So whether the tyres are starting to go off on the XE Ford Falcon, only time will tell, but it definitely looks like Moller is increasing. Yes, at 1.3. So he's really starting to make some moves now onto the back of Ryan Humphries as they head up through the right-hander at turn 3. So this could close up in a very short amount of time. Chris Barton will be the first car to be overtaken by Ryan as he comes across turn number 5. Definitely Ron Moller making some gains, and looks like they're going to pass Chris Barton in a straight line, so there won't be any hindrance to Ryan Humphrey at all. See whether Ron Moller can make it past before they get down to the corner here at 7. And yes, he can. And Ron Moller right under brakes now. He's getting right underneath that rear wing of Ryan Humphries. So Ryan definitely starting to have a look in the rear vision mirrors now and try and find out where this Camaro is at all times. As Walter Eppel also gets past Barton without being impeded as well. So the race really starting to develop now. 4.5 minutes remaining in this one, and Ron Moller looking menacing now in the Camaro. There's only 3 or 4 car lengths off the back of Ryan Humphries in that XE Falcon. Then we go back about 25 metres to Walter Eppel in the Porsche. Up and over the top of the hill, and looks like Ryan's trying to keep the car as straight as possible, so I'm wondering whether the tyres are starting to go away from him. And the more pressure Ron Moller can apply to Ryan Humphries will only exacerbate those rear tyres and the temperature in those tyres. So they come down in towards turn number 7 again. Now it looks like Ron Moller starting to put a bit of a charge on as well. He's dropped it from 3.5 down to 2.3 seconds. So second and third are definitely marching forward towards the tail of Ryan Humphrey in car number 30. Go back to the lap car of Chris Barton for Shockworks, car number 48. And we've still got Chris Pavey and Chris Chevrolet. And it looks like Pavey's going to win that battle, starting to really get away from Chris Chevrolet. So down to 3 minutes remaining in this one. And Ron Moller unable to do anything about Ryan Humphrey at the moment. Looks like he got close, but kind of an elastic band effect where some parts of the racetrack Ryan moves away, and it looks like he's put some ground on Ron Moller this time. But under brakes, this is where Ron Moller really starts to close up onto the back of the Falcon, and he slips right into the boot lid this time. There's only 2 car lengths difference as they come down in towards 7 and across the main straight now into the start line. So it's down to 0.7 of a second, and Walter Eppel's taken another 0.2 out of both of them. He's down to 2.1. So 2 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in this one, and Ron Moller is looking very, very good here in second place. Looks like he's definitely got the braking power of that Trans Am. Looks like it brakes a little bit better than the Falcon. So go down in towards turn number 6 into those threatening skies into the east of Perth. Out towards the Swan Valley and Pearce Air Base. As Ryan again uses the exit on the driver's right of turn number 6 to try and keep the car as straight as possible. There's a challenge from Ron Moller. We can see it coming a couple of laps ago, and he's got it, and unfortunately for Ryan, he's flipped it backwards. So that takes him out of this one. So not too sure. I think Ryan's just clipped up on the red and white ripple strip there, and it sent him backwards. But very lucky he didn't keep going and head into the tyre wall and the concrete barrier there. But it definitely looked like the tyres were going away from Ryan, and with that pressure that Ron Moller was applying, he couldn't have a break. He couldn't give those rear tyres a chance to cool down. And that is the end result, unfortunately. We've still got a local yellow at the moment. Double wave yellows down there in turn number 7. So with 60 seconds remaining, should get another 2 laps out of this one as Ron Moller comes down in towards turn number 7. Of course, no passing allowed down there at the moment. It won't be a problem. Ron's really backed off, and that's allowed Walter Eppel to move very, very close. It was 1.8 seconds. Now it's down to 0.9. For our live stream viewers, we have a great replay coming your way, and we'll see what happened with Ryan Humphries. I don't believe there was any contact there. It just looked like it hit the ripple strip and kicked to the right-hand side. So here we go. We see the move coming up the inside here from the 7 of Moller. Ryan tilts the car in, And unfortunately, Ron Moller's car is there, so he's forced wide, and the car was actually sideways before he hit the ripple strip. So unfortunately, the left rear has let go, and that has spun Ryan around backwards. So touch ball play on, and it's Ron Moller by 2 car lengths now, with a very angry Porsche right behind him, the 991.1 GT3 Porsche of Walter Eppel. It was 0.9, it's now down to 0.6, and they're on their last lap. So can Walter Eppel pull off a remarkable win here from 3rd place, currently sitting in 2nd, and look at him gain the ground right underneath Ron Moller there, right through the bus stop area. He's right up underneath this Camaro as they head up through turn number 4, across the right-hander at the top of the hill. And Walter Eppel just got a little bit sideways through turn 5, and that cost him 1 or 2 car lengths, unfortunately. And the horsepower of the big Camaro will reign supreme as they exit out of turn number 6. So there's one more opportunity, and then the drag race to the start-finish line for Walter Eppel. But I think Ron is too far out in front. Under brakes, you'll see the 991 close right up, but it's not good enough. Your winner for this one, race number 2 for the sports cars, street cars and sports sedans, goes to Ron Moller over Walter Eppel in car number 3. In 3rd place will be Chris Pavey in 247, the BMW E36. 4th place will go to Chris Chevrolet. Ryan Humphrey will end up in 5th, I think, and Chris Barton will end up taking home 6th place. And unfortunately for Neville Zocoli, he was unable to take the start in that race. So here comes Ryan Humphrey now down into turn 7. So this might shake the order up, currently sitting in 5th position. And no, he's going to stay down there in 5th. Pavey will grab 3rd overall. So it's Moller, Eppel and Pavey from Chevrolet, Humphrey and Chris Barton rounds out only 6 cars remaining in that one. A good win there for the Trans Am Camaro of Ron Moller. It's been quite a long time since we've seen Ron back on the podium in P1. It's been dominated the last couple of months by Ryan Humphrey in the XE Ford Falcon. It's great to see Ron returning to his Trans Am Camaro, who also drives a WA muscle car as well. And Walter Eppel, the seasoned veteran, loves his German cars and loves his Porsches and drives them, as I said, to 110% every time he gets involved with a race. And we're going to show another replay for our live stream viewers. Coming your way very shortly, thanks to Turn 7 Media and the WA Sporting Car Club. So this was Ryan Humphrey and Ron Moller in this great battle that pursued all the way through that race. It looks like, yeah, see, you see the lap beforehand that Ryan left 2 big licorice straps coming out of turn number 7. Those tyres were fried, and unfortunately there just gets run out. Ron ran him a little bit wide, and he just made contact with that ripple strip, and that was enough to send the XE Falcon around on its axis and rolling back towards the supercar pits. Just don't forget, that is our next race meeting here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, the Repco V8 Supercars. And down there in the pit area, we do have Ron Moller, the driver of car number 7. Jamie, you got Ron Moller down there with you.
I certainly have. What an eventful race that was. Let me tell you, Vaughan, incredible. So this was the combined category we just saw run, sponsored by Pull Edge Systems. Ron Moller, you've come out in 1st place. Congratulations, mate. You're just trying to get your helmet off, aren't you? Almost there.
Not much room in here.
Almost there. There we go. Ron, great race, mate. You've got to be happy with that result, especially for the fact that Ryan's been out front for most of these races over the last couple of months, but you've taken him out in a spectacular way.
Yeah, that was pretty tight coming out there, and yeah, I don't know. I thought he had enough room on the side, but whether I did or not, but I felt a little touch, and then he was gone. So that was unfortunate for him. because it was going to be a good battle to the finish too, I reckon.
Exactly right, but on the same token, coming up second against how fast Ryan's been going in the last couple of races, it's an incredible result, really, isn't it? You must be really happy with the way the cars are producing the goods on the track.
Yeah. That was a little bit of fine tuning from the last race, but it felt much better, and it's good to finally get a return to the winner's circle.
Have you had much work done on the car since the last championship round?
No, nothing. We've gone to a different brand of tyres as well, which meant the setup wasn't quite right, so we're just playing with that now to try and get it to its optimum performance.
Have you got one more race to go today?
Yeah, we have, yeah.
Okay, is that a longer than normal race, or is it an extended race, or is it just exactly the same as what you've just performed then?
It's a shorter one for the next one. That was a 15-minute race, the next one's a 12-minute, yeah.
Great, mate. Well, listen, good luck for the last race. Let's hope you can pull out another result like you just did then, and that's just a fantastic result, let me just say. Great race.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ron. That's all for me. It's back to you, Vaughan.
Thanks very much, Jamie, down there in the paddock area. And we have a look at our grid and Steve Turpin. And it will be Steve Turpin and Trent Hookemow on the front row. Mason Legg and Craig Poole on row 2. Derek Burns and Lane on the next row. Jim Jellin and Laurie Whitholm. Tim Riley, Matt Cherry. Watch for this one. The Holden Monaro will be coming back from midfield. That will go like a rocket. Neil Pollard. And unfortunately, we've lost Horan. I don't believe I see Woodhead. Oh, yes, Woodhead is out there. And looks like Joel Corello is missing. And also Delphin in the 30. Joining me in the commentary for this one is Cameron Burns. And Cameron, we'll get to you very shortly. There was a lot of guys that had some problems after race number 1 this morning. But we're just about ready to get going on this one. And you guys have got a very big event coming up very, very shortly here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. We'll get into that once these guys start circulating. Very interesting to keep your eye on Mason Legg in the Volkswagen, the 60th anniversary version of the Golf. On the second row, alongside him is the Tirana of Craig Poole. Haven't seen Craig for quite a while up here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. It's great to see him back. Red lights on. We're about to go racing. Improved and production cars, and Steve Turpin gets the win of the start from Trent Hookemow and Craig Poole and Mason Legg side by side into turn number 1. Craig Poole just drives right around the outside of Mason and has actually got himself a car length distance already as he drives away now up through turn number 3 and into 4 for the first time. Derek Burns had a good start as well, but here comes the Monaro for Racing Dynamics of Matt Cherry, just stuck behind Derek Burns at the moment. That will change very, very quickly. Give him a bit of straight road and that Monaro will blow past. So as I said, welcome to the commentary box in Cameron Burns. Mate, a big race meeting coming up for you guys.
Yes, we're having our state nationals up here and end of October. We've got lots of sponsors coming over and lots of people joining, which will be good.
It's going to be good, plus the live stream now, so it doesn't matter where your constituents are anywhere around Australia, they'll be able to tune in and watch all the action from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Yep, we're looking at almost 50 cars at the moment, hopefully. And then, unders, overs, and it should be a good weekend.
So Neil Pollard just doing the under and over on, I think that's Jim Jellin's car. Yes, it is, the Honda Civic Type R. And where is that Monaro? It's up into second place already after 1 lap. Just gone past the RX-7 of Hookemow, and he will start to get on the back of Steve Turpin very, very quickly. 2 Holden products out in front as we go on board car number 25, I think that is, of Craig Poole in the Tirana. And there is the Holden Monaro for Racing Dynamics of Matt Cherry. And there's Craig Poole out in the Tirana being harassed by Mason Legg in the 60th anniversary of the Volkswagen Golf. And the rest of the field just making their way through. That'll be Tim Riley, Laurie Whitholm and Woodhead in the little Mini Cooper S. So Steve Turpin coming through turn number 7 now with Matt Cherry closing in big time. 9.5 minutes remaining in this one, and Matt Cherry does hold the lap record for this improved production category with a 60.08 second lap, and he's just done a 60.8, so he's 0.8 of a second away from a new lap record.
Yeah,
he'd be trying hard, wouldn't he?
Yeah, we've also gone onto a new tyre, the Bridgestones, for this year too, so the new Bridgestone tyres working very well as well. But yeah, there was a few incidences after race 1. A couple of cars were a bit faulty. TPS sensor on Steve Turpin's and Trent Huckamel's RX-7. There was the Golf that had the big incident at turn 1. He's all right walking around, so a bit beaten up, a bit sore.
Yeah, that was Mark Horan.
Yep.
That was a pretty unfortunate event. Did he actually tell you how that occurred?
He's pretty much put the brakes on the oil slick. The right-hand side's locked up and has pulled the car hard left into the wall.
So he didn't see it because he was so far close behind Mason?
Yeah, you had Derek and then the Tirana, and then all three of them went a bit wide and slippery, and they're just an accident. But he's out walking around. He's a bit shaken up, a bit sore, but he'll be right. We'll get the car fixed.
Hopefully he'll get that car fixed for the Nationals, because he is a great driver. He's coming from open wheel racing and now going into production cars. And let's see how he goes.
And Emma's not out there. Emma's just not feeling the best after the moment after race 1, so she's pulled her car out, unfortunately. But Jim's going around pretty quick in his little first time out in his Honda Civic. So,
what's happened with Joel Corello and Delphin?
Joel Corello's BMW lost oil pressure after halfway through qualifying, so he's pulled out. And then Ben Delphin, his first race mate with us, he did a rear main seal in qualifying, and it's not worth blowing the engine up and all the rest of it, losing all the oil. So yeah, a few little retirements, which is a shame, but everyone will come back bigger and better for next time.
Sure will. And when you say like a rear main bearing, it sounds, it's only a bearing, but to get to that bearing, you've got to pull the whole engine out to get to that little bearing.
Yeah, it was a rear main seal on the back of the engine, so I was just leaking oil out the back, so it's not safe to run it. So saves spilling oil all over the track, which has been a thing, but there's a good little battle pack here with some production cars and IP cars.
Craig Poole ran very wide and allowed Neil Pollard, and now Derek Burns, your dad, is having a crack at Craig Poole as well as they crest the top of the hill down towards 7. Isn't this a really rapid little car, this Neil Pollard in the, I think it's a Honda?
Yeah, it's an under 2 litre Honda Civic with a K20 in it, and then you've got a 6 litre Tirana. It's BMW production car, 6-cylinder twin turbo, and then you've got Jim Gallen in a 4-cylinder turbo production car. So they're all could be well matched for different categories, different styles, different years.
Different strengths and weaknesses out there on the circuit as well. Obviously the 6 litres going to have it in a straight line, but under brakes, these front-wheel drive performance cars, they really hold their own through the corners and the tight twisty stuff.
It's just the technology in the cars too. They're very well made these days, but you can make an old Tirana like this go faster than BMW. It's good racing to watch.
So Matt Cherry is 6/10 away from his lap record as he closes in on the back of Steve Turpin. There'll be a move on here very, very shortly, and it looks like he's going to try and throw it up the inside. There's smoke coming from the front right-hand corner of Matt Cherry's car. So
Steve
just
covers off.
right on the verge of pinching that brake. But yeah, the move will be on here down towards 6, I would suggest, as they head up in towards turn number 3. Only 2 car lengths difference now between the 3 of Steve Turpin and the 44 for Racing Dynamics of Matt Cherry.
Matt Cherry had to replace a front right tyre after that big lock-up in turn race 1. So he's got a new front tyre on that. Steve sorted out his throttle position sensor now in the Diesel's mechanical car. So now that's got full throttle and he's happy with that.
What's going on with all these throttle position sensors?
They just forget to tighten them up. No, there's just issues comes with gremlins with race cars. They always happen. So he's lucky he was able to source one. He had to get one of his workers or mates to go to Bassendean to go pick up a part for him and quickly rushed it out here so he can race today.
There's the over and under for Matt Cherry in the red Holden Monaro. Draws up alongside Steve Turpin and then blows past him and will take over first place. A 60.6 is the fastest lap at the moment for Matt Cherry in that beautifully presented Holden Monaro. Pretty much a V8 supercar, isn't it, on street tyres?
Pretty much. It's not much. Steve Turpin's car is not that bad either. He's got 6 litres in that, and he's been developing that car a lot as well. There's supposedly a new engine coming for that for the Nationals as well, so that car will get quicker. But Steve's come on in bounds in the last year or so he's made so much time up in that car. It's great.
So you're going to try and offload some weight out of these big Holden Commodores. Once you put a V8 in them, they're quite a heavy car. So how do they go about? What type of things are they removing to get rid of the weight?
You can remove a lot of the excess, like sound deadening and all the rest of it like that, but you still got a minimum weight you got to run to. So you're not able structurally to remove a lot of stuff. There's still a minimum weight. There's still a certain tyre size and everything you got to run. But yeah, engines, gearboxes. That Matt Cherry car Monaro's got a sequential in it. You're allowed to do that type of stuff to it too. So yeah, it's what you want to do to it really. How much money you want to put into it.
Yeah, that's it. How big is the back pocket and how fast do you want to go?
To a degree, yes, but then you've also got like a couple of under 2 litre cars that only spend 10 grand a year and they can run all year, do collie and still be competitive. So,
well, Tim Riley's little car, that seems to be fairly reliable. That's just runs all day, every day. It's only a under 2 litre car, of course.
Yeah, under 1600. That thing's been running around for as long as I think we've been up here, I think.
Certainly has. But it's all car 44 at the moment, but a good battle on here with Pollard, Poole, Gellan and Burns.
Yeah, Jim just got Derek into the braking zone, and now Craig Poole's trying to come back at Neil Pollard. I don't think he's going to outbrake a Civic into turn 1.
No, I don't think so. That big, heavy Holden Tirana, that'll be the heaviest of those 4 cars for sure. I reckon the BMW would probably be next.
Yeah, the BMW comes in about 1,400 kilos because the production cars are power to weight ratio cars. Same as the red Civic, that's about probably 1,400 kilos as well. The Neil Pollard Civic will probably come in about just under 1,100 kilos.
Jeez. There's a big difference, 300 kilos difference in the car.
And 400-500 horsepower difference sometimes.
There's Woodhead just coming down in towards turn number 1, tried to overtake Laurie Whitome. Laurie hanging on in the RX-8, but coming under pressure from that little Mini Cooper S. Is that a turbocharged Mini Cooper S?
Not 100% sure, to be honest. I'd assume it would be, because it's a D-class car, so they're both D-class, so they're in the same category for production cars. So they both race in the same power to weight, but they obviously make their power in a different way too.
Yeah.
The RX-8 will be lighter than the Mini, but the Mini's got a wider stance, probably bigger brakes on it, but yeah, it's all comparison at the same time, isn't it?
So back on board now with Craig Poole in the Holden Tirana as he tries to chase down Neil Pollard. That's a front-wheel drive Honda Civic out in front as we go through the left and rights up and over the top of the bus stop, and you'll see that the little Honda Civic will probably get away through this section. There he goes. He starts to drive away from the Holden Tirana, but once we get to the top of the hill and we turn right, this is Holden Tirana territory. He's going to start to close in on the back of that Honda Civic very, very rapidly, but then again through the corner you'll see the Honda Civic drive away. As we just see Jim Gellan put on a great little pass there right up the inside of Craig Poole. Now can Craig Poole drive straight back around? Yep, just repay the favour, and now he's got the Neil Pollard car. I don't know that he's going to do it. He looks like he's a little bit too far back, but gets right up to within one car length of that Honda Civic. So it's great to see the strength and the weaknesses of the cars at different parts of the circuit.
Yeah, Neil Pollard's car actually looks a little bit understeery on the in-car. He's actually missing a few little corners and going a little bit wide, and it's just not seems to be turning in very nicely, but he's managing to keep the 6 litre behind him, which is good. And then you've got the battle of Jim and Gellan and Derek Burns behind, so they're 2 production cars fighting it out as well, so that will close up in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, you can see Pollard's car, it's definitely pushing. Look, it can't get into the corners like it should do, but then it comes back on its own axis and it's able to drive and pull itself up the hill. But now the Tirana will be all over the back of him again as they head down in towards turn number 6. But if Craig could get a decent run out of 6, I think he might put a move on here very shortly.
Yeah, he just needs to come a little bit wider and just run up and use the horsepower up at the top of the hill. But this is Craig's first year back with us racing IP, so it takes time to learn a car. You can't get in there and we're not about supercar drivers.
No, true. And this one looks a little bit more promising.
Looks a lot closer, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he could. No, he's decided to back out of that one as well.
Yeah,
but
Neil placed his car very well in the middle of the track, so he can't get past.
Very close. So maybe if we go on board for one more lap, maybe one more opportunity. As
Derek
we're down
Burns
to
has pulled up right behind him as well, so Neil seems to be slowing these 3 up.
So 30 seconds remaining in this one, plus 1 lap. At bumper-to-bumper action now with Pollard, Poole, Burns, and not too far off the back was Jim Gellan. So Gellan's gone backwards a bit because we just saw him put a pass on Craig Poole, and now he's 2 positions back.
Looked like he missed a gear coming up over the hill. This is only his second ever time he's driven that car. So last time was a tune-up day and now a race meet.
Yeah.
So he's still learning the car, but it's a very quick production
Thrust
car.
right into it. There's Tim Riley coming through, Laurie Whitome in the RX-8. But this great battle back there.
That Cherry's going to get him right on the last lap too.
It's Pollard, Poole, Burns and Gellan. They're running for 5, 6, 7 and 8 at the moment. But it's been the best battle. Gellan's got overtaken just now by Matt Cherry as he comes up and over the top past Derek Burns. You can try and get underneath Craig Poole as well. Yes, he does. Takes 3 cars on the braking zone only of MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. So he goes across the line. We're down into the minus area now, so that's the last lap board being shown. And Derek Burns coming under attack now from Jim Jellin and drives straight underneath the BMW.
Oh, they're having a good little battle back and forth.
Yeah. As Craig Poole, he's really fallen off the back of Neil Pollard now. I don't think he's going to be able to put a move on for the last time down in towards turn number 7. But a good little battle back there, as you said, between Jellin and Burns.
Yeah, it's just good classes between IP and pre-production and production cars. They work out very well. There's always someone to have a battle with, which is good.
And it's a great way of bolstering your fields as well, because you're a bit light on, but you would expect that leading up to a national championship.
Yeah, we've got lots of cars in rebuilds. There's a lot of cars being built for the Nationals. There's a lot of new production cars being built as well. It's just time of the year, everyone's rebuilding their cars for the Nationals, obviously, especially being over here.
That's going to be a great race meeting. Is there another meeting at Collie which coincides with your Nationals?
We couldn't make it work this year, so we're just doing our Nationals here in WA, and then hopefully we'll have a couple of transporters from the Eastern States come over, which we're hoping to do. Offering up some tow money for the Eastern State boys to entice them to come over as well.
That'd be great. Matt Cherry has just taken the win. Fast lap of a 60.6. 6/10 away from his existing lap record. Steve Turpin will come across the line in car number 3, the Holden Commodore for second place. Trent Hookermow, hasn't this guy done well since arriving in Perth?
He's spent so much time on this car. Last tune-up day, he's actually spinning the wheels up through the bus stop now. Plus he's making more horsepower and he's got a new engine coming along too. So he's done lots of hard work. They're always up here. The whole pit crew help out, the whole team. They're on the committee too to help out, so these guys have put a lot of effort in the RTH Performance Racing team.
Coming across the line now is Trent Hookermow in the RX-7, and then behind him was Mason Legg, Tim Riley, who's a couple of laps down, Laurie Whitcomb as well. Woodhead will be the last car across the line. There he goes now in the Mini Cooper S. So that's how they finish race number 2 for our improved production and production cars. And that was a great race. Looking forward to race number 3 coming up later on this afternoon. You'll be back to join me.
I'll be back up here for you.
Great, mate. Go off to the pit area now and find out all the goss. And we'll see you back for race number 3 later on this afternoon. Thanks very much, Cameron Burns.
Cheers, thank you.
So on their wind-down lap now, back on board with Craig Poole as he salutes all of our officials. You can see the great shot of the onboard telemetry there in 4th gear at the moment, just letting he's just whacked it up into 5th, back down to 4th, and try and let the car have a bit of a breather and remove some of that heat that it has just built up over those racing laps. Matt Cherry from Steve Turpin and Trent Hookermow. That's your first, second and third for our improved production and production cars. 1 minute siren has just been blasted out for our time challenge competitors. They're next out on the circuit here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, and then we start the final round of racing for the afternoon. Round 4 of the West Australian Racing Car Championships here at the MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, sponsored this weekend by Bond Hire.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sets, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher,
and down there in the paddock area is Demelza with, I think that's Steve Turpin.
We do. We've got Steve Turpin here with us. Steve, you just came in second in that race. How did you feel going out there, given the first race didn't quite go to plan?
It's been an interesting day all round. The first race, I had a lucky little win there, but we also had problems with the throttle. Fixed that and went out just then and forgot to check my tyre pressures, so that was a quick trip back to the pits. And yeah, I think I might need to run out of fuel now.
Now, it is quite a competitive competition out there today with the races. How are you finding getting through all of that?
Yeah, it's been good. Yeah, wishful thinking I was going to get in front of Cherry, but I'll give it a go.
You still have one more race to go. What are your thoughts leading in?
Just try my best and see where we end up.
Fantastic, Steve. Thank you so much for chatting to us and good luck for the final race.
Hey, cheers.
Fantastic. That's it from us here at the paddock. We're going back to Vaughan.
Thanks very much to Melza down there in the paddock area. Doing a great job down there with Jamie as per usual. And as I said, our time challenge competitors out on the circuit at the moment, and they will get the green light next time through. And it was a good win in the first race. We believe it went to Guelphy in the car number 44, the blue 944 front engine Porsche. And Michael Costa put in a good showing as well in car number 53. We do have Neville Zocoli down in the Chev Corvette, but I don't think we'll see the Corvette out there. Now, what are these guys doing? They're really stretched out like Brown's cows. The idea is they're meant to be bumper to bumper on the start, but away they go. So here is the Porsche, the winner of race number 1, as he crosses the line and starts his first of 5 timed laps here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Joe Douglas going through in the Subaru BRZ. And Tona Stanker as well in the grey Volkswagen little wagon down there into turn number 1. We've also got Peter Callow out there in car number 188. Jamie Scott, who unfortunately didn't have a very good run in race number 1 in the Mark II Escort. So we'll be looking for a big improvement from car number 51 on this event. He's right behind Peter Callow as they head up through the pit area, the bus stop area for the first time. And right behind them, rounding out the field, is Heath Malkin in car number 84. So just having a look at the results of race number 1, it was the Porsche of Guelphy in 44 was the winner from Tona Stanker in car number, where has he gone? He's just moved. Car number 11, and then behind them would have been the 18 points of Joe Douglas. So that was first, second and third. The big Camaro coming across the line at the moment, 179. That is Neville Zocoli. So he's changed cars for this particular event. Car number 35 heading up through the pit area, through the paddock area, is Hutchinson. Currently sitting in 7th place at the moment. Peter Callow scored 16 points first time through. Joe Douglas only 18 points. And then we go out to Jamie Scott, that's better, in the top 3 with 89 points. As it stands at the moment, this will be constantly changing throughout these 5 laps of what used to be known as regularity, where they nominate a lap time, and the idea is to hit that for 5 times in a row if you can. We got extremely close to it. We did see Peter Dybel have the perfect score of a 0 in the previous race, race number 1. And Dybel currently sitting down in 10th place at the moment on 200 demerit points. The leaders on the track coming across the line now. That's 35 of Hutchinson going through, Guelphy going through. Only scored 16 points, so another good drive there from the Porsche driver in the 944. 2 points for Neville Zocoli. Nominated a 108.0 and came in with a 107.98. So 2 points to Zocoli. 53 for Hutchinson last time through. 40 points for Matty Galton. And 90 points for Van Smalen in car number 5. So starting to tighten up now. We're currently on lap number 3 of 5. And Jamie Scott now goes to the lead in the Mark II Escort. That's a much better running. He nominated a 114 and is currently running around in 13.8. 30 points last time through for Jamie Scott. Our top 3, our fastest cars coming through the start-finish line at the moment. Who has done what? Guelphy has scored a perfect 0. So there's 2 of them on the same day, this time for the Porsche driver in Michael Guelphy in car number 44 gets a 0. 2 points for Neville Zockerly. That's outstanding in that big, heavy V8 Camaro as he heads up through the bus stop area there in turn 3. 17 points last time through for Hutchinson as well. So some standout drivers starting to rise to the top. And it looks like it might be Neville Zockerly that's going to go to the top here after 3 counted laps. Jamie Scott is on pole position at the moment, but has to wait for his lap to be adjusted. As far as overall points, it's Heath Malkin on 41. Just moved out. Yeah, bad lap there for Malkin, scoring 80 points. Our top fastest cars heading across the line now. Where did Guelphy go this time? Oh, he's up into 3rd place now. Scored 20 points that time through. So still Jamie Scott on 177, 220 to Guelphy, 234 to Joe Douglas, and 252 to Heath Malkin. And Malkin's just gone above Joe Douglas now to take 3rd place away from Douglas. Matty Galton in 5th, Zockerly in P6, Van Smalen in 7, Tona Stanker in 8, Peter Callow in 9, and Peter Dybel in the saloon car. The Pertec livery on the saloon car in P10. 4 points that time through for Hutchinson, so that's a great lap, but he's already sitting on 850 points, some 650 points away from the leaders. He's got no chance of coming back from that. That's what we keep saying, it only takes 1 lap of being held up or driving too quickly, and that throws away any chance of winning the event. So everybody sitting on 4 laps at the moment. Still Jamie Scott by 55 points over Joe Douglas now in the Subaru BRZ. The Porsche car number 44 in 3rd. Matty Galton has moved up into P4. And Van Smalen, Zockerly and Tona Stanker. So they're currently on their last lap. So will somebody else score a 0 points before the conclusion of this race? Waiting on Jamie Scott. Here he comes now around the corner. This will give us an update on the scoreboard as everybody will have completed 5 laps. He goes across the line. What's he done this time? He scored 24 points. That's a great effort, and that may keep him in 1st place. The Porsche has now moved up into 2nd place. We're still waiting to see a checkered flag on this one. Should fall very, very shortly. It looks like everybody except Heath Malkin. And he's just gone through, so we've all completed 5 laps, and there is the checkered flag. So looking very good for Jamie Scott, who we thought at the beginning of the day was going to have a great day. And unfortunately, race 1 didn't go his way, but certainly paid back this time. Looks like he's going to take out a win by some 59 points over the Porsche of Guelphy. And as it stands at the moment, Matty Galton in 3rd place in car number 24. And Neville Zockerly and Van Smalen are both sitting on 345 points at the moment. So we'll have to wait for official results on this one. But it's looking very good for this car here, the Mark II Escort of Jamie Scott, car number 51. And scores 32 points for that time through as well. A nominated lap time of 1:14, and he's just done another 13:8. So Heath Malkin, unfortunately, has gone right down to the bottom of the field, but he is the only car coming around turn number 7 at the moment, and this will make the scoreboard go final. Can Heath Malkin do something remarkable here? Currently sitting on 727 points, and our winner is sitting on 172. So no, he doesn't move. He actually goes down one position and finishes in 12th overall. And it looks like Jamie Scott, car number 51, takes the win from 35 of Hutchinson, and the Porsche driver in the 944, Michael Guelphy, will take home 3rd place. Van Smalen into 4th, and Matty Galton rounds out our top 5. That is Time Challenge, a great way to get your motorsport career started. Just to have some fun on the weekends, doesn't cost a great deal of money, and very easy to get into. A great bunch of people also to hang around with. Always very supportive and giving lots of driving tips to each other on how to best be regular around this racetrack. 2.41 kilometres for 5 laps, so you're doing around about 11 or 12 kilometres, and it's very, very hard to hit the same lap time lap after lap after lap. But that's the way they finished here in the Time Challenge. Our next event will be Formula Vs, and they're already down in the dummy grid. We'll be back very shortly with more from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Formula V Racing is brought to you by Home Chef, Lightech Systems, BM Graphics Promotions, Everyday Heroes Occupational Therapy, Giant Mandurah, DMC Air Conditioning, and Designer Blinds.
Okay, we're just joined here by Jamie Scott, who just completed the Time Challenge. Congratulations, Jamie. You came in first. You're going to be stoked with that result.
I am. After the first one, I got 10th. I lifted my game in that one, yeah. That's awesome. That's good, yeah. My missus would be very happy with that.
Now, listen, you've been competing for a fair while, I know that. So, I mean, when you pick your time, you've got to have a lot of trust in the car and also the discipline to stay on the track within the confines that you've created. So, what's your game plan every time you get out there for a Time Challenge?
Oh, you got me on the spot. Well, yeah, I thought I set my time right in practice, or after practice, and then I just went way too fast. So I set a 74, and it looks like I run 74s then. The car's good. It goes where you point it.
That's all you want, really, isn't it? But listen, congratulations. It's not an easy thing, time trials, Time Challenge, I should say. So, you know, the very fact you've been able to ping it and do it well, especially with a pretty competitive field that are pretty used to doing the same thing, that's a fantastic effort.
Some guys out there are 0 in it. Like there's a Porsche out there. I don't know how he does it.
He actually got 0,
But
which is
this
incredible.
An old guy. This is 1979. This is old school. So
Well, Jamie, good luck.
winding you up.
Yeah, you got one more Time Challenge to go. Good luck with that, okay? It's back to you, Vaughan. Thanks.
Okay, so we've got Formula Vs on the circuit for their final event of the day. On pole position will be Jason Fowler, and next to him will be David Campbell. So great front row for this one. Rod Lisson back there on the second row of the grid. Next to him will be Ryan Block. Then we've got Kenny White on the inside of the third row. Next to him, Renan Sanchez. And then we've got Isaac Scary in car 44 off the next row. Next to him will be Madison Gow. And then we've got Campbell Gow behind them. And then we've got second of the Scaries behind them. And then we've got Matty Matthews, Casely, Quinn, Hamilton, Sardina, Wilkins, Stuckenby, and Yo, and Welsh, Campbell, and Hollis. And that's how they're going to line up for the final of the Formula Vs this afternoon. We've got a green flag waving at the back of the field, Vaughan Brewer, and we're just about ready for a red light.
Yeah, just about ready. I'm just having a look. I'm really surprised that Bruce Welsh is sitting on 0 points at the moment. Has a good start there for Dave Campbell as he tries to move across on front of Jason Fowler, but now Jason's number 10 really gets the get along there in third gear and moves in front of Dave Campbell in the 58 as they negotiate turn 1 for the first time. The Reno block around the outside there of the silvery car. I think that's 29. That is Renan Sanchez and Ken Wyatt sitting up there into 4th place at the moment, and Rod Lisson into 3rd.
Yeah, terrible start then from Block from the second row there. He got eaten up a little bit because he stalled it almost on the grid. Certainly made a slow start, but front of the field at the moment, all heading over the top of the hill for the first time and heading down into turn 6. And at this stage, it's looking very much like it's Fowler against Campbell.
And Bruce Welch just putting a move on another car there down towards the back of the field as he starts to move forward. It's the yellow car. I think that might have been Stuckenberg. So he's moving forward. But have a look at Samantha Casely. She started down the bottom of the field earlier on today, and she's moved herself up. I think she's about 15th or 16th at the moment, sitting for today with 23 points for the day. So a great effort from Samantha Casely.
Yeah, for the first time out, that's a really, really good effort. She ended up backwards, I think, at one stage up in turn 4, I think in an earlier event.
Could have been, yes.
Or maybe even, might have even been qualifying. But nonetheless,
she's many cars going sideways in that last one.
She certainly applied herself well and doing an outstanding job as we watch car 44 going past. It's scary having a good battle back there with Matthews. I think that might be as well.
Maddie Matthews in the 92 and Samantha Casely in 11.
Yeah, but at the moment out the front of the field, 0.4 of a second that time from Fowler over Campbell as they cross the stripe, and then it's a good 0.8 of a second further back to Rod Lisson in 3rd place. They're heading up over the top of the hill. It looks to me like it might be Isaac Scary still out the front at the moment of the 1200s in car 44. But as we said, having a good battle there with Matthews.
Certainly are, as our leaders are down there coming out of turn number 6 at the moment. It's still the blue car 10 of Jason Fowler for Giant Cycles out of Mandurah, and not far behind him is Dave Campbell, having an exceptional good run. He'll be stoked after this one.
He will, absolutely, and I've just been out doing some photography, and I can tell you it's quite chilly out there, as most of you in our spectator areas will know, but there's no wind out there at the moment, so that's not being affected by wind at all.
Oh, that's good. As Fowler gets a little bit sideways off the exit of turn number 7, starting to move around to try and break that toe between himself and Dave Campbell, as Dave gets really close to the gearbox of Fowler in the 10 in front. And then we go back to Rod Lisson, who's about 5 or 6 car lengths behind. He needs to really get up and get involved with this battle for the lead.
He certainly does, and fast man on that last lap was in fact our second place sitter, and that's Dave Campbell at the moment, a 68.4, so a couple of tenths quicker that time than what our race leader Fowler was, so that's how he's managed to catch up to only 3 tenths behind him, and back to Lisson and White then as they started on the grid. So it's the same as the grid order almost at the moment, except White's gotten back over the top of Block.
A great battle back there with Campbell Gow, Samantha Casely and Mackenzie Gow in 10th, 11th and 12th, and then you've got Quinn and Welsh not too far behind the back of those two.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the way they stand at the moment as they come back into sight and down over the past the Perth sign and into turn 7 once more. About 1 car length now between our race leader Jason Fowler and second place Dave Campbell, and Rod Lisson running very wide there at the exit and getting a little bit of a drift going on the exit of that. Both of them taking a fairly inside line as they come down the pit straight, trying to stop that inside move, which Dave Campbell looks pretty keen as though he wants to make a move down there, but it's being well and truly blocked at the moment by race leader Jason Fowler.
There's our 44 of Isaac Scary. He's got Campbell Gow and a big bunch of cars right behind him as they come out onto the main straight and across the line. It's the 32, the 21 and the 18. So that's Samantha Casely and Mackenzie Gow and Quinn.
Yeah, absolutely. And then it's got Brucey Welsh behind that in car 30 is bringing up the back of that group, and it's pretty alive over there, that's for sure, for the majors for the 1200s.
Yeah, certainly is. They're side by side. That was Quinn. And on the silver car, that'd be Mackenzie Gow, I think.
Yeah, I think it may be Mackenzie Gow, car 18.
Yep, as they disappear up and over the top of the hill. That's where all the action is at the moment as they crest the top of the hill. Campbell Gow trying to run down one of the scaries. Oh, Quinn gets it all sideways on the exit of turn number 5 and goes from driver's left all the way over to driver's right and then back again.
So we've had a change for the lead. We've got Dave Campbell, who's taken over the lead from Jason Fowler. So on that last lap, he had a very good lap and managed to get past, and he's holding that inside line down in turn 1 and stopping Fowler from getting back down the inside of him. So it's all alive still at the front of the field as well, Vaughn.
Welsh Welsh and Mackenzie Gow having a crack now at this battle as they come down in towards turn number 7. So Welsh has been able to get through one car. He looked very inviting to go through on the second car as well. I don't think he wasn't able to do that. So here comes Mackenzie Gow up the inside. So that's Quinn in the 40, Mackenzie Gow on the driver's right, and Bruce Welsh in the 30 as he looks for a run up the inside.
What a move.
And what a great move there from Bruce Welsh. Overtakes Quinn in the 40.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant move, and also very, very close to behind Scary was Gow on that occasion too, but he's just slipped back a little bit as they came out of turn 1 that time, and an equal sort of like distance back behind him to Samantha Casely as well. But that move just then by Welsh on Quinn was absolutely magnificent.
So Dave Campbell, 0.13 over Jason Fowler, who's just set the fastest time and across the top of the hill.
Sorry, Vaughan, race leads changed once again, so we've got Jason Fowler once again back in the lead of the event from Dave Campbell, yep, and then Rod Lisson, and there's less than a second between first and third as they head down into turn number 1 for the 6th time.
And then we go back 8 seconds back to Block in 4th place, Ken Wyatt and Renan Sanchez and Mackenzie Matthews.
Yeah, absolutely. So this battle at the front of the field is alive at the moment. Let's see what Dave Campbell's got for Jason Fowler this time, and they seem to be swapping every lap. So as they go over the top of the hill, Campbell a little bit closer than what he was at the bottom of the circuit as they head down into turn 6 for the 6th time. So on screen at the moment we still have that battle further back in the field. And just looking around at the battle as they go down into turn 1, which is in car Isaac Scary just in front of Campbell Gow.
Yeah, hasn't Campbell really closed that gap up in that last 2.41 kilometres? He's all over the back now of the 44 of Scary, of Isaac. And just behind him, I think that might be Samantha Casely in the 21.
Yeah, I think it is too. I think they're dead right there. Samantha's doing an outstanding job being this close to that group as they go up over the top of the hill. Here's the race leaders across the stripe once more to complete 7. And fast man on the circuit at the moment on that lap was still going to be Dave Campbell. In fact, it was Rod Lisson, a 10th quicker than Campbell, who was then a 10th quicker than Fowler. So it really has closed up quite a lot at the front of the field.
So here's Isaac Scary, still coming under attack. They're going to go too wide here. Campbell Gow right in the slipstream now of young Isaac. He'll be looking for a pass on the way down into turn number 6. He pulls out as they crest the top of the hill. Who's got the more horsepower, the Scary car or Campbell Gow? And it looks like Campbell's going to run down the inside, and he's taking Samantha Casely with him.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's that slipstream that we talked about in the previous event as well. Just gets the advantage over the top of the hill and manages to slide past that car number 44 of Scary into the braking area of turn 7. But Scary looking to the outside again. Blue flags waving down there. We've got car 21, which is Casely, Samantha Casely, just being eaten up then also. I think that must have been Bruce Welsh who got past her.
Yep, in the 30.
So Samantha unfortunately won back, and just in front of that gorgeous little car, she's actually losing another one now. So Quinn's gotten past, and Gal's looking very much like he wants to make a move as well. She wants to make a move, sorry.
A moment's lapse in concentration, it'll cost you 2, maybe 3 spots in this particular style of racing, as Dave Campbell now all over the back of Jason Fowler as they go into turn number 1. And Jason Fowler able to hang on to first place at the moment. 2 car lengths back to Dave Campbell in the 58. Then we go back to Rod Lisson as they start to go through the slower traffic. Now things are going to get mixed up. We've got 41 seconds to go.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's definitely getting mixed up over there. And here's this battle still with 3 wide as they come over the top of the hill, with this time looking like it's going to be Bruce Welsh who gets down the inside of Scary, who have taken that position once more off Gal by the looks.
Yes.
And yeah, so that's all well and truly alive back there a little bit further. So right up on his gearbox now is Scary. He's about to pull out to the inside. Is he going to be blocked in the inside move? It looks like Bruce Welsh is just feigning a little bit to the inside of the circuit to say, hey, listen, if you pull out, I'm going to go that way. So he's giving him the message that it's not going to be an easy pass, and why would it be with all the experience that Welsh has got?
Certainly, look at it, right under the rear gearbox there of Bruce Welsh as they go into turn number 4. And here's our leaders again. It looks like Dave Campbell's got the lead back again from Jason Fowler as they go past car number 88 of Sardina on the way into turn number 1 and still negotiating the lap traffic. I said things were going to get turned on their heads, and that's exactly what's happened.
And last lap board is out, so as I said earlier, second place is a good place to be on the last lap. So I think that Fowler's in a better position here than what Campbell is. We'll have to wait and see what happens as they come over the top of the crest of the hill for the final time. But they're on the other side of the circuit at the moment, and on screen is in fact car number 10 of Jason Fowler, right on the gearbox of a car that he's going to have to get past if he wants to take this race win.
So down through the apex of turn number 6 for the last time. Head the long haul up and over the top of the hill, and Fowler, look at that slipstream. He's moved right up there side by side this time. This is the last time, last corner, and it looks like Campbell down the inside.
Oh, look at that move from Fowler down the inside, and that's a brilliant move. He runs Campbell wide. Campbell's going to lose it here. He's going to throw away the second position, unfortunately, but it's going to be Jason Fowler who takes the lead and takes the win from car 71 of Rod Lisson. And then it's going to be back to Block and Wyatt, and then I think Matthews is going to get across the line just before Dave Campbell, who's managed to recover from that spin.
Yeah, I think there may have been just some slight contact there on the way out of turn number 7, and it was just enough to unsettle the 58 of Dave Campbell and unfortunately turned him around backwards and cost him a good result in what was probably their best race for this weekend so far.
Yeah, I think it's probably a little bit of less grip on the outside there too, and I think that maybe Campbell found himself just going a little quick into that corner. I'm not sure that there was a coming together, but nonetheless, that was great racing, and I'm sure that that'll always be seen as a racing incident between those guys, and there won't be anything to pay for that.
And look what it's done to the points overall for the day. It's put Fowler will win with 3 wins, Rod Lisson on 58, and Dave Campbell will come home third for the day with 56.
Yep, and as we talk about that, Isaac Scarry crosses the line to take the 1200s from Bruce Welsh and then back to Campbell Gow. So that's the minor placings at the back of there for the 1200s after a great race long dice for them as well. And we've got car 40 off the track, which is the Quinn car. We've got a replay of that coming up fairly shortly.
Yeah, we can see Mark Quinn facing backwards down there in turn 6, so he's lost it. So for our live stream viewers, let's have a look at that replay there with Dave Campbell and Jason Fowler in the Giant Cycles Mandurah car, the Ballin, the brand new car for 2026. So we can see Campbell down the inside, clearly had the lead, and this great throw from the next suburb up the inside. And was there contact? No, there wasn't it. So Dave Campbell has unfortunately got out off the racing line, got to the dirty stuff out there on the apron, and has just looped it round all by himself. He'll be kicking himself.
You certainly will. Just got in a little bit fast for the exit of that corner and ran wide onto the marbles and the dirty stuff. No grip out there. And,
I think he probably tried to run around the outside, but unfortunately just ran a little bit wide, understeered out onto the open apron where that dirty stuff was, and unfortunately, that was it. Game over for Dave Campbell. So we're going to throw down quickly to Demelza, who's down there in the paddock area. I can't see who that is. Oh, that's Rod Lisson.
I am here with Rod Lisson. Rod, you came in second in that race. The Formula Vs today have had quite the racing. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Well, I think a lot of the drivers have been working on their vehicles, and everyone's just lifted their game. The whole field is going faster and faster every time. We've had a turnout of 21 cars today for Formula V, so it's it's just going from strength to strength, and the competition's getting harder.
We're definitely seeing quite an increase, as you said, 21 cars today. We're seeing teams, husbands, wives. We're seeing the next generation coming up in there as well. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, look, Formula V's always been a family sport, and I think the family atmosphere and just how well everyone works together has attracted so many people to the sport. We now have I think nearly 30% of our drivers are female in the category, and today I think 22% of our drivers today are female. So yeah, it just shows great family sport and great for everybody.
Absolutely fantastic, Rod. Thank you so much, and congrats for today.
Thank you very much.
That's it from us here at the paddock, where, Vaughan, it's back to you.
Thanks very much to Melza down there in the
Home
pits.
Chef. Great tasting chef-prepared meals. Healthy, delicious and nutritious. That's the Home Chef promise. Home Chef. Real food. Delicious, nutritious, delivered.
Formula V Racing is brought to you by Home Chef, Litech Systems, BM Graphics Promotions, Everyday Heroes Occupational Therapy, Giant Mandurah, DMC Air Conditioning, and Designer Blinds.
Welcome back to MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Race number 3 for Camera Pro. The Formula Fords are going to be on track very, very shortly. Just waiting for them to be released from pit lane. And it was a good first win for Bailey Riordan in car number 95 over Brock Brewer. And then we go back to the second row, which will be Aidan Deckers and Andy Van Leeuwen. John Van Leeuwen in the 60, then Gerald Bradley in the 67. And unfortunately for Tom Begley and Joel Wheeler, had a coming together there in turn number 1 and just about dislodged the front left off Tom Begley's car, and there was some damage also sustained to the 47 of Joel Wheeler. So it'd be interesting to see whether those cars, I can see both of those cars are back and wheels are in the right place where they're meant to be, standing upright.
Yeah, a lot of work happening at fast lane at the back of the pits during the intermediate part, but yeah, of course we've got to give away the Competition Drivers Club Driver of the Day award, and I've got to be honest with you, Vaughan Brewer, at the moment, Bailey Riordan is probably at the top of my list. I think that he's done a magnificent job finishing second in the first event and then winning the second.
Yep.
So he's at the top of my list at the moment, but we've got a few more races to go before we make that decision.
We certainly have, and what makes this event even better is that the guys in P1 and P2 are actually locked on points at the moment for the outright win of the day. They're both on 45 points. Then we go back to Aidan Deckers on 36, Andy Van Leeuwen on 32, his father John Van Leeuwen on 30, and then we have Gerald Begley on 17, Wheeler on 16, and Gerald Bradley on 15 points.
Yeah, so again, fairly small field of Formula Fords, but certainly they've turned on the excitement today and have put on a good set of races. So let's see how this third one pans out. Hopefully we'll get through without any pollution from a safety car or a red flag or anything. Yeah. So that would be great, because I think that this battle between Red and Brewer is going to be absolutely beautiful to watch.
So overcast conditions here at Wanneroo Raceway. At the moment there is no sunlight. Just as I say that, it's starting to come out in turn 7, but that'll go really well. We should get some fast lap times happening during this one as well.
Yeah, the track's been surprisingly grippy, I think, today, given the amount of rain that we've had here in Perth over the last few days, and the fact that we haven't had all that much running on the circuit to put a lot of tyre rubber down and what have you. So it's been quite grippy, and there's been some reasonably good lap times that have been done throughout the day.
Yes, exactly right. So we'll see what happens in this one with car number 95 of Bailey Riordan starting on pole position, and alongside him on probably the preferred side of the racetrack today would be Brock Brewer in 57, Aidan Deckers in the blue and white 38 on the inside of the second row, and alongside him Andy Van Leeuwen in car number 66, then John Van Leeuwen in the silver category car, Gerald Bradley, and then Begley and Wheeler. So watch for Begley and Wheeler at the back of the field. We should see them come forward at a terrific rate of knots.
Yeah, Begley a standout at the last race meeting for Formula Ford, so definitely looking for a good performance from him in this event as we get the yellow. Goodness, colourblind. I'll try green, yeah. The green flag at the back of the field has been waved. We're waiting for the red light to come on.
There it is, red lights on, off and away we are racing, and it looks like Brewer's going to get the best of the start. However, let's see what happens once they pluck second gear. They're side by side. It's Brewer cramping over on Riordan. Brewer will run around the outside here and get the preferred line out of turn number 1. He should be able to drive away by 1 car length here, and that's exactly what he does as he heads up and over turn number 3. He's already pulled it out to 2 car lengths. He means business.
Yeah, he does indeed, and that's a demonstration of the more experienced man behind the wheel of car number 57 in Brock Brewer, who's just showing his experience to Reardon there going into turn 1 and take no prisoners attitude, and he's back into the lead of the race.
And there's Begley and, that's Josh Wheeler. So they've already made up one position, but they are side by side as they head down in towards turn number 6, right behind the tail of John Van Leeuwen at the moment. John moves right over and allows these two faster gold cars. They're 3 wide as they crest over the top of the hill. Wheeler running wheel to wheel with Begley as they crest the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. Begley on the outside, Joel Wheeler on the inside as they come down into turn 7. It's going to be Wheeler who gets the better of it, but I think that we're going to see, I was expecting that we would see Begley come back down the inside with the over and under, because a little bit loose at the apex of the corner was Wheeler.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he caught the curb there on the exit of turn number 7. Back up towards the front, it's still Brock Brewer by 4 or 5 car lengths over Bailey Riordan. Then we go back to the Van Leeuwen car, that's the Andy variety, and then we have Aidan Deckers in 38.
Yeah, great to see Andrew Van Leeuwen at the front of the field as well. We're used to seeing him more or less midfield, but he's managed to get in front of Deckers, who's also been one of the standouts today, and Van Leeuwen's got over the top of him. So well done. We've got Begley now up into 5th place from Joel Wheeler in car 47, then back to John Van Leeuwen, and at the back of the field is car number 67, which is Gerald Bradley.
There's a good battle here with Andy Van Leeuwen and the 38 of Deckers as they come side by side as they crest the top of the hill. There's nothing stopping the 57 at the moment. He's just holding sway at the moment, not really improving his time. It's a 0.6 of a second last time across the line, and this time it goes out to 0.7. So a 62.8 fast time for Brock Brewer.
Yeah, and Deckers has managed to get in front of Van Leeuwen coming down into turn 7 as well, so he's gone back up into 3rd place. Then we've got Begley, Wheeler, Van Leeuwen, John Van Leeuwen and Bradley at the back of the field still. So reasonable sort of lap times. The 62.8 isn't hanging around. It's these cars on a reasonably warm day without any wind on a track with lots of tyre down usually do mid-61s thereabouts. So they're not too far off the pace in what is a fairly overcast and dull afternoon here in Perth.
Probably prime conditions for these guys at the moment. The wind has really dropped off, as you said, and no UV on the race circuit at the moment. So let's see if we can get down into those mid-61s. It's all starting to get line abreast out there at the moment. Brock Brewer with a 0.7 of a second lead last time across the stripe as Riordan goes fastest through sector 2. Now let's see what happens this time as they come over the little ripple strip on driver's left on the exit of turn number 7. It's the 57 of Brewer, a 62.6, and that was being bettered by a 62.5 from Bailey Riordan. These guys are going toe for toe.
66 hundredths of a second between these guys as they crossed the line that time, and then it's a big gap back to Deckers, about a 3-second gap between Deckers and Riordan at the moment in 3rd place, and back to Andy Van Leeuwen, who's sort of hanging on the back of Deckers and is starting to come under fire now from Begley.
Yeah, Begley's actually got in front now.
Yeah, Begley's got in front of him, yeah.
And really starting to drive away from Josh Wheeler, who he started alongside. So Begley's starting to come forward. What's his lap times? He's doing a 62.5. So he's up there with Riordan as the fastest lap time of this event so far.
Yeah, he's just done the fastest split to the first split as well for this race so far with a 26.9. So he's on fire at the moment as Begley, and trying to make his way back through the field. Left his run a little late for today, unfortunately, but there's still some good points on offer for today.
Riordan catching up to the back of the 57 now on lap number 4. We got 5 minutes to go, and 95 of Bailey Riordan is looking menacing towards the back end of the 57 of Brock Brewer.
Yeah, 62.1 that time for the second place Riordan, so he's right on the tail now, 3/10 between them, so he's halved that gap between himself and car 57 of Brewer on that last lap, so it's alive at the front of the field as they're still continuing to put a bigger gap between themselves and Decker, who's going to have to fight off car number 3 of Begley fairly shortly.
It's once they start battling each other in the braking zones that they're going to allow the car of Deckers in 38, the blue and white car, to actually close in. It looks like Brewer's got better speed down towards turn number 6, pulls that out to 3 or 4 car lengths, but it must be the slipstream here on the way up and over the top of the hill that allows Bailey Riordan to close right back in on the 57 as they come down in towards turn number 7. You can see Brock Brewer now starting to use all the racetrack, trying to get that slipstream, make it difficult for Riordan to sit in there.
He certainly is. He's starting to feel a little bit of the pressure, isn't he, of Reardon sitting right on his tail as they cross the line once more. That time, no fast lap times, but Reardon a little bit quicker. Brewer on that occasion a little bit quicker than Reardon, so he's opened it up now by a few thousandths of a second compared to last lap. And we've also seen Begley get past Deckers on that last lap as well. So he'll be wanting to get out and try to chase down the winners. What he would be looking for now is a very short safety car. That's what he would like at the moment, but I don't think that's going to happen for Begley. And I think we're probably going to see that's the way he's going to finish, with Deckers behind him. Then we've got Andy Van Leeuwen behind them in car 66 from Joel Wheeler, and then back to Gerald Bradley and John Van Leeuwen at the back of the field. So Bradley's managed to get past Van Leeuwen on that last couple of laps as well.
So 0.3 of a second last time across the stripe, the difference between Brewer and Riordan in car number 95. Let's see what happens this time. Up and over the top of the hill, and you can see Riordan right in that slipstream. He's going to get him under brakes down here, going to close right up to the back of the 57, who gets the better run off turn number 7. It looks like, Riordan just hit the ripple strip on the exit. And look at this battle back here with Deckers and Begley. Looked like Deckers was going to put a move on Begley that didn't come off. And then we go back to Joel Wheeler and Andy Van Leeuwen.
Yeah, again, Deckers tried to come down the outside and thought better of it. He probably saw what happened in the Formula V race earlier, and he didn't want to go too far on the outside of turn 7. So that's staying pretty much as it was in status quo for 3rd and 4th position. A bit of a gap then back to Wheeler, and another bit of a gap then back to Van Leeuwen, and that's the way they are. Big gap then back to the battle that is now being solved in the favour of Bradley at the back of the field from John Van Leeuwen, as we await our leaders to come back over the top of the hill fairly shortly. They're just down in the bowl of turn 6 at the moment, and I can tell you that Brewer's got a pretty big gap. It looks to me like he might have broken that toe, and he's got a reasonable sort of a gap now between himself and Reardon as they come over the top of the hill on their 7th lap.
It was 0.4 of a second, and it looks like he's actually moved out by 2 or 3 car lengths on that particular lap, and Riordan just clipped that ripple strip again, so that'll take a little bit of speed out of him. Let's see what happens this time. A 61.8 fast lap now for Brock Brewer, and he's taken the lead out to 0.9 of a second. Nearly 1 second now between first and second. Then we go back to Begley, who's 7 seconds behind Brewer. Then Deckers, Joel Wheeler, Andy Van Leeuwen, Gerald Bradley and John Van Leeuwen.
Isn't it amazing what you can achieve when you no longer have to focus so much on your rear vision mirror? You can focus forward and get your head down and get those lap times sorted. And he's right back into the 61s now, and he's opened that gap up to virtually 1 second. It's 96 hundredths of a second. So that's a great move for Brock Brewer, our current championship leader and our current state champion from 2025.
Well, we were looking for a 61.5, and currently we've got a 61.8. Let's see whether we can get down into a 61.5 as he comes up and over the top of the hill. And a great battle here between Begley and Deckers coming up and over the top of the hill. A leader already down onto the main straight at the moment and driving nice and smooth, applying the power beautifully down the main straight. Here goes Brock Brewer in the 57. It was a 61. He's backed it off by 2 seconds, but he has 1.5 seconds now over Riordan.
Gee, there's absolutely no grip on the extreme outside of turn 7, and Deckers just found that out exactly the same as Dave Campbell did in the previous event in the Formula Vs. He's gotten wide at the outside of turn 7, that time trying to go around the outside of Begley, and he's just completely lost the back end of the car and had a big old wriggle and had to come this side of the curb. So he wants to be careful. He doesn't want to do that too often. He'll end up with a penalty from race control.
It's lucky it didn't cost him a lot of distance, because you can see there's only 1 car length between Begley and himself now as they crest the top of the hill, and a little bit sideways across the top of the hill that time for Deckers in the 38.
Yeah, well, he wouldn't have lost too much time, because it's actually the reason we don't that we penalise people for coming this side of the curb at turn 7 is that actually a quicker line to go this side, and you can get your boot into it quicker than if you took the title line. So whilst he didn't do that on purpose, it hasn't harmed him very much, and he's right into the toe once more over the top of the hill. He's going to try this outside move once more. It's not going to come off from down there. Is he going to be able to do the over and under this time? No, Begley's awake to that.
No, I think Deckers will move across to driver's right. Oh no, look at that. He stalled the car right in the middle of the apex.
Yeah, Begley's awake up to his tactics at the moment, so there's not very much that Deckers going to be able to do. He's gotten around the outside again, and if he can just hang on around the outside, he's got his nose just a little bit in front. He can't quite hang on around the outside. Brock Brewer was able to, but unfortunately Deckers wasn't on that occasion, and he's not able to get the inside line into turn 4.
Back up to the front, Brewer has moved out again by another 0.2 of a second last time across the stripe, out to 2.1 seconds now We're on the last lap, the last 2.41 kilometres for Camera Pro. These are our Formula Fords as we wait for our leaders to crest the top of the hill. They must be down in 6, coming up and over the hill any moment now. And here he is, here's our leader, car number 57. He's going to take 2 from 3 today and put another bag of points towards maybe another state championship for 2026. The 57 of Brock Brewer comes out over the start-finish line, starts wiggling from left to right. He's a happy boy. Car number 57 takes the win from 95 of Bailey Riordan. In third place, it's going to go to Begley. Decker's not able to get over him, but Josh Wheeler made some inroads in those last couple of laps. Andy Van Leeuwen goes across the line, and that will leave Gerald Bradley and John Van Leeuwen in 7th and 8th position. Wow, another day of Formula Ford racing here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Very entertaining event, and considering that we only had about 8 cars starting the event, it just goes to show it's not the number of cars that are on the grid, it's the number of people who are competitive towards the front of the field and put on a good show for us. So put your hands together when they come past. That was yet another fabulous Formula Ford race.
Yeah, the open wheelers really have turned it on here again at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway as they on their cool down lap now and start to head back in towards our paddock area. Our next event will be our Holden HQs. They will be out on the circuit very, very shortly as it starts to get a little bit overcast again here, mate. I don't think there's any rain coming. No, we're going to go for an ad break while we discuss our weather situation. We'll go to an ad break. We'll be back very shortly with the Holden HQs.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sets, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher, and Radlink Communications. HQ Racing is brought to you by Electrical Group Training, Kenda Tyres, Petters Suspension and Brakes, and the HQ Nationals WA, September 26th and 27th at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
So our Holden HQs in the dummy grid, and it won't be very much longer and they will be released. It's going to be Ryan Davis, who we're just having a bit of a chat up here with Rob Haggerty and Howard Crump, and Ryan looking pretty good at the moment for maybe a state championship coming up later on this year in car number 49.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's been a standout along with Troy Kent, and but it looks like Ryan might just have a little bit of a march over Troy. But,
the other guy we forgot was Brent O'Keefe.
Brent O'Keefe
He'll be up there as well.
Too. Yeah, yep. So still plenty of racing to go in 2026 before we make a decision about who's going to be what. But yeah, they're the guys who are looking most likely to be holding a trophy at the end of the year for the overall season championship.
There's Michael Howlett walking around down there on the dummy grid. Good afternoon, Michael. Hope you're enjoying the HQ races, mate. I bet you're missing it.
Yeah, I'd imagine you would, but he's got a young baby at home, and I'm sure he's looking happy with that as well. So it's going to be another great race, I think, for these guys, with Ryan Davis on pole position and Troy Kent next to him, and then O'Keefe and Porter on the second row. It's quite a tempting idea for how this race is going to go.
Did you happen to have a chance to talk to Porter, and what are his thoughts on the circuit?
Haven't had a chance to talk to Porter yet. I will afterwards at the barbecue. But certainly the Russell car, that lost all its brakes. He put his foot on the brakes and nothing there, went to the floor. And then missed a gear shift as well. So he pulled that off after lap 1 previously. But
sorry, mate, this is the way they're going to line up. It's Ryan Davis on pole position from Troy Kent, then Brent O'Keefe and Porter all the way across from Queensland. Then we have Sharp and Watkins, Faulknell, Phil Breen, Mark Alfonsi, Horgan, Dave Kent, Bradshaw, Topless, and I don't think we'll see Dennis Russell. No, he's not out there.
No, Dennis isn't going. He's got no brakes. The Topless car, he's had a look under the bonnet before and was talking to him about it because there was no fuel in the fuel filter. He seems to think there's about 20 to 30 litres in it, but he's not sure. So we've said, throw more fuel in it and let's see what happens there, because that's the quickest fix at a meeting like this. You know, the tank I put in there in 2002, and I don't think it's been out since.
It's going to be my question next.
Yeah.
Is it one of your old cars?
It's my old car, and I don't think anyone's looked after it as well since I had it, and it's probably due to have the tank taken out and replace the little bits of rubber and the filter at the other end and all the other little knickknacks we put in there.
Yep, absolutely.
They sit around not being used, and all of the seals and that go hard, and that develops leaks. So
yeah, well, I always made good practice of getting it back to the garage and taking all the fuel out, and because that fuel was really not needed, I would throw that into the road car and then put brand new fuel in it.
So this is a 23-minute race. This is going to be great. This is like an endurance event for our Holden HQs. 23 minutes plus 1 lap, and we have 21 minutes remaining plus 1 lap. So here they come along the MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway main straight. We'll wait for that red light to go out, and we go racing, and that's exactly what happens right now. And look at that, the top 6 cars just getting away beautifully, and then it's a bit of a dog's breakfast behind that. And Ryan Davis is going to lead them into turn number 1, and there's more rubbing again from Troy Kent. Really takes out the rear quarter panel of Ryan Davis, and that's allowed Brent O'Keefe to get through as we go on board with Troy Kent in car number 3 for Mental Motorsport. He's going to go side by side with Brent O'Keefe, and I think O'Keefe might be able to run around the outside here. He's got a lot of horsepower, and sorry, that's the 50. Yeah, that is O'Keefe in the 56.
All very sideways
there. And look at the rubbing again and tapping as they're going past each other.
Yeah, absolutely, and Rubbin's racing, as they say, but that's O'Keefe who's managed to now get in front of the car of Kent. So down into turn 6, Kent taking a very, very tight line down there, clipping the curb and letting the car run very, very wide onto that apron on the exit of the corner, and he'll be trying to get right tucked in behind the car of O'Keefe so he can make a slingshot down into turn 7 this time.
Yes, see whether he can get into that. Well, he is in the slipstream of O'Keefe, but has he got the horsepower to pull out and drive around? O'Keefe goes defensive on the entry into turn number 7, but here comes Troy Kent, throws it from the next postcode, straight up the inside. They run side by side. O'Keefe in the white car on the outside, Troy Kent on the inside, and it looks like O'Keefe is going to hang on just. Then we go back to Rory Sharp and Porter from Queensland, then Faulknell and Dave Kent.
That was a real lick the stamp and send it, wasn't it, there from Kent down into turn 7, and on the outside here is O'Keefe. He want to hang on the outside of there and get that inside line across turn 2. Manages to do it. He's going to have the best line into turn 4 if he just keeps his door in front of the rear panel of that car of Kent's, and he's going to be able to get down the inside. He'll probably get that position back again, and does.
A good move from Porter up the inside of Rory Sharp right behind him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And then back to a big gap then back to Faulknell and Watkins. And I think Watkins might have gotten in front of Faulknell on that lap as well. As they went up through the S's.
They're still side by side. That'll be Rory Sharp and Porter from Queensland. There's a bit of a brake lock up there on the way into turn number 6 for Porter, and that has cost him half a car length and allowed Rory Sharp to drive up the inside, but very congested down towards the back end of the field at the moment. There's a long way to go in this one. We've still got 18.5 minutes plus 1 lap.
Absolutely. So some defensive driving and very early in the race already starting to happen now. I think that's Porter on the inside, is it not? Being very.
No, that's O'Keefe.
That's O'Keefe, is it? Being very defensive down there. Yes, it is. You're correct. Very defensive on Kent.
And that's allowed Ryan Davis to skip off. He's just about into turn number 1 as these guys are crossing the start-finish line.
So Faulknell dropping back. He's got Dave Kent in front of him now, so he's dropped back into 8th position. Then we've got Alfonso Breen and Holden going across the line just in front of Bradshaw, and we've got Topless at the back of the field.
I don't think that's oil from an oil change on Troy Kent's car. There's something going on with that car. It's still smoking probably as much as it was in the previous race.
Yeah, it's possibly a rear main that's just losing some oil, and then it's coming across onto the exhaust.
Yep, okay. It just seems to be worse on left-handers than it is on on the right-hander going up through the hill there. It doesn't seem to smoke up there, but it does on turn 7 and turn 1. So keep an eye on that nonetheless, as I'm sure our race officials are, but at this stage it's no foul.
The exhaust is on the left on that car as well, which is what will be causing oil to go that way.
Dave Kent just about threw it off the road down there on the exit of turn number 6 in car 45. There's a brief flash of the headlights there for Ryan Davis. I don't know who he is flashing to because he's got nobody in front of him. Sorry,
I was going to say he did that at one stage in the last race as well. His lights flashed as he came down to turn 7, so I don't know if he's doing that on the dashboard or whether or not there's just a slight electrical shortage or something happening in that car.
But have a look at his front end. He's really caved the nose of that in on the 49. And the second car, Brent O'Keefe's, I would say that they're all got their noses crushed.
Yes, one of the most difficult to get pieces of an HQ Holden across the nation at the moment is the front clip.
And it's the first part that makes contact with the car in front.
Yeah, there must be several thousand of them sitting in records yards that have been on HQ Holden racing cars.
It only sticks out the front of the car by 1.5 inches, yet it gets clobbered every time they run up the back of each other. They've all running around with broken noses as Porter takes a very strange line through turn 3 and 4, but it worked for him.
Yeah, I think someone needs to take a mould of the only one that's available that's still straight and make fiberglass ones might be the answer for the future.
So do something.
Out of turn 6 they come, and O'Keefe still holding off car number 3 of Troy Kent.
I don't think Troy will come back from there. He's 2 or 3 car lengths behind now, unless he has a really big send coming down into 7. But I don't know that he's got the brakes to be able to stop it. He gets right up to the back of Brent O'Keefe, and then Brent's got a bit sideways this time, so that'll allow him a bit of a chance down here into turn number 1 for car number 3 of Troy Kent as he starts to wind up the horsepower, but he just hasn't got enough to get up the inside.
One of the solutions to the nose cone was to make the brackets for the front bumper bar that little bit longer, so that you get bumper to bumper rather than nose cone to boot lid.
Has there ever been any talk about going to the later body shells as well, like the HJ and the HX and the HZs? Because, I mean, there's still a fair few of those around that you could... I mean, even if it was just the nose clip, it'd be about the only difference between them.
Yeah, I think these guys are very traditional, though. They don't like to go away from anything that's diverse from where they started off. We had a good go in back in the early 2000s of moving, because of the advance of saloon cars, of bringing on an XB Falcon with a 250 motor and a 3-speed, but there was severe pushback from the national body to stop it from happening, even though Colin Roper locally helped us out, and we built a car, and I started to get it all together, and it all fell by the wayside, and the XB Falcon with its cage and everything went to the crusher.
Oh, okay. That's a shame. Yeah,
it is a shame.
XB Falcons are hardly fairly thin on the ground now too.
Exactly.
I thought that's what happened to it, but yeah, I guess it would be hard to call HQ racing. It's got an HJ front clip on it, but nonetheless, crossing the line now, got Rory Sharp and Porter having a great battle here.
And Watkins not far off the back of that. Then Troy Todd Faulknell and Dave Kent in the 45. They're running side by side also down there into turn number 1. So it looks like Porter's got the best of that little battle. Rory Sharp on the inside of Mark Watkins in car number 10 as they go up and over the top of the bus stop. You see Mark Watkins grab a big bit of that curb there and get the right-hand side of the car up and off the deck. A very spectacular place to sit. Dave Kent's got it all wrong. And Todd Faulknell trying to make an advance around the outside, and I don't think he's going to do it.
Yeah, that's a tough place to go around the outside at the exit of turn 5. It's off camber, and it's got that horrible sawtooth, as we see a good bit of sideways action there from Kent.
He hit the curb
in-car camera.
So he whacked the curb big time with the right front, and that really threw the car around to the right-hand side. All we saw was a big bit of opposite lock.
I'm looking at Troy Kent's oil pressure gauge, which I'm guessing it is on the left-hand side in the centre of the screen there, and on all the right-hand corners it drops off a little bit, and there's a little red light flicking on and off. There you go again.
Or is that? I think that might be the tacho.
Tacho?
I think that's the tacho. It's hitting the red line, and that's when the red light comes on. So he might be just
giving
a bit more of a boot for in second coming out of the corner, get back there.
Yeah, maybe.
That's 4, that's 5.
Okay.
And yeah, it starts to do it at about 5.5, 6,000 RPM for some reason.
There you go.
That's not right.
That may be where he's got it set for a shift change then.
So, I'd say so. Yeah.
I know in mine I had it set to 5.8, and that was where it changed. I mean, I could push it to 6.5, but we used to change it at 5.8 because that's where you start to run out of torque.
Yeah, there's not a lot happening after 5.8. It just starts to rev and go nowhere.
I always used to set mine a couple of hundred hertz lower than what I wanted to hit it to, because you sometimes get busy, you want to know the lights on, but you don't want to change the gear yet.
He's having a good shot at Brent O'Keefe here down in turn number 6. They're going to come out side by side. It's a good drive from Troy Kent. Bang, there's a hello. what are you doing on my bit of the racetrack? And Troy not happy with that.
Yeah.
As he throws the hand up and the shake of the helmet as well. Just concentrate on what is happening in front of you, mate, because he's going to be down the outside of you before you know it. And I wonder whether he's able to get through.
No,
here.
absolutely not.
He has got through, and look at him closing up, trying to drive across to driver's right and stop Brent O'Keefe from coming through. But O'Keefe has got half his car length there. It's going to go side by side, and I think Brent O'Keefe might slip under here. And he does.
And Troy will switch back and go underneath of him.
Oh, I don't know whether he's got it. It's funny that car seems to be really good in some sections of the racetrack, and then some it's not. But Brent O'Keefe doing a great job in second place. You don't worry about Ryan Davis, he's gone. We've got 11 and a half minutes remaining on this one, but the battle is for second place between Brent O'Keefe and Troy Kent.
Yeah, it's a good battle also. A little bit further back there between, I think that might be, well, I can't quite make Porter and Watkins perhaps, or O'Keefe and Watkins maybe. No, it wouldn't be O'Keefe and Watkins.
No, it'd be Porter and Watkins.
Yeah, it could be Rory Sharp and Watkins too, but I'm not 100% sure. But they were side by side going into turn 4 as well, so that was a pretty good battle.
Oh yes, there they are. They're just right down in the background of this one. But Troy Kent again ranging up around the outside on driver's left of Brent O'Keefe. Let's see what happens this time as they come down towards the braking area. You would think that Brent O'Keefe would be able to hang on here, but late on the brakes is Troy Kent and drives around the outside of the 56. Now the 56 will try and drive the over and under, and I think he'll get this done. This is a great battle. It's seesawing all the way around the racetrack.
Yeah, he's almost managed to clear O'Keefe there into turn 1, but O'Keefe late on the brakes gets back down the inside of him and takes that position away again.
Oh, just about contact there, and oh, that smoke's getting really bad on the back of Troy Kent's car number 3. For WA security personnel.
It's right across the back now, so I'm guessing that's definitely a rear main that's an issue there on that car.
Well, we're down to only 10 minutes left in this, what was it, a 23-minute race?
Yeah, 23 and 1 lap.
So we've got 10 more minutes to go. So still plenty of time for these guys. They probably would be beneficial for them to stop battling each other quite so much and concentrate with the head down and try to close down the 3-second gap between themselves and the leader.
I don't think these guys know how to work together. There goes Troy Kent. He's thrown it up the inside of Brent O'Keefe, who went really wide on the entry into turn 6. So that should give him a good run. But in the meantime, look at that distance. He's pulled out 20-25 metres over Brent O'Keefe.
He needs to turn down the mirrors now and just look out the front window and forget what's behind him.
Try and catch Ryan, although that's probably not possible from way back there unless there's an issue on board Ryan's car. But Ryan into the 15s, a 15.9, so there's no hanging around for car number 49.
No, but at the moment they're only doing 16.7s and thereabouts at the moment, and second place did a 16.3, so he's closed down half a second just on that lap, or 4/10 of a second just on that lap. So
Watkins,
it is possible.
Porter and Sharp. Just about a big collision on the way out of turn 7.
Yeah, and they're the guys who were battling it, so going up turn 4 in the last lap. So it was Sharp and Porter, I think, who were side by side.
And just behind them is Dave Porter. Let's see what he can do. If he stays there behind Mark Watkins, he's going to learn a fair bit about MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Absolutely, and Dave was saying he learned a lot from the last race with that 5-second penalty. He knew it's one of those things, you know you're going to get a 5-second penalty because you've moved the car, but do you keep going or do you stop and start again and get a double whammy? But yeah, a little bit difficult.
There we go. He's put a move on Mark Watkins here. Again, Mark using the traditional entry into turn number 6, and Porter's just whipped it through nice and early on the entry.
They'll come over the top side by side.
I don't think he's going to hang on to it, but look at Rory Sharp. They're going to go 3 wide here. And very defensive as Watkins just about pushes Rory Sharp off the racetrack. And unfortunately, if you forget about Porter, he was involved and now he's not involved.
So let's have a look
he's
down
coming
here.
back.
So 3 wide they're going to go across the start finishing line as well. So this is really on for this battle back here for 4th, 5th and 6th.
They are jamming. Oh, there's a big contact there. I think Rory Sharp got the car very sideways, got squished in the middle of Watkins and Porter.
Yeah, and Porter just got into his right-hand back quarter panel there and just threw him a little bit offline there. Got the back of the car out, but he managed to catch it all up and did a good job.
Well, and that is for 4th, 5th and 6th.
Oh, and Porter's off the track.
He's gone.
Yeah, he's off the track and down the hill. So he'll recover from there, but he won't recover until he's back behind Faulkner, and that'll put him back in 9th position.
Hopefully he knows his way around that part of the circuit. Get back up to the other circuit and then rejoin.
He looks like he's going up the LP area.
He does. Maybe he's
I hope he doesn't think he's going to join on the back straight. You'll get a whack across the wrist from the Tarka course. That's a terrible place to rejoin.
This other battle is Troy Kent and Brent O'Keefe. Troy Kent into second place, and Brent O'Keefe not prepared to make a move at the moment. And as I say that, he throws it down the inside. And let's see if he can overtake Troy Kent, and he does. He just drives under the inside of him. So here was our battle before we lost Porter. And it's still Mark Watkins from Rory Sharp. Then we go back to Todd Faulknell and Dave Kent. And he must have pulled the pin at the top of the hill.
Yeah, he hasn't come back on, which is good.
Yeah, it's a very wise move. I wouldn't be coming back on there at that point of the circuit either. It's fairly blind when they come over the top of the hill there. They're going pretty quick.
To go off and disappear like that, park the car, I'm guessing he's had some sort of a problem that caused him to go off like that.
Unfortunate for our Queensland visitor, but I'm sure he's learnt lots during qualifying in the first 2 races, or 2.5 races. We're down to 6 minutes remaining plus 1 lap in this one.
This battle's still on here between Watkins and Sharp as well, with Sharp right on his tail out of turn 5 and looking for an inside line going down into turn 6. Let's have a look at the brake lights. They both came on at more or less the same time, so no real advantage there to either of them.
It's about now, which is the telling story. Rory Sharp turns a little bit sharper right. There seems to be good drive on that right-hand side on the exit of turn 6. You see the Formula Fords using it all the time.
Yeah, well, Watkins was quite wide there too, and I think he washed off a bit too much speed mid-corner, and that allowed Sharp just to come in a little bit tighter and get his power down a bit earlier.
Side by side through turn number 7. No panel damage on that turn. Then we go back to Faulknell and Dave Kent just in the background there. Rory Sharp on the inside and Watkins in car number 10 on the outside. And again, they're going to go side by side into the corners. This is a great battle. This has been going on pretty much most of the race.
It has, and it's a shame that we lost Porter because he was the third one that was involved in this, and it was a shame for us that he fell off the track up there a few laps ago. But nonetheless, this is still a great battle. They're starting to just drop off Todd Faulkner a little bit, who's also just starting to drop off Dave Kent as well.
Looking good for Ryan Davis at the moment, top qualified, and has won 2 out of the 3 races and is looking very good to take 3 from 3 and qualify on pole position. And unfortunately for Holden, he's down there in turn 7, and it looks like
I reckon he's going to get out of there.
Keep going.
He's going to go out.
Good bit of driving.
Brilliant job.
Just rocking the car backwards and forwards, where a normal driver would just slam the accelerator and hope.
Yeah, so here I am saying that they're dropping Faulkner off, and Faulkner gets right back on their tail again.
We've lost Troy Kent. There he is, right back there.
All this lap he's been well and truly off the pace. He was nearly 20 seconds off in the last
So
lap.
I wonder if his gauges have started to tell him that he's got low oil pressure or something.
Well, we did see that red flashing light, which we presume is a RPM counter.
A change light, yeah.
We'll have to wait and see, but it doesn't look like it's smoking anymore.
We said it would stop eventually.
Yeah,
it runs out of oil.
It runs out of oil, doesn't it? Smoke, exactly.
Yes.
And I think that may be what's happened, because I think he's seeing some red lights flashing on his dashboard, perhaps.
I wonder if the guys from turn 7 can jump back on board with Troy Kent so we can have a look at his dashboard and see whether he's got some red warning alarms happening on board number 3.
And if we, there
we go. So
he's got a blue flashing light.
Yeah, that would be the air fuel ratio. We're looking at 13.7 is the correct number for your stoichiometric ratio. That's the perfect mixture of air to, sorry, it's 14.7. That is the perfect mixture of air to fuel ratio.
He's still getting that red light flashing, so if that's revs, then he's not shy of giving it some work.
Although the needle doesn't seem to be moving much down there.
No,
it seems to be right off the pace down into turn 7.
But when he'll change gear here, we'll see if we get any movement on that needle. Not a much. Oh, there it goes, second. So up into third now. Yep, that's definitely an RPM gauge.
So we're down to 2 minutes and 40 at the moment. We've still got Ryan Davis out the front by almost 3 seconds from O'Keefe, and then back to Kent, Troy Kent that is, and now there's around about, let's have a look, 6 seconds, more than that, sorry, 12 seconds between O'Keefe and Troy Kent, and then back to Rory Sharp, Mark Watkins, Todd Faulkner, Dave Kent, Mark Alfonsi, Phil Breen, and then topless is your top 10.
See, they really broke away from the field the first 2, of Davis and O'Keefe, and we can say Troy Kent was in there for a while as well, but yeah, some 12.5 seconds behind now Brent O'Keefe. In third place is Troy Kent in car number 3. This battle still continues. It's Rory Sharp, and that looks like the 3 slowing down.
Yeah, I think they're definitely swallowed up Troy Kent.
Yeah, he's looked like he slowed down there on that last shot that we had. We'll wait and see whether our Turn 7 guys can catch up with car number 3. And there he is, and he's allowed all of these cars to go past. So there is definitely an issue on board Troy Kent. There he is at the back of this field coming over the top of the hill.
And it's a big shame for him. He's one of our contenders for the state championship this year, and he's throwing away lots of points in this event.
I wonder whether he'll try and just keep going and get through this race with only a minute and a half and a lap to go.
Looks like that's what he's going to do, boy.
He certainly lost a lot of power out of that car. It's failing.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Hopefully this is not going to cost him an engine.
Doesn't sound like a head gasket, that's for sure.
No. And normally he would be overheating extremely badly by now.
Yep.
And we pick up with Rory Sharp, Mark Watkins in 10 and Todd Faulknell. Now Todd's starting to get closer to the back of these guys. He's kind of left Dave Kent behind in the 45.
He's pretty strong through this part of the track, but I don't know that he's got the same straight line speed as what these got, or straight line handling as they seem to start calling it these days, as what the cars in front have, because they seem to drop him off coming back down over the top of the hill and down to turn 7.
Oh, Howard, we need to ask you, have you heard from Adam Butler? Is Adam going to make his way down to Perth for the Nationals?
I haven't heard, but I have been told indirectly that both the Butler cars have been entered. So that tells me yes.
Mm-hmm. So that'll be good. Good to see Mr. Whippy back at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. We haven't seen him for quite some time. Of course, he now lives up in the Northern Territory. And, we don't see much of Adam anymore.
So our race leader back on the screens for our online viewers, and he's going to be getting the last lap board this time when he goes past the stripe. So he's making his way quite happily up through turn 4 and across to turn 5 now. And he's in front of his nose cone looking a little damaged as well, and a little bit beat up, but he's had a good race. He's led pretty much from start to finish for this one. And he'll be a happy man with a big smile when he gets back to the pits, I'm sure.
That's pretty good going, you know. We've been running just about 25 minutes in this race, and there's only 2.5 seconds difference between first and second. Well, there was last time we went across the stripe. I don't know where Brent O'Keefe is now. He's certainly not in the same shot as Ryan Davis.
Yeah, no, here he is coming over the top of the hill, so he's not that far behind. But yeah, you're right there, Vaughan. It's pretty competitive, really, when you consider that they've actually almost completed 17 laps in this event. They're coming down to complete their 17th lap now. And as you say, there's only 2 seconds difference between first and second.
So last lap for car number 49 for Kevrek, Ryan Davis. Doing it all his own way for the last time here. 2.41 kilometres to go for the Kevrek 49. It does look very beaten up on that left-hand side, doesn't it? It's made a fair bit of contact with everything except the pace car.
Yeah, it does indeed. It's unfortunate to see that, but also great to see the Bond Hire sticker on the back of the car, who are our outright sponsors this weekend for round 4, and that's really good to see as well. So please remember and keep in mind Bond Hire, so they're the right equipment, the right service, and right on time. So get in touch with them for any major infrastructure projects.
I think Walker will be fairly happy with his 3rd place. And Rory Sharp into 4th, Todd Faulknell in 5 at the moment, and Dave Kent in 6. Troy Kent still in 7th position at the moment, and I think that may change. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes a lap down here. Maybe.
The 2 cars at the front are both in the same garage down there, so it'll be happy times down there.
And I'd suggest that he does have full control of his headlights as he flashes them over the top of the hill to show the people here that he's a very happy man as he comes onto the pit straight for the final time. Put your hands together for car number 49, Ryan Davis, who takes yet another win here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway in the HQs.
From Brent O'Keefe, his next door neighbour, and also fellow garage co-owner down there in the HQ pits. And there's another big one. Oh, I thought Rory was going to throw it up the inside there in car number 19. Watkins will hang on for third place over Rory Sharp and Todd Faulknell. And a bit of misadventure there for the...
And Holden goes around again for the second time. Yeah, so he's getting good intel on that corner.
He's getting better at getting back on, though.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
He didn't bury the back wheels this time.
Yeah, so you'll have a very good friendly relationship with that corner. You'll know all about it now. So
where not to go.
Yes, exactly.
So there it is. There's our official results. Ryan Davis takes the win by 1.4 seconds over Brett O'Keefe, and Mark Watkins comes home in third place. Rory Sharp for fourth, and Todd Faulknell round out our top five. Howard, thank you very much for joining us today. Best of luck in the upcoming organisation for the Australian HQ Nationals here in September, and looking forward to a huge race meeting. 3 days, the Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's going to be awesome.
It will be, and I'll just stay here for a few seconds because I know that we've got the Kiwis coming over, and not only will they be lined up in side by side this time, but they should all have their lights on as well in honour of Pop Brown. That was what was supposed to happen, but whether it is or not, I'm not sure. They've probably forgotten in all the and all the turmoil out there, and they're very, very well spaced. So
well, Davis has got his lights on. He did the right thing.
He did the right thing.
Everybody else, not going to happen, unfortunately.
No worries.
But thank you very much, Howard, and we'll see you at the next event, which I think will be the Holden HQ Nationals for you guys.
And we'll see you at the clubhouse for the barbecue.
Not me, I've got to go.
Oh, likewise, unfortunately.
Yeah, we'll, I'll have a fill-in. I'll send down my crash test dummy. We're going to take a very, very short break here, and we'll have Demelza and Jamie up in the paddock area. They're going to round up a driver, and we'll have a driver interview coming your way very shortly here at MotorMall, Wanneroo Raceway.
Everyone's being held up.
Okay, we're here with the winner, third place, I should say, for the last race here for the HQ Holden's. Brett O'Keefe, sorry?
Second place.
Second place, was it, in the end? I didn't hear their final result. Well done, Brett. Listen, that was a pretty hard-fought race indeed, especially with the fact that Troy's car sort of blew out halfway through the race, and Ryan's had such a mortgage on the front end of it. So how did you get your way into the position that you have at becoming second?
Yeah, good question, actually. It was bloody grueling, to be honest. So, I really enjoyed it. Just put my head down. It's a shame about Troy's engine or whatever's happened to his car, but yeah, just put my head down trying to catch Ryan, but he had a fair gap. So,
are you happy with the way the car responded to the effort you put in?
Definitely, yeah. Probably had tyre pressure a little bit too high. They sort of went off a bit, but everything else was good.
Mate, with the Nationals coming up in a couple of months, a lot of you guys seem to be really sort of honing your skills in when it comes to the competitiveness on the track. Is that half the plan at the moment? It's sort of preparing for the Nationals in 2 months' time?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Nationals. We need to clean up this driving. It's bloody ridiculous. Like, that's way too rough. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Nationals, and this is a good taster for what's going to come.
So when the Eastern Staters get here to sort of compete, do you think they're going to be pushing it and giving you a nudge as well?
I think they've got another level of speed than us, but we'll see how we go.
Well, mate, well done indeed. And, I'll just have a quick say goodbye, and then we're going to go to an ad break right now. Thank you.
Street Cars and WA GT Racing is brought to you by ADH Golf and Utility Vehicles, Pool Edge Systems, Okie Dokie, Mezstore Mezzanine Floor Solutions, Swan Towing, and TA2 Racing Muscle Car Series.
sports cars and sports sedans and street cars out on the circuit for their last 12-minute plus 1 lap. And it's Ron Moller who's going to start on pole position thanks to that spin in the latter stages of that last race for Ryan Humphrey. Alongside him will be Walter Eppel in 991.1 GT3 Porsche. Then Chris Pavey up there in the BMW E36. Chris Chevrolet in another one of the BMW E36. Then we have Ryan Humphrey. Look for the charge for the XE Falcon, the grey car coming out of P5. Then Chris Barton out of 6. And I don't think we're going to see Neville Zocoli in the Chevrolet Corvette.
I love the way that Chris Chevrolet's got written across the back of his car. Chevrolet. Yeah, Chevrolet. That's a great sounding car. I was out there taking photos at the last race for these guys, and that car of Chris Chevrolet sounds absolutely gorgeous.
Good to see Ron Moller have a win, although it was thanks to that spin, unfortunately, there for Ryan Humphrey. But it's been a while since Ron's been able to take a race win.
Yeah, it was great to see him have a win, and as you say, only due to the unfortunate incident with the Ryan Humphrey car, just got his back left-hand tyre up there on the curb, and it just threw it off balance, and around she went. And it took him a while to get the car to light up and get going again. But he's starting from the back of the grid, and that's going to be something that we're going to see as a little bit of entertainment, although the back of the grid is only 4 cars, unfortunately.
Yeah, it won't take long to get to the front there. But what I've noticed out of the previous 2 races is that towards the back end of the race is where Walter Eppel starts to come forward.
Yeah, it is indeed, and I'm surprised that Pavey's not out there because he was.
He was quick.
He was quick, and he finished the last event, and I'm surprised something must have been noticed on the wind down lap or coming back into the pits that there was some issue with that particular car and not able to get out there. And Chris Barton has also pulled out of the event. He's going to be.
Chris has got our onboard camera in car number 48.
Okay, he's not out there though.
No, it doesn't look like he is.
Yeah, no, I think that we just got told that someone's working on his car in the pits at the moment, so I don't know if he's going to be a pit lane starter or not. He's down there at the end of the grid, so perhaps he'll be a pit lane starter. We'll wait and see, but he's got his car pointing towards the north ramp as though he wants to go back into the paddock area. So
safety car is off, and they are double Indian file for our 4 starters for this one. And it's Walter Eppel on the outside of Ron Moller, then Chris Chevrolet and Ryan Humphrey.
Yep, and almost all of them are in different categories. We've got a sports sedan, we've got a sports car, and we've also, I think, got a street car.
And as you would expect, the sports cars and sports sedans roar away from Chris Chevrolet down into turn 1 for the first time. And Walter Eppel looking a little bit racy around the outside of Ron Moller. It's not going to work, and that's going to hold Ryan Humphrey up. There's no way that Ryan will get through there. He'll have to put a move on towards turn number 6.
So it's only going to be Ron Moller and Ryan Humphreys who actually race in this race for their category, because the others have already won their category because they're the only guys who are out there for sports cars in Walter Eppel's case and street cars for Chris Chevrolet's case. But we've got 2 sports sedans out there, and that's the look at Walter Eppel straight down the inside. He caught him napping, that's for sure.
He certainly did, and now Ryan Humphrey draws up alongside Ron Moller, so the drag race up and over the top of the hill. But Walter Eppel, he skipped away by 20-25 metres, but here come the big V8s. Ryan Humphrey early on the brakes, and that's going to force Ron Moller to do the over and under, but I don't think Ron's going to have the horsepower back there to get past Ryan Humphrey.
No, Ryan very careful to get around that car of Moller and to race away down into turn 1.
So what a great turn of events for Walter Eppel, being able to sneak down the inside there of Ron Moller, and he's driving away now. He's got a good nearly 100 metres on Ryan Humphrey.
And now he's got 7 minutes and 1 lap to try to keep that distance between himself and Humphrey the same, and I don't know that he's going to do it, but let's have a look and see what happens as the race continues.
Well, we did see Ryan's tyres go off towards the end of that previous race, so I don't know whether he's running some old rubber, but certainly that car got looser and looser towards the back end of the race.
Yep, absolutely. So as it stands at the moment, we've got Walter Eppel in car number 3, leading the event from Ryan Humphrey in car number 30, and then back to car 7 of Ron Moller and car 75 of Chris Chevrolet.
We'll get some decent lap times this time through as Walter flips the headlights on the GT3 991.1. Goes across the line, and what's his gap? Must be at least a second. It's 1.8 seconds over Ryan Humphrey and 2.5 seconds over Ron Moller.
Yeah, so he's managed to keep that gap, hasn't he? That's a very, very good effort. So we'll wait and see what happens. But yeah, it'd be great to see Walter Eppel having a win, and that means that the three of them have all had one win for the day.
Be good to see Ron Moller get up and challenge Ryan Humphrey here for second place. Still might happen, as we've been alluding to. We think that the Falcons tyres will go off towards the back end of this race, and that'll allow the big Trans Am. I think that was the SCCA series over in America, where they ran the Trans Ams.
Yep, and just saying that, this gap between Humphrey and Moller was about this same distance at this stage of the race in the last race. So, and he ended up getting right onto the tail of him and in fact getting in front of him. So it's early days. Still another 5 minutes and 26 seconds plus one lap.
And Walter Eppel, a 60.28 last time, and now he's into the 59s. So that's flying for that GT3 Porsche.
And he's opened it up to 2.3 seconds. So at this stage, Humphrey's got no answer for him, has he?
No, he certainly hasn't. And 3.3 seconds back to Ron Moller. So there's a second difference between Humphrey and Ron Moller.
Gee, was running the brakes very late into turn one there, right the way to mid-corner of turn one. It makes you wonder whether he's doing that to keep the nose of the car in for understeer, or whether he's just going in a bit hot, or what the story is. But yeah, he had the brake lights on right the way to mid-corner in turn one then.
That was Walter?
That was Ryan.
Oh, Ryan, yep. So he's hard on the brakes early there.
I wonder if he's running a really old set of tyres.
I think they might be, because as we said, he seemed to go off towards the back end of race 1 and race 2. And unfortunately, it was too much in race 2, and he looped it round on himself.
Yeah, if you remember in race 1, he backed it right off on the last lap and almost got eaten up by Ron Moller as well.
So running the best of the worst.
Yeah, the best of your dirty shirts, as they say.
Ron Moller, that car is just so good. It's like it's on rails.
And having said that, he's just said the fastest lap of the race is Ryan Humphrey with a 59.6, but that's still good. That's still a good 2.5 seconds off his fastest lap time that he would do. And it's pretty good conditions out there at the moment. It's cool, and it's no UV on the track, and there's no wind out there to speak of.
No. Just a big thank you to all of our spectators who have braved the weather out there today. Had a really good crowd down there in turn number 1 earlier this afternoon. And of course our regulars down there in turn 7, and of course over there in the S's. Hope you've enjoyed some of the best local motorsport you'll find anywhere in Australia. It's been a bit convoluted all day. We've had a few massive oil downs and a few safety car periods due to retrieving cars. But thank you very much for sticking around. I hope you're enjoying all of the action here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
Good to see Chris Barton to make his way up in Turkey, the little Honda, and he's got our camera on board for those people who are watching at home, and doing a great job. It looks like he's very smooth on the wheels, Chris. Very experienced driver nowadays is Chris Barton. He's been running up here since probably around about 2010, 2009, thereabouts.
Check out the dashboard with all the buttons over there on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
That's a pretty flash electronic setup.
It is indeed. So nonetheless, he's very smooth on the wheel, and the car looks like it's behaving itself really, really well. And there's Chris Chevrolet, unfortunately, off the track.
Hopefully that hasn't dropped any oil anywhere. It looks like it's in a fairly safe spot, so maybe we'll keep going. At a 59.5 for Ryan Humphrey.
Yeah, that's a real shame for Chris Chevrolet. He's had a good day out today, and it's been one of his better days, and then it's spoilt it for him in the final event. So I feel sorry for him not being able to finish this event, but he's had a pretty good day nonetheless.
Well, no smoke coming out of the bonnet, so that's a good sign. But, yeah, an unfortunate way to end his afternoon here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. But it's still Walter Eppel doing a fantastic job, although the gap is starting to come down now. Oh, yeah, big time. Down to 1.3 from 2 seconds, down to 1.3.
I wonder if this time Ryan Humphrey hung back to look after his tyres so he'd have something for the end of the event.
At the end of it, yep.
And now he realises there's only a couple of minutes left plus one lap, so he might as well start pulling in the rope and reeling that car back towards him.
And what's he doing as far as Ron Moller? He's driving away from Ron Moller as well with a 59.3. So that's a couple of really good blinding laps there, a 59.5 and a 59.3 consecutive.
Yep, and of course a lap record, long way off that, and that's Tony Ricciardello set in 2019 when the very first race meeting we had with this new surface, and he set a 53.1 in his Alfa Romeo Sport Sedan. So
that was our 50th anniversary
race meeting. Yeah, it was indeed.
The 1.3 seconds is the lead.
Just
last time across.
Getting past Chris Barton, our camera car, down into turn 7.
I don't think Ryan will get held up at all by Chris Barton. He doesn't. He just drives around the outside of him. As we go back on board with Chris Barton, car number 48.
And look at the back of Ryan Humphrey's car. Humphrey only closed it down by 0.3 of a second that time, and with a minute left, he's going to have to do a bit better than that to catch onto the back of Apple's car.
See Ryan just disappearing out of the shot there.
You see the cable attached to the kill switch there, so that it can be pulled from a lever outside of the car, so it can turn that kill switch off from outside as well. And that's in the middle of the dashboard there.
So there's Walter Apple in the 991.1 GT3 Porsche Cup car, and it was 1.0 seconds. So again, Ryan Humphries has taken out 0.3 of a second last time through, and I think it's going to be a lot closer this time. That's definitely under a second.
They've got 2 more laps to go, so not this time, but next time past the stripe they'll get the last lap board. So he's got 2 laps to close down, 1.1 second, and they're doing pretty similar lap times. And in fact, Apple was a tenth quicker on that last lap. So I think Apple has this in hand pretty much at the moment.
Yeah, I do too. A 59.25 for Walter Apple.
And that's going to be great, because that means that we've had the first event won by Ryan Humphrey, the second event won by Ron Moller, and the third event looks as though at this stage it's going to be won by Walter Apple. So that's 1 apiece for the day. So everyone goes home smiling.
Yeah, and the points are really close with Walter Apple. If he stays where he is, 75 points, 67 to Ryan Humphrey and 65 to Ron Moller.
There's Chris Chevel having a spectator's job today as he steps out of his car. I reckon they probably just about stop waving that yellow flag now. It's been 3 or 4 laps that they've gone past that car, but...
So this should be it. We get checkered flag this time?
No, I think we get the last lap board this
last
time.
lap board is out. As it starts to get very dark and overcast again outside here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, hopefully we're not going to end the day with a shower of rain.
No, I don't think so. I think it's just getting late. It's nearly 5 o'clock. And
it is nearly 5 o'clock.
The sun has been going away by about 5:15 at the moment.
So everybody receiving the last lap board now, and this is Ryan Humphrey and his last chance to have a crack at the GT3 Porsche Cup car of Walter Apple.
I don't think there's going to be anything that he can do about it. He was only 0.3 of a second quicker than Apple on that last lap, so he's going to have a lot of thousandths that he needs to close down to get rid of that 1 second lead that he has at the stripe. So I think this is all Walter Apple, unless he makes a mistake, which would be uncharacteristic for Walter.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I saw one of those.
No, absolutely not. And out comes Walter from turn 6, followed 1 second behind by car 30, our magnificent Ryan Humphrey Falcon.
Here he comes down into turn number 7 for the last time. A great win for Walter Apple in the Porsche, the GT3 Cup car over Ryan Humphrey in the XE Falcon, and then coming across the line in 3rd place, car number 7 of Ron Moller. And as you said, 1 race apiece to Humphrey, Apple and Ron Moller today. And I don't think we've seen that for quite a while.
No, absolutely not, as we're back on board with our camera car for those at home, and that's car 48 of Chris Barton down into turn 7 for the final time. And great shots out of this car throughout the day. It really does look like it handles quite nicely, doesn't it?
It does. There's no understeer or...
Yeah, he just seems to be able to turn the wheel and it goes where he wants it to go. So that's great. That's the best thing you ever want to see in a race car. So well done to Chris for finishing the event and persisting to get that problem solved, and giving us some great pictures out there from the inside of his car.
So that was race number 18 for our sports cars and sports sedans and street cars. We've got another event ready to go. They're already down in the dummy grid. There's not going to be much time change over here between this one, and it will be our improved production and production cars. And they put on a great second race earlier on today. We're going to take a very short break here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. We'll be back with race number 19 for the improved and production cars coming your way next on the track.
True performance goes beyond.
Walter, yeah. We are back here in the paddock. I've got Walter with me. Walter, how do you feel after today's racing?
Fantastic. The first time I've beaten both of them today, so it's great. It's fantastic, yeah.
We've had quite an eventful day out on the track today. So talk us through how you've navigated that.
It was quite okay, but I had one huge spin in the first race on the last lap. I just tried too hard to get one, but yeah, I just tried too hard. But apart from that, it was okay.
Fantastic.
The qualifying was a bit dicey. It was just too slippery. And Ryan put wets on, I'll run slicks, and I thought it was slick time, but it definitely wasn't. But that's the brakes.
On a day like today where we have had the change in the weather throughout the day, were you always going to be going the slicks, or have you had to go as the day has progressed?
I was going the way the day progresses. I had both ready to go, so depending on what weather we're going to get.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Walter. Have an amazing evening.
You too. Thank you.
That's it from us here in the paddock right now. Thanks to Bonds Hire. Vaughn, I believe it's back to you.
Thanks very much, Demelza. Yes, race number 19, just about ready to leave the dummy grid. And we are going to quickly go to an advert before our improved production cars and production cars get racing. Back shortly.
True performance goes beyond power. It's built on accuracy. From routine servicing to tailored upgrades, every detail is considered. At Precision Auto House, your trusted specialist in European vehicles, where your car is treated like it should be.
Improved Production Cars and Production Cars Racing is brought to you by Precision Auto House, TRP Ductwork, BM Graphics, and Knight.
Back here for this last race of our production cars and improved production. This one is 12 minutes plus 1 lap. And on pole position, Matt Cherry alongside Steve Turpin, then Trent Hookemow and Mason Legg, Neil Pollard and Craig Poole, then Derek Burns, Jim Gallen, Tim Riley, Laurie Whitholm, Michael Woodhead, and that is it. Unfortunately, we've lost Joel Corello earlier today. Lane and Delphin are all out for the day. And we welcome back Cameron Burns. Good afternoon, mate.
How are we? Let's get ready for a good last race and see how everyone goes.
Well, I hope so. Let's see whether that we can get this battle of Pollard and Craig Poole and Derek Burns and Jim Gallen back under control, because that was really entertaining in race number 2.
Yep, straight after that race, they all went up to each other and started telling their stories about what happened and who missed gears and who went off. So they had a good fun battle, I reckon.
Yeah, that's always the way it is. You go taller and taller. So nonetheless, that's one of the best parts about racing cars is the stories you tell afterwards.
But everyone's got cameras now, so you can prove if they're lying or not.
Yeah, it was better in the old days when we didn't have GoPros. We were so much better back then.
Well, also we didn't have the race control looking at everything we did either. It was
True.
A lot better over in turn 6.
You could get away with stuff over the other side of the hill.
You could, no more.
Both Holden products on the front row, the Commodore and the Monaro, and then we have an RX-7 and a 60th anniversary Volkswagen Golf with Mason Legg behind the wheel. Green flag has been shown. We are waiting for the red light. There it is. Revs will rise, and this is it. And a good getaway from Matt. Just minimise wheel spin, and you can see Steve just introducing Turpin, just introducing that clutch nice and slowly as well. He got a good getaway. Trent Hookemow in the RX-7, he's in 3rd place at the moment, and the big mover at the moment is Craig Poole, and Mason Legg trying to have a crack at Craig Poole as well, but that's a 6-litre Tirana versus a 4-cylinder Volkswagen, and Tirana was always going to win that one.
Good start from Trent Hookemow as well from the second row of the grid. He managed to get well and truly over the top of Mason Legg and get down to turn 1 quite quickly as well. So little bit more grunt under that RX-7, he probably would have been hassling Cherry and Turpin.
On our cameras at the moment is Steve Turpin, car number 3, the Holden Commodore, as he tries to chase down the Holden Monaro of Racing Dynamics of Matt Cherry, as they crest the top of the hill for the first time, and a great view out the window of the Holden Commodore, and another fancy dashboard on board Steve Turpin's car.
Quite different in the gearing of these two cars. When I was out taking some pictures earlier on, the car of Cherry's changes gear quite a lot earlier coming out of turn 7 to what the car of Steve Turpin does. So totally different gearing in these two cars, and I think that's probably the difference in their straight line speed.
Yeah, and probably to try and conserve the tyres. I've talked to Matt and his father Steve quite a few times, and they keep blowing the tyres off this Holden Monaro. It's just got that much power. And you're saying they've moved over to a new Bridgestone tyres. Is that the RE88?
No, we've got the Bridgestone RE71 RZs as our national sponsor, and then we're using them for this year, and then we go to the RZ Bridgestones next year, which is an upgrade on these tyres we've got now. And they sponsor the whole category Australia-wide. So, yeah, they've been a good tyre. They're a little bit better in the wet. Some boys like them, some don't. And everyone seems to be going faster on the tyres, so cheaper tyre is just a big deal they did nationally.
Jim Gallen down the inside of Craig Poole there in the Honda Civic, and he sets sail now after Neil Pollard. And I saw Derek Burns just behind this group as well. There he is.
Yeah, Toronto's got some grunt. Look at it, just blast back past Gallen there as they come over the top of the hill.
See whether the twin turbo of Derek Burns can do anything about Jim Gallen in car 111.
I think it might be more the driver than the car. We'll see. We'll see him after the race and see how he went. But yeah, they really enjoyed their racing. So a production car, an IP car, and another production car. Doesn't matter what you got, you can race it and you'll have good fun.
That's it. Let's see Craig Poole now in the Tirana. He's got Neil Pollard in front of him. There's a fair distance. Oh, look at Gallen up the inside there of Craig Poole and overtakes that position again. And don't get too comfortable, because I think Craig Poole will be coming straight back around you again once you get to the large side straight here, the uphill and the downhill.
He has gotten past him a little bit earlier this time in the lap, so perhaps he might be able to get a bit more distance between him before he comes out of turn 6, and might just about have enough to be close enough to go back under him down into turn 7 again. So we'll have to wait and see. There's a fair old gap between himself and Poole this time coming out of turn 6. Race leader once more across the stripe. He's got 3 laps down under his belt. He's got the fastest lap of a 60.35.
And here he comes, Craig Poole. Oh, he got up to the driver's door and then pulled back on the brakes. So it's very, very close. He has minimised that loss. Everybody putting their headlights on now. It's getting extremely dark out there on the circuit at the moment. Here comes Craig Poole again. Gallen moves over and blocks that line for Craig Poole.
Can I just jump in for a moment and say also it's getting pretty fast out there as well, with Matt Cherry that time setting a lap time only 0.3 slower than the current lap record for IP cars.
Wow.
So there's plenty of grip out there and good conditions for racing.
Certainly is. Nice and cool out there. The cars will be developing a good amount of horsepower out there today. Don't have to worry about any hot weather taking away that horsepower, as we pick up on our live stream with Jim Gallen in the Honda Civic Type R. A new car to the Gallen family. It hasn't taken him long to get that thing on tap.
Jim can drive anything pretty much. That whole family can drive whatever they want and they'll be quick in it. So that's good for them.
So there's your dad having a crack at Craig Poole in the Tirana as he comes up and over the top of the hill. The Tirana's just got a little bit too much grunt for the BM.
Yeah, I tell you what, the BM eats it up under brakes though, and the handling will be probably a bit better too. So he needs to start thinking about the same move as what Gallen made a couple of laps ago, and see if he can't get him going into turn 4.
If they don't fight each other and let Jim get away, that'd be the worst problem to have.
There's a 60.5 last time through for Matt Cherry, so he's drifted out by 0.2 of a second on the previous lap, but still very, very close to that race record that he set back in April of this year. As Craig Poole gets it up on 2 wheels over the top of the bus stop, lands it on the brakes to try and drop the nose down into the asphalt, get some grip, ready for the left-hander. The only left-hander, well, really the only left-hander here. We do have 2 left-handers.
Well, going to go for a send? Oh, no, he pulled out of it. He was going to have a go at him.
You can tell Matt Cherry's chasing that lap record. He's trying hard because he's just done another 1 minute .4. So he's consistently trying to get that lap record back down again. I don't know that he's going to make it every lap that he does now. His tyres are going to be getting more towards screaming enough.
Yeah, enough is enough. And Steve Turpin now some 5 seconds behind him, and Hockermau in the RX-7 is 25 seconds behind Matt Cherry.
Yeah, and Mason Legg and Neil Pollard are starting to have a good battle. They're catching Trent as well, so unless Trent's fallen back a little bit. But Neil Pollard's pulled up. He was starting on 7th last race, so he's made a few places.
There's a couple of flashes of flame out of the back of the RX-7. That's what we like to see on the downshifts and the overrun through the exhaust system.
Yeah, they've tuned that a little bit after last time. The flames are a little bit excessive after last time.
Yeah,
So
but
they've tuned
it
it
looked
up a bit.
great. Look, if you can't win, be spectacular.
I think that's how we go racing, isn't it?
That is. So there is our leader, and he's now come up onto traffic, so that will be it for a race record run here this afternoon.
Yeah, I think his tyres are screamed enough.
Yeah.
Anyways, rear tyres are probably starting to turn. Jelly was getting he's getting more and more sideways coming out of turn 7 with every lap that goes past. And of course, these guys running in two, the first and second running in two separate categories, I believe. No, they're both improved production cars, aren't they? I'm
Yes,
getting myself
yep,
confused.
first is, yep.
Steve Turpin was running in street cars at one stage in that car, I believe.
That was maybe a long time ago.
Yeah,
But
a while ago.
that's been a full IP car. It's a little bit more street spec than Matt Cherry's. He's a little bit up spec. But Steve Turpin, he's getting there. He's putting more and more time and effort into it. Like anything, it's more seat time. More seat time makes the car go faster. And Steve Turpin's also come on as the national category sponsor as well for our nationals.
Oh,
so
brilliant.
Diesel's Mobile. So that's good for us. Thank you very much for all the
Another family with a long history here at Wanneroo Raceway, with his father running in the 1970s, early 1970s up here in a little TQ. So big family effort for many, many years for the Turpin family.
So Hockermau hanging on for 3rd, then Neil Pollard, Mason Legg in 5th, Jim Gallen in 6th, Craig Poole in 7, Derek Burns in 8, Laurie Whittam in 9, and rounding out the 10 is Tim Riley.
Well, and off the track up there's Derek Burns. Unfortunately, he pulled off up there, so I'd suggest he may have had a mechanical issue and decided just to pull off onto the old short circuit.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's popped the tyre for the first time like we did in the Enduro, so yeah, we'll find out what happened with him after this.
You've been too greedy with the negative camber.
That wasn't me, that's Dad's car. That's his fault. We only had that car a couple of weeks beforehand, and we had to do a lot of setup work to it, so we've taken about 3 degrees out of it, and it seems to save the tyre a bit more, but he's coming down, so it's not like it stopped, so he's still coming down the main backstroke.
Yes, he is still down there into turn number 7. Steve Turpin just goes under the inside. But Matt Cherry now out to the 61.3, so it's definitely game over as far as a lap record. Not going to happen today.
So you got an under 2 litre Neil Pollard against Mason Legg's 2 litre turbo production car. A little bit of weight difference in the two, but they're still having a good battle with each other.
Yeah, coming out of turn number 6, Pollard by about 5 car lengths over Mason Legg. I wouldn't be surprised if the Volkswagen, the V-dub's good under brakes here, and it does. It closes right up behind the Honda.
Mason's got some big brakes in that, and he's got a DSG paddle box in that as well. And Neil Pollard's got a sequential in the front of that Civic as well.
So down into turn 1 once more goes Mason Legg with Pollard just in front of him in car 19, and out of the corner they come, and very safely chasing Trent Hockermau in the RX-7, who's going up through turn 4. But as it stands, we've got a 5-second lead at the moment to Matt Cherry. He's out on his 8th lap. We've got we've got about 2 seconds into the deficit now, so he would have received the last lap board.
It is very dark to the north of the circuit at the moment. Hopefully no rain down there in turn number 1. But it's a completely different story down there in turn number 7. We've got blue sky down that end of the world.
Yeah, on a couple of camera shots there on the live stream, you can see right down Trent's exhaust. You can see the whole thing glowing with big flames coming out of it through turn 1. It's got some good camera shots.
So Mason Legg still trying to get past Neil Pollard. I don't think that's going to happen. Neil's been around this place too many times, and it looks like he's just got the advantage over Mason Legg. We're on the last lap now. Our leader coming out of turn number 6 for the last time. Car number 44 racing for Racing Dynamics is Matt Cherry in the Holden Monaro as he comes down in towards turn number 7 for the last time. Won't quite put a lap on Craig Poole, but keeps it nice and straight this time, and checkered flag on display to Matt Cherry, who slows it down significantly on the run home. Don't know what happened there. Hopefully the car's okay. He just slowed down quite abruptly.
I think he just backed off, checkered flag, go across the line.
Yeah, he knew that he had 3.7 seconds over Turpin. So the RX-7 will be next across the line, and that'll be Trent Hookermauer. This is the RX-8 of Laurie Whitholm.
And there's still Woodhead and Tim Riley still having a battle, an under 1600 IP car and a supercharged mini production car.
They go across the line. Oh, there's the big flash of flame out of the back of the RX-7. And again, so 2 downshifts down there into turn number 7 for Trent Hookermauer. Let's see if we get a big one down here into turn number 1.
We just get a little bit on the
just
down
a
change.
little bit, yeah. No, he needs to pump some more fuel into that.
I don't think his tuner likes that.
So we've just got Jim Gallen and Craig Poole across the line now. There goes Gallen across the line now. Here comes Craig Poole down into turn 7. And that will wind out our entire field for IP and in pre-production and production cars for this weekend.
Yep, Cherry over Steve Turpin and Trent Hookermauer. That's your first, second and third for improved production and production cars here for the last time today. We've got one more event coming your way here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. It's our time challenge, and it was a good win in race number 2 to car number 51 of Jamie Scott. Can he continue on his winning way in race number 3? Stick around to find out here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sedans, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher, and Radlink Communications.
Being behind the wheel is easier than you think. West Australian Sporting Car Club has... For the last time today, the last event, race number 20 on what has been an action-packed day. Unfortunately interrupted quite a bit by some big oil spills and some cars that have run off into the sand. But this is our last event for the day, our time challenge. And as I said, we've just had word through that Chris Chevrolet in that previous race in the BMW E36 had a clutch failure down there in turn number 6. So unfortunately a great day still for Chris Chevrolet. It's good to see that V8 powered BMW very quick, and it'll be good to see the progression of that car as he puts some more development into that car. But we are turning our attention now to our time challenge, and the winner of race number 2 was car number 51, the Mark II Escort of Jamie Scott. We said first thing this morning that he'd be a guy to keep an eye on. He's won lots of trophies in time challenge and regularity, and he was lapping within 2/10 of his allocated time.
Multiple multiple under 2 litre historic regularity champion here in Western Australia, and he showed a good clean set of heels in that last event as well. And I believe we had another set of snake eyes in the last event.
Yes, we
as well.
did. I think it was this car number 44 of Michael Guelphy in the 944 Porsche.
Well, he was the one that had it in the first event as well, so that's 2 for the day for him.
Oh, I thought it wasn't Peter Dybel?
No, I don't think so. I think it may have been him as well.
Well, if it was, that's an outstanding effort because they don't come along every day of the week. And
no, they're like a hole-in-one in golf.
They pretty much are. Yeah,
absolutely.
Very hard.
Well,
we're talking down to a hundredths of a second here.
We are, and we're looking at Joe Douglas in car 88 on the track at the moment, and Joe's a long-time competitor in this category as well, and he's done very well in the championship over the years. Also, managed to print plenty of photos with his name on the bottom of it to give to hang in the club rooms of the WA Sporting Car Club to show our champions at the end of each year. So he's done a great job as always today.
A good little reliable car too is that Subaru BRZ, very similar to the GT86 from Toyota.
Yep, very similar, and he's making his way through turn 6 at the moment, but as it stands at the moment, we've got everyone completed a lap, and Peter Callow in car 188, the 350 Nissan up there with 8 points, so he's only 800ths of a second, outside of his nominated time.
So Joe Douglas into second with 66, and Jamie Scott on 87. 82 last time through for Guelphy in the 944. So this is going to constantly update all the way along. Heath Malkin runs last on the circuit, running in P4 at the moment. G'day guys up there in the Toyota Land Cruiser. I think you might be down in... I think it might be down in turn 7 or over the hill in turn 5. Actually, they're up the top in turn 5.
Yeah, I can see them.
I can see us from here. I can still see you waving right now.
Yep, so g'day guys, we hope you've enjoyed your day.
A great spot to watch up there. You can see the cars come drifting through turn 5, and I can let you know that is a blind corner up there, guys. You cannot see what is waiting for you on the other side. So, yeah, some good action up there through the day. As we turn our attention back to our scoreboard, and only 6 points has been scored by Joe Douglas on lap number 2, so that's going to put him into second place at the moment, not too far away from Peter Callow, who still holds down P1 on 46 points.
Yeah, I'm glad that he did that really good lap time, Joe Douglas. I didn't give him the commentator's curse on this occasion, so well done to Joe. And just looking at Stunker now up into third position as he completes his second lap. 40 points on that last lap that he lost for a total of 180 at this stage.
Unfortunately, Jamie Scott went way too fast on that previous lap and cost himself 190 points in one hit.
Yep.
So way too fast, and it's very easy to fall into that trap, isn't it? You come up on a faster car and you think, I can run with you, and it blows your lap times to bits.
Well, yeah, I mean, one of the secrets of this also is that, I probably shouldn't be telling secrets about it, but you always set your lap time a little bit faster than what you think you can do anyway, because that way you'll never go over, because you lose more points for going faster than you do for going slower. So you always set it just a couple of tenths faster than what you think you're going to be able to do. But other than that, you just, my strategy on this is wring the neck out of the car, and then you can't go any faster.
That's exactly right. That's how I won my championship in this event.
Absolutely.
You wring the neck out of my little Cortina.
It's the most fun to do anyway. So.
Yeah. Well, you knew you couldn't go any faster, so if you put a lap time within a couple of tenths of that, you were pretty much guaranteed a good result, as long as you don't get held up by traffic or fall into that trap of over-revving or being late on the brakes, because it all mixes into one.
And even if you do lose the event for going faster, at least you've got the benefit of knowing that you went a bit faster.
Yeah.
So that's always a good thing as well.
It's a good sign. Big flash of flame out of the side of Peter Dybel's saloon car as he came into turn number 7. So let's see who's doing some standout work at the moment. It's Joe Douglas, 76 points last time through. Matty Galton's just put in 44, but Peter Dybel on 34.
Yeah, I was about to give her a rap because she just disappeared off the bottom of the screen, but she was there behind Peter Dybel as they came out of turn 7 was Matty Galton, and she's a lady who's taken out a couple of overall rounds in the past little while, so she's done very, very well in this category.
How good does this Mark II Escort look at Jamie Scott this time of night? It's just got that glowing blue colour It's a standout of a car as the Mark II Escort from about 1977.
Yeah, 75 to 80 they made this particular model, and they were very popular up here in street car racing for many years. Were Mark II Escorts, sorry, and won many under 2 litre street car championships.
Yeah, Rolly Waters was the king of those cars.
Yeah, Rolly Waters, and there are a few others that did very well in them as well. Stuart Dixon started in that as well, as we see the checkered flag come out and cross the line.
Oh, let's see, Matty Galton's just done a 44, Van Smalen a 45, Peter Dybel's put in another good one at 34, although he's 1 lap behind at the moment.
Yeah, they're all chasing Joe Douglas. He's finished and he's only got 253 points in total after the 80 on the last, so they're going to find it really hard. I don't think anyone can beat him.
I don't think so either.
No, I think Joe Douglas has taken out, which is excellent, because I gave him a big rap and he deserved it, because he's done very well in this Subaru BRZ.
And that's nearly a 70-point win there over Van Smalen, who looks like he will take over second place. So Van Smalen will take second, and Matty Galton, a great effort in car number 24, looks like she will take home third place, only by 3 points to Hutchinson, who takes fourth by 4 points over Peter Dybel. So the top 4 pretty close.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're looking at, 7 points between third, fourth and fifth. So that's an amazing result when you consider that would equate to 7/100ths of a second between them overall for the event.
Well, that's pretty cool going. Hey, Rob, thanks very much for joining me again here this weekend. I hope you've had a great day, as we always do up here in the Rob Janney commentary box.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure, and it's always great to be here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway watching the racing, whether I'm commentating or just being a spectator. So thanks very much for having me up here again this weekend, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.
Not a problem. For all of our live stream viewers, we're going to check out some highlights of the day, but don't turn off, because we've got the afternoon wrap coming up with Jamie McCanty and Demelza down there. I'll be heading down there very shortly. A big thank you to all of our officials and all of our Motorsport Australia officials up here in the administration building. Can't do it without you. All of our recovery guys, our fire crews, our medical, just everybody concerned. Thank you very much for giving up your Saturday. We do appreciate it. I'm going to join Jamie and Demelza down there for a wrap-up of the afternoon. Thanks very much for your attendance here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Hope you've enjoyed the day. Drive safely on the way home. I'll be back very shortly.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championship.
Half a car length's difference as they come across the top of the hill. Now will Riordan look for a run down the inside here into turn number 6, and they are side by side in turn number 6. It looks like Riordan's forced Brewer right out onto the apron there, and that's allowed. He's gone from first back to third. Now he's fighting back side by side with Begley as they come down the hill. Oh, Begley right into the gearbox of the car in front of Riordan, so that's allowed Brewer to run around the outside, regain second place, and there's another 47. They're all over each other as a big flash of flame out of the back of Brewer's car on the downshift. And Wheeler's gone big time down there in turn number 1, and it looks like he might have been caught up with Begley as well. So Begley down.
And then started when the lights did go out. He was a lot further behind, so although he moved, he didn't get a lot of advantage out of it. There he's got a disadvantage with a 5-second penalty as well.
So looking at Porter here in the white car from Queensland, just snuck up the car of Porter's. Looks like it's got substantial body roll on it compared to the rest of the cars. Oh, Dave Kent super sideways and actually run himself off the racetrack over there in turn number 4.
And big rooster tails coming out of the back.
Yeah, don't lift. Kent in the blue car, O'Keefe in the white car, and it looks like Troy Kent will outbrake him here and take over second place. The over and under is on here as Kent tries to get back and move across on top of Brett O'Keefe, and Brett held his line. Whether Ron Moller can make it past before they get down to the corner here at 7. And yes, he can, and Ron Moller right under brakes now. He's getting right underneath number 7 again. Now it looks like Ron Moller starting to put a bit of a charge on as well. He's dropped it from 3.5 of turn number 6 to try and keep the car as straight as possible. And unfortunately for Ryan, he's...
Okay, we've come to the end of round 4 of WA Sporting Car Club Racing Championship for 2026 at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, proudly sponsored by Bond Hire. We're joined by DeMelza and Vaughan. A bit of a wrap-up here for the end of the day. Incredible day, really, full of incidents, full of issues, and it wasn't just the weather.
No, unfortunately, we've had a few things play, a few mechanicals that have caused a lot of oil to go down on the circuit. But our crash crew and the recovery teams, they did a great job of cleaning it up. Didn't seem to affect the racing that followed those oil downs. So well done to all of our recovery crew.
But a lot of people did prepare for wet weather racing today, and that didn't happen. But the oil certainly made up for that, didn't it?
Yeah, that's actually worse than rain. It's a lot more slippery out there. But yeah, it was a bit of hit and miss today. A lot of guys got caught out. They put a wet setup in the car, and the clouds cleared, and we ended up with a dry race on a wet setup. You're always going to go backwards.
Exactly. So listen, let's go through the categories one by one. Let's start with Excels, and they were proudly sponsored by Retrovision today.
Yeah, a great run. Zane Rhodes, car number 73. I think he got 3 from 3.
What an incredible year he's having so far, Vaughan.
He certainly is. It looks like he'll be the 2026 state champion if he keeps going the way he has been. Another young guy that's come up and coming and just taken to Retrovision XL Cup like a duck to water.
We've actually seen Zane over the last season, really, in fact, the last season and the races that he's been undertaking here really start to climb up. And this year, he's really just punched it, really.
He certainly has, and with Carlos Ambrosio having a bit of a part-time 2026, that's enabled the young guys to step up. You've also got Tristan Clamp, you've got quite a few of the young kids stepping up and showing the way for 2026.
Yeah, but Vaughan, also regarding the XLs, I mean, it's very, very competitive, as you mentioned, but it's also a great category for young drivers to get involved in so they can actually get their skills up. It's probably the perfect category.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a couple of 14-year-olds out there when they straight out, they don't even have a car licence yet. They can come up here and drive one of these cars at well over 100 mile an hour.
And what is it that these kids are sort of getting into cars with no fear, and they're so competitive almost from the outset of their racing?
Yeah, I think that's the mindset that we talked about at our lunchtime wrap. It's just, you're kind of born with it, I think. If you come from a motorsport family, it's just ingrained. You've been brought up around racetracks. You know how it works. And when it's your turn to have a go, of course, you want to do the family name well.
Now, speaking of families, the Formula Vs, that is a very family-minded community, especially here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. How did you find that category today?
Well, good, and a great example of that was Amanda Hollis. She had an issue early, and there were 10 people that jumped in to try and get that car ready, which they did. And that's just typical of the Formula V Association, the family as we call them. They just all jump in, help everybody out to get maximum cars on the grid every race.
We spoke to Rod Liston a little bit earlier, and he said there were 21 cars out there today, along with 30% women racers. That's just absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it's got to be some sort of record for Australian motorsport in having that many females participate in the sport in the one category. It's, great to have a splattering of females throughout everywhere else, but you've got a fairly high concentration. Nearly a third of the field is female.
And also, they were proudly sponsored by Home Chef, so let's give them a big wrap as well. Let's get to the HQ Holdens, Vaughan. They've been sponsored by the Electrical Group Training, which is one of their long-term sponsors. But that was a really competitive race. The HQs all seem to be focused on the Nationals coming up, and they're all giving themselves a good run on that track right now to make sure they're prepared for when the Nationals come here in 2 months' time.
Yeah, it was good. They had 2 short sprint races and then finished off with a 23-minute plus 1 lap race, which is kind of like what they're going to expect at the Nationals. They are longer races at the Nationals, but it was all Ryan Davis in car number 49 today, top qualified, and then 3 wins.
And they got 17, 18 laps in that 20-minute period. It must be incredibly draining.
They are. They're a big, heavy car. They don't handle like a full-on race car. They are a big, heavy lump of metal. They haven't got much tyres. They haven't got much engine, but they do the best they can. And as we saw today, bumper to bumper and door handle to door handle racing all day, every day with the HQs.
And they don't mind nudging each other on the track much, do they?
No, sometimes that can be friendly. Like they'll put a bumper bar into the rear and push the car along, but then sometimes you get the side-by-side banging as well. And that's what we love to see. That's part of HQ racing.
Combined category of street cars, super sedans, muscle cars, etc. They were sponsored by Pool Edge Systems. Again, it's another race of sort of the big American cars versus the European cars, and they're pretty competitive in both sides of that sort of category.
Yeah, and our top 3 fastest cars all came away with a win each today. So 1 win for Ryan Humphries in race number 1. We had Ron Moller, and then we had in the last race Walter Eppel. So our top 3 fastest cars out there all walking home with a win each.
And did you find the racing itself pretty exciting yourself, especially that time I think Troy nudged Ryan off the track?
Oh, yes, there was a bit of what looked like a coming together, but that part of the apron out there on turn 7 is notoriously slippery, and unfortunately it just caught Ryan out and looped it around, and unfortunately cost himself a race win there in race number 2, but certainly came back to put on a good show in race number 3 up against Walter Eppel and Ron Moller.
We just saw the last race also just before the time challenge of the production cars and improved production. They were sponsored by Precision Auto House and TRP Ductwork. What did you see the racing in that category like today?
Matt Cherry dominated, as far as I'm concerned, the Holden Monaro for Racing Dynamics. Car number 44, Steve Turpin in the Holden Commodore. He put up a great show as well. But we were more interested in what was happening further back in the pack. There was action all the way through that, but there was Craig Poole in the Tirana, Neil Pollard in the little Honda Civic. We had Derek Burns up there, Mason Legg. They were all up there, and it was a great day of racing across the board for our improved production and production cars.
They certainly love their cars. That's half the reason why they got involved in the first place. They absolutely adore the fact they've got their cars, their bucket list car on the track, and they're giving it a great flogging.
Yeah, certainly, and they're doing it in a controlled environment, which is great. Everybody's got the same idea, and we're all heading the same direction.
Formula Ford that seemed to have 3 very good people up front when it came to the sort of placements. But how did you see the racing today for the Formula Fords?
Yeah, exciting as per usual with our Formula Fords, our premier open wheel category here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. Brock Brewer taking away 2 from 3 today. Unfortunately couldn't get it done in race number 2, but great ups to Bailey Riordan. First win out there today in race number 2 for Bailey, so congratulations to car number 95.
Formula Ford racing is really exciting to see on the track, isn't it? Because of their aerodynamic design as well as their speed and power.
Yeah, we had probably 3 or 4 cars missing today. We only had an 8-car field, but it's the quality of the drivers. You had three of them. Begley was also a good runner in car number 3. You had Brock Brewer, as we said, Bailey Riordan, and there was one other car, Joel Wheeler, was also up there battling. He gave it everything he had today.
And let's talk about time challenge lastly. So time challenge is always a bit of a skill in itself, isn't it? Having the discipline to be able to pick your time and stick to the game plan when it hits track, regardless of the weather.
Yep, that's right. You nominate your time, and the idea over the 5 laps is to hit that nominated lap time and achieve the snake eyes, the 0 demerit points. It's very hard to do. Yeah, it did happen twice today, and we believe it may have been the same driver twice, Michael Guelphy in the Porsche 944. He was probably the standout out there today, and with Jamie Scott as well in the Mark II Escort.
We normally see Peter Dyball do better, and he seemed to be off the pace today.
Yeah, I think Peter finished 5th in that last one, so it was a little bit of an ordinary day by Peter's standards, but I'm oh yeah, he's consistent, and that's what wins the race here.
So, Demelza, when are we going to be back here next for our next championship
Well, we
round?
have a little bit of a break, but we are back on the 26th and 27th of September, which will also coincide with the HQ Nationals. So it is going to be unbelievably exciting. For all the information, make sure you head to the WA Sporting Car Club Championships. And of course, days like today and live streams like the one that we have provided, all the spills and thrills from here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway couldn't happen without our sponsors. So if you want to hire this lovely truck that I'm currently sitting on, bondhire.com.au is
You want to take
exactly
this
how
thing home,
you're going to
don't you?
do it. I really do. I'm quite liking it, to be perfectly honest. But that is it. If you are here or you're in the area and you would like to support one of the categories, the HQ Holdens have the sausage sizzle that is happening over at McCracken House right now.
The Nationals are going to be fantastic, aren't they?
It's going to be
long
exciting.
weekend, no less, to enjoy ourselves here.
Yeah, it's going to be the biggest party that you've ever seen at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. These guys know how to party. We call them Mr. Sociables.
Incredible. Guys, thanks very much, Demelza. Thank
Thanks,
you,
Jamie.
Vaughn. Excellent day in the commentary booth. So on behalf of the Turn 7 media team, Shane back in the studio and so forth, and all the people here at MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway, we wish you a very good night. And listen, thank you so much for participating in this wonderful streaming service we're putting together for this wonderful group of car clubs here. It's been an incredible pleasure being here again, as always. Have a safe journey home if you are driving home from MotorMall Wanneroo Raceway. And until next time, thank you very much. See you again soon.
Good night.
The 2026 WA Sporting Car Club Championships is brought to you by MotorMall, Electrical Group Training, Sets, Crushing Services Australia, Bond Hire, Gallagher, and Radlink Communications.